Just his season gone because he's got no tournaments left, just this ECL and obviously the potential chance of playing the playoffs. But I gotta tell you, I've not seen Nicolas as nervous as I've seen 30 minutes ago. It's crazy because we obviously know how Nicolas is and how he's the Iceman, but he's nervous. And we see Predator and Tex, they were nervous as well. So I don't know what to expect from this match. Predator was incredible the last time we were here in Stockholm.
We have to speak about it. It's in our winners bracket game we're kicking off with first. It's Predator FIFA of Werder Bremen up against the star of FIFA esports over the last few years. It's Fnatic Tex in our winners bracket game. We have to remind you that these two were unstoppable last time out in Stockholm. Just 4 weeks ago we were here across the two-day tournament where we saw 32 players battle it out alongside a difficult double elimination bracket. These were two of the players that stayed on the right side of the bracket, wasn't it, Gravison?
Yep. We're obviously seeing so much player locks from Predator because that's how he likes to play and how he likes to get comfortable at the start of the game. I think we're going to see a 4-4-2 from Tex. He's been playing the 4-4-2 in 1v1 and in 2v2. And we're seeing probably the 3-5-2 from Predator. And I think it's nice to see Thiago starting from Predator. I think it's a different pick. I think it can potentially work out good for him with Hullet. And also obviously Tex is starting with Ronaldinho. He was amazing last month with Ronaldinho on the wing.
And I mean, it would be a surprise if Schmeichel was in goal for Tex as well. He seems to be the superhero, whether it's at the Team of the Season Cup just a few weeks ago or here in the eChampions League. Cannot forget he is an invitational eChampions League winner. It was won online, but for him it doesn't feel quite the same of winning it in person here today. He said that it's unfinished business, a tournament that he's had all his eyes on as he looks to come forward with his first real chance off the game. It's R9 on his way through, can't bundle that ball past. So you may be thinking, why are these teams not full of icons and Team of the Year players? It is a Champions League format we follow here in the eChampions League, isn't that right, Gravison? So expect road to the final items, road to the knockout items, maybe the odd extra player in game that we might see mixed into these teams.
Yeah, we didn't expect to see as much of Mane, of Mahrez, of even Kimpembe, but they're really nice UCL items, and we're expecting big things from them. But yeah, we can expect Tex attacking from the right side of the pitch every single time because of Ronaldinho, that man.
Here's Ronaldinho again towards that back post. Still be looking for one man there, who's just edging his chance at the back of the goal. Pele can't quite turn his man there. Riyad Mahrez back to save the day. Not for so long though. Pele back hustling away, wins the ball from the get-go. Offers it back to Marcus Llorente. He'll be offering that box-to-box midfielder from the Atletico Madrid Spaniard. Have to talk about it. Back in the knockout stage as a Predator FIFA, it was a very strong 5-0 win against his fellow German in Denny 10 that is in today's bracket, but that was what separated those from staying on this side of the winners bracket, because technically you do get a second life in this tournament, Gravison. If you do lose, you're not out the tournament, you just drop down to the lower bracket, which means it's going to be a long road if there's any chance that you are lifting that trophy at the end of play today here in the Champions League final.
That's a mistake.
Offside trap was attempted to be played there by Predator FIFA. He's been on the back foot for these first 23 minutes so far though.
Yeah, we see the first
just
boss.
Soak up all the pressure of Tex.
This is a good chance. Renato with the ball.
Mahrez, a couple of step overs from the Algerian winger back to Renato Sanchez once and twice, but Thiago wins it back nicely.
Yeah, we see the first pause requested by Predator because I think he's not comfortable with the build-up from his back on the third line of the defense with the three defenders at the back. And obviously we all know how Tex press is probably the best in the whole competition. Maybe a good chance from Predator.
First sniff a goal for Predator FIFA.
Nice defending.
Tex sound as ever at the back. There's a lot of interesting storylines coming into this final A here. It was the FGS 4 qualification, the last one of the season for those hoping to book their spot in the Global Series playoffs, a tournament which will take place at the beginning of July, ahead of an action-packed July with the E-World Cup, E-Club World Cup and E-Nations Cup all taking place back to back to back. And There was a story there, wasn't there, for Tex, that he did lose to Matthias Banana. We got a top 16 finish regardless, but there was a lot of matchups that took place. Predator FIFA got swissed in that tournament. He went out 4-3 in the end. Tex got a top 16. I think Umit had a good run as well. I think he beat Denny 10 in that tournament. There was lots of matchups that potentially could happen here today.
Yeah, Predator told me earlier that I think he missed the playoff spot for 10 points, 15 points. That's just the match in any of the 4 qualifiers. So he's obviously playing for a playoff spot at the moment. And I think Tex lost back-to-back in FGS3 and FGS4 in PKs against Matthias Bonanno. So obviously that's going to be like emotional for him if he gets to play Matthias at the biggest stage.
And obviously it was nice to see you in action a few weeks ago back in London. I saw a Gravison that wasn't in a suit and tie. He was in a hoodie with a cap on and a chain round his neck, who meant business. Just a quick word on that. How was the Team of the Season Cup for you?
It was amazing. It was the chance to play again. And obviously, like, I love to be commentating here besides you, but I was afraid that people weren't gonna take me serious as a competitor anymore because I'm here commentating. But I wanted to show them, like, obviously I'm commentating besides Brandon, it's fun, but I still had the hunger in me. So that top 6 was really fun, and it was a really great tournament. I mean,
top 6 finish alongside your teammate Daniel Aguilar was not a bad weekend.
No.
In London in the end, as Tex will still hunt to come forward for this opening goal in this winners bracket and our opening game of the eChampions League. One more pass, it's R9 with his first shot of goal. Stopped in his tracks by the PSG defender, who will be involved in pretty much most of the teams you'll see today. Marquinhos will be up and pretty much here, there and everywhere. Alongside the potential Kimpembe at the back there. It's Mahrez. Steven forward.
Ooh.
Cheeky little Elastico says, see you later. For so long, though. Ronaldinho back to get the ball. We saw so many star players pop out in the knockout stages. What 3 items would you say, Gravison, are going to be so pivotal for these players in their road to success here in Sweden?
Obviously R9. I think we're going to see R9 in every single match. I think Kyle Walker's item has to be on every single team, and Ronaldinho. If I was playing, I would be playing with him.
Look at the space he's getting, Gravison here. Little skill move back to R9. There's your first block. And there's your first goal in the eChampions League for Tex, who you have to say has been coming. He's just been knocking on the door and, more importantly, getting the ball to Ronaldinho. We know he's the star of the show. We know he's the danger man. Predator FIFA will know that. But there's just so much you can do before there will be a gap that will appear. Every single time Ronaldinho is beating, I think it's João Cancel on the left-hand side. He's ongoing that run. It's making Kimpembe come across, and there's just gaps opening up.
I think we're gonna see tactical changes from the Predator side. He's obviously there with, we have like a good chance now, 90 seconds, to get some changes up, because he's using the 3-5-2, and you have obviously 2 wings. You don't have fullbacks. So I think that's a great chance for Tex with the 4-4-2 to attack with Ronaldinho every single time. We're seeing him. He's building up with Ronaldinho's side every single time. And I think he should change to 4 defenders at the back because of the fullbacks. Because if not, Tex is going to be really comfortable with Ronaldinho every single time.
Well, half-time here, Tex does lead by a goal to nil. Remember, all the games are played over 2 legs with an aggregate scoreline for those that might be new to competitive FIFA. What's it like being in this situation, Gravison, for a player that has probably known for a good 4 weeks now who he's playing against in his opening game?
I mean,
it must be difficult not to over-analyse that match and that player coming into the game.
Obviously, it's kind of hard because you've been preparing yourself mentally for this situation for 4 weeks. But let's just say that when you play, nothing that you thought about, it's working. So I think that's a great chance for Predator to have Marlut by his side, because he's been at this stage a couple of times. So maybe like Marlut can give him like great. Ooh, this is great. No.
Could be a chance. Could be a second for Tex. Off the restart, a little reverse elastico, as you were saying, but as you were alluding to, Graham, so maybe not all the preparation will be thought about as he comes forward. Is he onside? R9, yes, he is for Predator FIFA. It's aggressive. Marquinhos. They were just about to stop that alongside Kimpembe.
Yeah, and I think we maybe Marlo told him to put 4 defenders at the back because, I mean, we were talking about Ronaldinho. Here we go. You don't have to be like a good FIFA analyst to see that you have to have a game plan for Ronaldinho, because if not, Tex is gonna get comfortable, and whenever he gets comfortable, you just simply cannot stop him.
Just keep an eye on that mini-map as well. You see the red triangles, which is Tex's players on the screen. Just keep an eye on how much space Ronaldinho will have. Again and again. Pele, one more pass. Kimpembe will recycle it. Just back to the feet of the forward. R9 for 2. It's a Brazilian trio. Ronaldinho into Pele, into R9. They're making it look like clockwork. 2-0. The perfect start here in Sweden for that man on your screen, Fnatic Tex.
I think it's just a tactical mistake from Predator, because you see the 4 players for Tex, the 2 wings and the 2 strikers, they're just matching up against 3 defenders. So Tex didn't have to do anything spectacular right now. He just had to be composed and pass with the X every single time. So I think obviously Predator is in a tough place right now. He paused the game for the 2nd time in 50 minutes, and he has to do some changes. Nice defending. We don't talk enough about Tex defense. It's one of the best in the whole circuit.
Well, I think he's always been honest about that, Gravison, in terms of that he knows he's been a great attacker for so long. And if he was critical to himself, you know, defensively I could have been better over the last few years, and he has become better defensively. He doesn't leak goals anymore, and still has this flair aspect to his game, this confidence, this oozing confidence that he can combine skill moves, get players like Ronaldinho on the ball and cause havoc at the back. And yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, defensively, he is sound.
Yeah, he is. He's one of the best. His player switching is out of this world, and in my opinion, the biggest liability you could have if you're a FIFA player is a bad player switching in defense, because it's really hard, and Tex makes practically 0 mistakes with player switching, and he's aggressive and he can read your mind many chances. So I don't know, it's got to be tough to play 60 minutes of FIFA, not getting any chances, and try to change anything on the pitch.
Oh no, this could be the mistake of all mistakes. Luckily enough, Kimpembe.
Vinicius,
well,
sub done.
Just about saved the day there. Would you be saying it's just a few nerves from Predator FIFA now, Gravison? He hasn't got going at all. Maybe he will now. Mahrez, little cheeky double tap pass. We spoke about Carl Walker being a standout player. Look no further there. Lovely little header back into Schmeichel.
Yeah, Vinicius was not the only player getting subbed on. He changed Robertson, Andrew Robertson, for Joao Cancelo as well. So he's not just making subs in the attacking side of the field. He's obviously not comfortable at the defense as well, because he just changed the fullback.
Tex hunting for his 3rd. What goal it could be for him across the 2 legs. It'll be the best of starts in the first game on broadcast here with eChampions League. He just doesn't seem to get phased playing on main stage in front of the cameras and the lights. It's just all second nature to him now.
This is good.
Yesterday, you may not have seen it, the players arrived in their suits here in Stockholm, Sweden for a media day. Tex was just grinding all day long. Might have been in a suit and tie and a pair of smart shoes, but that didn't affect him sitting there, just playing anyone he could. Reversal has to go, it's tidy from Ronaldinho. Just about gets a toe on the ball defensively, does Predator FIFA. And then today, Tex rocked with a pair of sunglasses. Same again, took a seat. Just grinding. Hasn't really got too involved with any of the players here. He's obviously been polite, but other than that, he's just been getting his head down. He knows that it's business. Yeah. And what an opportunity it could be for him to lift a bit of silverware. Yeah,
obviously, it's not like he's unpolite or anything. He's just focused on the job at hand, which is winning the ECL. I think, obviously, Tex won the Invitational back in the days in 2020, but it's not the same. The Invitational is not the same as winning a live event against the best players in the world.
And with the journey that's got into this tournament, Gravison, online qualification, group stages, knockout stages, we're talking technically 4 different individual tournaments, including this one. To be a champion could be 3 goals as well. Little scoop turn from Pele. It's a big tackle at the back from Predator FIFA. Knew he had to make that one.
I just love Tex's imagination, because in that situation, what could you have done, like roulette and elastico. He just does a simple scoop turn, and if Predator wasn't on point with the defense, that would have been 3-0. So, you know, he just makes hard choices every single time, but his timing is impeccable on the attacking side of it. And you know, many chances you don't have to be like spectacular. Just a simple scoop turn with the right timing can be a great goal. And maybe as hard as doing 4 elásticos in a row, you know?
We did see Tex in action at the Team of the Season Cup. A tournament that you played in, Gravison. He was alongside Diogo Mendes, his teammate of Fnatic, and there was still, although in a 2v2 environment, there was those little moments of Tex you still saw across that weekend. The skill moves, the flairiness to his game, some of the passes as well. He was assisting. I remember one from Hullet that was an unbelievable little dink pass over the top.
I remember, yeah, against Nip, I think.
There's not many teams it's obvious who the player is in a 2v2. Yeah. It always is when it's Fnatic.
Obviously. But yeah, I remember the match against Nip and Team Hullet, quarterfinals. They were losing 2-0, and I think it was like in 10-15 minutes. Yeah. Tex just smashed them, scored 3 goals with the chip from Hullet. It was amazing.
Well, there we have it. Half-time in this opening game in the winners' bracket. It is Fnatic Tex that leads Predator FIFA by 2-0. It was a nervy start for the German. Very comfortable lead heading into this second game.
And I don't think we have seen Tex lose in a while from a 2-0 advantage.
The last time we saw Tex in a position where there was question marks over Gravison was back in the group stages, where he went 0-2 in the Swiss. Oh. And we all sat there back home. You was in Spain, I was in England, and we were thinking, surely not. Surely.
No, there's no chance.
There's no chance. Oh, yeah, he did. He came back and qualified 3-2 in the Swiss, which was enough to qualify him into those knockout stages just over 4 weeks ago here in Stockholm. That's yesterday's news. That's weeks ago now. No one cares about that. Right now, he's on his way to a top 3 guaranteed if he wins this game.
And I think if you want to, I mean, obviously Predator just wants to get that playoff spot, but Tex has to be thinking about the chance of winning the tournament. And if you want to get like a good chance of winning the tournament, you have to reach that grand final in the winner side of it, because you just guarantee that top 3, and you get so many chances of playing again in a potential losers final bracket. And you know, you just, if you want to have like good chances, you have to reach that grand final of the winner bracket.
It needs to be a perfect start from Predator FIFA. It does come with an early pause into this game. He's being coached by Marla, a player that has hung up the competitive boots as of late in the FIFA esports scene. He's decided to put more of a coaching hat on over the last few seasons, but he's a player that has been to plenty of tournaments. He's at one of the first big ones all that time ago, back in Berlin, back in the days of the birth of FIFA esports from EA Sports. I'm sure at the halfway point, Gravison, he would have been adding his tactical standpoint onto how can we get back in this game.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was in FIFA 18 or 17, he did a top 4 finish in a tournament, which he knocked out so many big names out of the way. I think he was like really, he got a really good mind for the. Ooh.
This could be all she wrote. This could be done now. Tex can find a way through when Aldino picks up the pieces. It's R9 for 3. There it is. That's not what Predator FIFA would have needed. But for Tex, it's just one man that's running this show at the moment. Ronaldo Nazario, no surprise at all. 3-0. And honestly, at this moment in time, you say, Tex, you're in a winners' final, top 3 guaranteed, alongside $30,000. I just don't see this being turned around from how good defensively Tex has been as well, Grav.
That's just a mistake you cannot afford if you want to make a grand final in the winners bracket. Obviously we talked about Tex possession, press after possession loss, which is really good, probably the best of all the players that are playing here. But I mean, you cannot afford to make that mistake if you're a Predator and you're 2 goals behind. So I don't know, maybe a narrow formation, maybe 3 defenders at the back again, maybe press after possession loss in the tactical standpoint. I don't know, but you have to make some changes because you're running out of time. Tex is playing spectacular.
Hasn't put a foot wrong yet, has he?
No.
Didn't in the knockout stages either. Stayed on the winners bracket side and to face against one of the 4 German players did qualify for this tour. It's a long ball over the top for R9. Chance Predator FIFA that he really needs to take. He slowed it down a bit too much. He's allowed Marquinhos to get back and win the ball. I think what's more of an impressive stat grab, there was 9 German players at the knockout stages. Last time we were here in Sweden, 4 of them did make it through to this stage. 2 are in the upper bracket, 2 are in the losers bracket. But regardless, there was no surprises that there was going to be German names in this eChampions League final, and on paper, it was odds-on favourite for them, for one of them to make it to a grand final, you'd like to think.
I mean, 4 out of 8 players, 50% of the players being German, that just talks about the quality. Oh!
Penalty ref! It's clever from Tex, a heel-to-heel from Mahrez. It's a bait skill move that leads, surprise, surprise, Marquinhos to jump into the tackle. Is it R9 again for 4? Up steps Tex with R9, it's 4-0. Winners final, get his name in it now.
Oh, the heel-to-heel. I mean, that was just beautiful. That was beautiful to watch. Que bonito. Whoa. I mean, just a simple heel-to-heel, which is not that effective this year. But if you use it at the right time, obviously, it's going to destroy your opponent. So, I don't know. If I was Predator, I would just, I don't know, stand up, clap him, because there's simply nothing he could have done, because you will spend an elastico, reverse elastico, something from there. But heel-to-heel, you wouldn't expect that from anyone. But Tex just does it, simply does it.
It's a great time on top of that. Grab, because obviously you're looking at Predator FIFA, he's going to be diving into tackles now, he's getting a little bit frustrated, he's 3-0 down. It's the perfect time to bring that into his attacking movements for Tex. As this game is taking place in the winners bracket, it's Nicholas against Umit. There's a lot on that one because Umit, Tex are already in the playoffs. Predator isn't in the playoffs. Chance for Pele! Schmeichel, surprise, surprise, comes to save the day. But for Nicholas, we spoke to him earlier, you've been speaking to him a lot, Gravison. If he wins that game, he's in the playoffs. He gets a top 3 guaranteed. If he loses, he still could get to playoffs, but it would be a long, long journey for him, because he might have to play, potentially, a fellow Argentine.
Matias Bonanno. Again. After that win in the quarterfinals of the winner bracket. I don't know. I told you before, it's the first time I'm seeing Nicolas nervous. Even if we're talking about FIFA 19, the match against Moauba, it was probably one of the best matches we've seen, FIFA esports-wise, and he wasn't nervous. But he was nervous this time because it's just the chance of his season slipping away.
It's not often I get to have a conversation with Nicholas as well. His English has got a lot better. I'm looking for goal number 5. Reverse elastico to reverse elastico from Renown Nazaria. Tex looks to build up for goal number 5 here. It's a game he can look just to keep possession and see out now. There's no real need for him to score more goals other than just to rub salt into the wounds with this result. But Nicholas was saying that for me to be in this position with a bit of pressure, it's a privilege for him. Should we get a passing count on screen here from Tex? Eventually comes
the build-up
to a close from
Jesus Christ,
the Brazilian.
Whoa. I mean, what was like 30 passes, 40 passes inside the box? I mean, if Tex keeps playing like this, I'm telling you, there's not a single person in this arena that can stop him. Have you seen that build-up? That was incredible. That was out of this world. I mean, if you're a Predator, you just lost all hope just in that 10 minutes build-up from Tex.
It's not the tournament start you need, is it? Mentally.
Mamma mia.
Confidence building out the window. Confidence destroying, certainly that. One more pass, Pele. R9 to me, to you, to me, to you. Who's going to finish it? R9 had a go, looking for... It seems like R9's the only person to score. It's the rule he's put on his players in this game. Regardless of this, I'm sure we catched up with some of the other games that are taking place around the grounds. Tex makes it 5. R9 makes it 5. Heel to heel. Says no one uses it. Tex does.
Get me out of here. Are you serious? What was that?
First half hat-trick.
Just give him the trophy already. Jesus Christ, this level of FIFA. Fantastico. Oh, man. I got goosebumps. I'm telling you. I got goosebumps right now. This is incredible. This level of FIFA is just simply out of this world. Whoa.
Well, that man's loving it as well. But look, he's a long way away still from lifting the trophy. He goes into a winners' final, wins that, then he's in the grand final of the eChampions League. You're probably thinking, is it time to jump to another game? Probably is. Let's jump over to another big name who's in this tournament, Matthias Bonanno, a player that you've been speaking to a lot over this season and here in Sweden too. I think we'll catch the highlights of the first leg before we jump into the second leg there between Matthias Bonanno and a very difficult opponent that he's up against in Snakes in that loser bracket. That's a difficult game, Grav, because whoever loses that is out of the tournament. And I've always said this, Matthias Bonanno, yes, he won qualifier number 4 as of late. Yes, he won Team of the Season Cup. But for me, he's missing lifting a trophy in a 1v1 tournament. He's done it online, but I want to see it in person. In La Liga, it never happened across the Cup and the League. This is his opportunity. Yeah, it's not the same. And obviously last year he won the Libertadores. He won FGS 1 and 2, I think. And another one. I think he was 4 titles. But yeah, online, it's not the same. No. It's obviously not the same. But I'm going to tell you, I didn't see it that much, but the third goal from Matthias was really something else. Well, this is the first leg highlights. We're going to join it live in the second leg. Matthias Bonanno is up by not 1, not 2, 3 goals to 1, so it seems so far. Was there any more from Snakes in the last 5 minutes? Yes, there was, which makes this game really, really exciting. And here we are in the second leg. There was an early start from Snakes to make it 3-3. Matthias Bonanno said, you know what, I'm bouncing back in this tie again. One more pass, finds Mahrez, makes it 4 goals to 3. And we join this live right now. This is Elimination FIFA in the losers bracket round 5. Credit to VFL Snakes, by the way, of Bukum. I don't know what it is about VFL Bukum, but they just produced stars. It was Megabit years ago. Now it's Snakes, a player that no one knew. It was his first ever FIFA online, offline tournament for him. And what a chance we joined back into. 4-4. This is a game to keep an eye on, because one of these two is out. Matthias Bonanno could be out of the eChampions League if he loses this game. And that's so out of... I don't know. I didn't expect that from Matthias Bonanno. The offside trap was awful. That's something you wouldn't expect, obviously, from Matthias, because he usually makes no mistakes, 0 mistakes. And if you want to grind an opportunity, you have to sweat a lot to get like a really good chance. But I mean, we got to talk about the Snakes, because if I'm not mistaken, he didn't qualify for the FGS3, right? He didn't qualify for FGS3. On top of that also, this is his only chance of getting to the playoffs this year, which involves needing to finish top 3. Out of the 9 German players, no one would have said Snakes to be in that top 4 that qualified. No one. Even us here in the commentary booth, or anyone working on this event behind the scenes. He was a surprise package, and to be honest, didn't get enough plaudits and credit for the result that he had back in the knockout stages in Stockholm. He was the story of the tournament, the story of the weekend. And now he's holding Matthias Bonanno to a 4-4 scoreline. He could be on his way to go up by 5 goals to 4 for the first time. You spoke to Matthias at all across the last 24 hours. How's he feeling coming into this tournament? He's feeling comfortable, because he just won the FGS4, and that gives you like a good boost in confidence. He obviously won the Team of the Season Cup, and I think obviously there were doubts in his mind when he moved from South America to Spain and to Europe, because obviously you can trust yourself, but you don't know what's really going to happen. And he's been crushing the scene. Both him and Nicolas, they've been crushing the European scene. So I think he's confident for today. But Snakes is playing good. And I got to tell you, there's something with
and this is like a thing I like from people from different countries. You see 4 Germans playing in this tournament, and you see Snakes, Denny, and Predator using Thiago as a midfielder. You don't see Thiago from any of the different players. And obviously, let's just say that there were potentially 4 Spanish players in this tournament. We might be using, I don't know, let's just say Thiago Jallo as a center back. So obviously, when you talk so much with different players, it just influences you, you know?
Here is Matías Banana now trying to turn Kimpembe. Half-time here. Coach Edu just behind him. I loved it earlier in the players' booth. We were just having a little wander around this morning. I was walking past the both of them from Team Heretics, who've had an unbelievable debut season in the FIFA 22 ecosystem. Matías was in the game, and Edu was just watching a previous VOD of Snakes' gameplay. Just, they breathe FIFA differently, those two, don't they?
They live and breathe FIFA. Both Edu and Javi, our analyst coach in Ducks, they just live and breathe FIFA every single time. And if you, I don't know, if you can be with them in a train, in the airport, at a club, here in an event, and they're going to be talking about FIFA every single time. They are so young, they're 18 and 19 years old, but they just...
There's just a hunger there.
Yeah, definitely. They just have that hunger to be the best. And I don't think Edu is going to stop with that Team of the Season Cup win. I think he wants to lift big trophies this year. They are obviously qualified for the E-Club World Cup. They want to qualify for the World Cup in the 1v1 situation. And I think they're ready to lift a big trophy again in a 1v1 situation.
And again, he's been superb online. We cannot talk any higher of Matías Banana in terms of the results he's had in South America and here in Europe since he's moved over. He's not just come over to Europe to make up the numbers and to finish in a top 16 or top 32. He's come to be in championship Sundays and to be winners and to be crowned as a champion. But for me, he's just been missing that one trophy. La Liga, he had the Cup, he had the League, just didn't find himself in that winning situation. He lost in the Cup back in Zaragoza to Zidane, and then didn't make it into the final day in Madrid just a few weeks ago. And I have to be honest, we spoke about this backstage, it's the potential restrictions that for Matías
maybe
could be an argument that you could discuss of why he hasn't been able to pick up those results in Spain. Here, he still can do that today. But it's going to involve a serious performance. He's on 9, does well!
Oh.
Carl Walker does even better at the back. For Snakes, the chance is still alive. Carl Walker not once but twice is the hero to save the day for VfL Bochum.
We talked about him being a key player, and that save, that was something else. Jesus Christ. That was amazing. I mean, I'm playing foot champs with Kyle Walker this weekend.
Just keep in mind, though, whoever wins this game could be facing Umit or Nicholas in that loser bracket. It's not going to be a fun game whatsoever. Back to goal. Here's Mahrez building now for Matías Banana, who's looking for that goal number 5. He's been leading this game so many different times. He just struggled to hold on to that lead.
I think there was a clear chance to R9. He passed it to Hullet. He wasted a big chance. Good pass from Snakes.
Mahrez cuts back. Sar9 moving and grooving. Van der Sar just about gets 2 hands on that. I think what's more impressive from the Argentine, Matías Banana, he was the #1 ranked player on his console last year in South America. And he's the #1 ranked player in European West here.
At the moment.
Which means playoffs are in the bag for him. It's not about playoffs. For him, it's about being a eChampions League winner here. R9 scooping and moving in the box. Can't find his way past the French defender in Kimpembe. Chance to break forward for Snakes.
And obviously, back-to-back top 1 for Matías Banana. Last year in South America, this year Europe West. That just speaks about his discipline and his hunger to win it all. South America is a tough region, really tough region. Like, every time you get to play against a South American player here at a LAN event, I mean, that's tough. They yell at you. they bring so many companions with them. it's a tough experience to be at.
Thiago, we said about him being involved in a handful of the German pros teams, nearly just became the ultimate playmaker there. As you can probably guess, with the upgrades that have happened in the real world of football, with the likes of Liverpool, Real Madrid, it's allowed a lot more of those players to be included in these teams. Their upgrades they've had along their journey in the Champions League. Spoke about it for Tex, what a perfect weekend it could be for him if he was still in the Champions League today. And Liverpool tomorrow were to be crowned as
what a save.
Champions League winners. What a save from Van der Sar. It was a time green finish from Matthias Bonanno. Just punched away by the Flying Dutchman. Edwin van der Sar could be a chance to break forward now. Riyad Mahrez does well to just push off the likes of Renato Sanchez and Hullet, not for so long.
Matthias Bonanno is turning it up at the moment. He's playing so well. And if Snakes can get like a good 5 to 10 minutes possession, I think he's losing this game.
Well, as I look to the side of me here in the main studio, that's full time between Tex and Predator. Tex with an all-important win there. He'll be in the winners' final now. Predator FIFA will drop down to the lower bracket. Round 6 he'll fall into, which is elimination FIFA. He did get a goal back, did Predator FIFA, but overall, Tex will come out with that all-important result. Pele. Matthias, lovely scoop turn, finds Mahrez, who will drop back to Pele, who, to be honest, did very well for that to fall into the back of the net, because it was a time-red finish, wasn't it?
Whatever works. That's gonna be tough on the Snake side. Oh man, every time you say that red time, it's tough mentally. But yeah, 10 minutes away. And if we talk about Matthias Bonanno's pool, formation pool, it's amazing. He can play anything. We were just seeing he was playing 5-2-1-2. He played earlier the 4-3-2-1 as well, 4-4-2. At the Tots Cup, he was playing with Hidalgo with a 5-3-2 as well. So he can play practically anything, and that's important. In these kind of situations, when you're tied up and nothing works, you just pull something out of the hat, and it works.
I think what was more impressive for me from Matthias Bonanno and Team Heretics in general is I spoke to Coach Edo, and after this, surely you guys are having a break. There's about, I think, 4 weeks until the playoffs. He went, no, we're just going to keep playing. There might not be any tournaments involved in, but we just have to keep playing and keep playing and keep playing and keep grinding. Because what's the point in us switching off for 4 weeks and then come back to the playoffs and not be ready for it?
Yeah, no, obviously he's from Tenerife in the Canary Islands, and it's hot and it's sunny there, and he doesn't want to take a break. So it's hard. He's just professional. He's really professional. It's
just been so refreshing to see that hunger as well from a team that have invested heavily into the scene, punched into the feet of Pele. Can't quite lock on to that one. Can Snakes? This is Matthias's game to throw away now. Remember, this is not
team press. Yeah.
The match that will take him into the grand final, the match that will take him into loser bracket round 6. And unfortunately, it'll be the end of the road for VFL Bochum Snakes in the tournament. Is there a need to go forward for Matthias? Nicely won back by Renato Sanchez. Snakes is his last chance. Chance for Arnaud. No. What a save from Van der Sar. That was the last chance of the game.
Yeah, it was. Definitely. That was a big lack of composure from Snakes. He could have ball rolled, chipped it, extra passed it, anything but that. Oh man, that's gotta be tough. That was a really, really big chance. And he's gonna remember it for a long time.
Well, there we have it. It's the first name that falls here in Sweden. We start with 8 now. After this round, there'll only be 6 names that remain. It is the end of the journey of the eChampions League for VFL Snakes. For the 4 German players, there's only 3 that are left in the tournament as it stands right now. Matthias Bonanno in loser bracket round 6. I mean, names are going to fall here, round per round, but a German name falls first.
I mean, there were 4 Germans, so obviously we had to see some Germans going out of the tournament. But they're telling me we had something coming up.
Yeah, what a game we'll have coming up very soon indeed between Nicholas and Umut. We'll join it live, but there are a lot of storylines that are emerging today, and there's a lot of players that aren't here that will be sitting at home today with their hands praying that these players on the screen can get results. If Tex and Matthias and Umit and Feldman finish in top 3 scenarios, there's Danish players, there's Italian players, there's British players such as Footwiz Ethan that are all hoping that certain players have certain runs today in the eChampions League, Ravison, because it could mean that they qualify for the playoffs. Because if you don't know, the eChampions League offers 3 spots. A top 3 finish guarantees you a spot in the playoffs, alongside all the leagues in the competitive FIFA ecosystem. Let's check in with this game, though. It's in the winners' bracket. We haven't seen it yet. Nicholas Umit. Nicholas wins this game. He's in the playoffs. Currently sits in, I believe, 24th in the rankings. This was the highlights from leg 1, where we saw Nicholas go down to 10 men, which, surprise, surprise, meant that he was on the back foot, went down by a goal to 0, but it's how he responded in this game, Gravison.
Yeah, that was a great extra pass to R9, 1-1, and he obviously got another. Oh, that was, that has to be a really bad offside trap from Umut. So 1-2, and I think something happened in the game.
Yeah, I think we're joining it live as we speak right now. It's Nicholas against Umit. This is a massive game. It's the winner's bracket. And it is 2-2. There was a goal back from Umit just as we kicked off the second half. Spoke to Nicholas before this. You had a long chat with him, Gravison. What was his overall thoughts coming into today?
I mean, I don't think he's been this nervous since FIFA 18 or FIFA 17, because he knows it's his only chance of getting back to defending his crown, actually, because he won back-to-back playoffs, if I'm not mistaken, in FIFA 18 and in FIFA 19 on the PS4 side of it. So he has to defend his crown. But I was just talking with Adjuman, who is also here, and he told me that if you had to be in this position, the player you wouldn't want to play would be Nicholas, because of his composure, of his presence. But Umut, I mean, I don't think Umut is going to be intimidated by Nicholas. No. Maybe he was like 2 years ago or something like that. But now he's got a big name on himself, on the Bundesliga scene, and obviously in the international scene as well.
He's Nicholas, the Iceman, as he's been renowned for many years in the FIFA scene. Here's Mahrez! A great save from Van der Sar. Last 19 minutes left to play here. You're absolutely right. He was a PlayStation champion back at Atlanta a few FIFA seasons ago. Oh, Nicholas! That goal might be enough for him to secure a playoff spot. And more importantly, a spot in the winners' final against Tex in the eChampions League. How about that one off the training ground into Hullet? No one saw the run of the forward there. 18 minutes left on the clock. This is in Nicholas's hands to throw away here. And just on that point, you were saying about Nicholas, this is the confidence that I've loved from Nicholas. I was speaking to him today and I went, so you've got to win this to get in the playoffs. And he went, I do. And to be honest, if I'm not in those playoffs, it's not really the same, is it?
No, it's
just
not.
He's just saying there's just a bit of a name factor about me that it's not really the same if I'm not in the playoffs. And I loved what you were saying yesterday in the rehearsal sort of media day. He said that it's a privilege to have this pressure. I like this pressure. I've not had this sort of pressure all season long. So for him, he's been enjoying it as much as he's probably hating it at the same time.
Pressure's a privilege every single time. Like, obviously, you're nervous in these situations, but if you want to have these nerves, you have to be in that situation. So that was a set piece, good set piece from Nicholas. I think they invented that one with player luck in South America between him, Diego, and Cezinho, and that was money. 3-1.
Just to get your thoughts on leg 1 as well, sorry, Gravison, is that Nicholas was down to 10 men for about 15 game minutes. Credits for him for managing that game, because he only came out of it 1-0 down. It could have been a lot worse. Yeah,
that was probably like the biggest factor in this match. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen in these 14 minutes left, but that could have been a butchery. Like 2, 3, 4-0 down. Obviously against Umut, who's playing a narrow formation and who's going to have so much bodies on the attack. So that's just what makes Nicholas Nicholas. He gets a red card, and all you can get from him is 1 goal.
And I'll be honest, out of the 4 German names that are here that have qualified for the Champions League, you would have to look at that man on your screen of Umit being one of the strongest players. You said he was a club championship winner of the virtual Bundesliga this year. He's won the Bundesliga in past years too. He was a PlayStation champion back at Atlanta. He's a new name in a very competitive German scene that, rightly so, has been getting in the reps, has been finishing highly in some of the biggest tournaments in the FIFA ecosystem. And he's also got Anders Vergang as a teammate, which isn't too bad, is it? He's had a lot of talent that he's been surrounded by in the last few FIFA seasons. Here's Nicholas to try and end this game now. Gareth Bale looking for the cutback. There's the one more. There's the goal. Nicholas with ice in his veins. No matter where he is in the world, no matter the year, no matter the day, he might just be on his way to the playoffs in just 4 weeks' time. That's what he came for firstly, and now be thinking, Tex next, win that, I'm in the grand final, and who knows, I could be an eChampions League winner.
Que golazo. That was incredible. The player lock, first in the set piece, now in this last chance of the game, and I wasn't thinking about that. We're gonna see a rematch. Nicolas against Tex. Do you remember FIFA 18 Barcelona, Foot Champions Cup? That was the first time we saw
the birth of Tex.
Yeah, and we're gonna see him again. What, like 4 years later, I think? Or even 5? No, 4.5 years later.
Well, in the honest way, they were on opposite consoles, weren't they, for such long time now, both on the PlayStation. And this is a fixture that will certainly be enjoyable. What a game this is going to be, by the way. A game to book yourself a spot in the grand final of the eChampions League. Tex against Nicholas. That is going to be one hell of a matchup. Umit will be disappointed, but he is still in the tournament. He must keep that in mind. He'll drop down into that lower side of the bracket where, I mean, he's not going to be happy with this one. Matías Bonanno will wait for him in another knockout game. It's one Argentine to another Argentine for Umit.
I mean, to be the best, you gotta beat the best, and the best is blessed. So yeah, Matías Bonanno it is.
Well, smiles all round for Nicholas and Guild Esports. They'll have a player in the playoffs in just a few weeks' time. Commiserations to Umit, who no doubt will feel disappointed with that result. But regardless, he does get a second chance, he does get a second life in the eChampions League because he had such a good performance in the knockout stages just a few weeks ago here in Stockholm. His tournament still is alive, but obviously no one wants to start off on the losing streak. 2 Germans on the losing streak, we have to say, that unfortunately are now in that lower bracket.
I could think right now about the lower bracket, but I'm just thinking about that Nicolas versus Tex. That's just the dream matchup for so many years. FIFA 18, 19, 20, 21.
Then just now, they're all playing, of course, some behind the scenes and one on the big stage here. So winners final looks like this. Fnatic Tex taking on Nicholas. How did it happen? Well, Fnatic Tex, he defeated Predator there 5-0, and then it was Nicholas taking on Umit. That was 4-2 in the end. Loser bracket round 5. It was Nom Feldman 6-4 over Denny. Unfortunately, we'll say goodbye to Denny. And then Matías Bonanno 5-4 over Snakes. That was the matchup we brought you up to speed with a little bit later, but now it's Umit Veltman and Predator FIFA Matías Bonanno for a place in that losers semi-final. Mike, bring us up to speed on those 2 exciting matchups we're going to bring you next.
Well, we have a difference in momentum because you're dealing with 2 competitors that, of course, have won their game and then a couple that dropped down. So it does come down to confidence, and especially if you're looking at the likes of Predator FIFA, where he really got demolished against Tex on the main stage. That wasn't close from start to finish, and now he's got to be able to bounce back, and can he do that against Matías Bonanno? And then Umit and Feldman was a matchup that I was kind of hoping to see anyway, so this is like a little bit of that double helping. We got Nicholas Tex in the top, we've got Feldman going up against Umit in one of the drop downs. I'm not mad at this whatsoever.
Well, let's speak a little bit more about Feldman as well, because he had an interesting path last time out as well. People criticised possibly how he played against Michael Fischer, but it was trying to get here to the final 8. I mean, you get here however you can, surely, Mike Labelle.
I would have done the exact same thing. And if anything, we've got to give a lot of credit to Feldman. He showed that he's a tactician, both offensively defensively, the build-up play, and being able to pivot to his opposition. As you see a beautiful roulette here with Dino and for Denny to kind of start to propel that comeback.
We didn't speak about Denny that much in the opener. Again, there was 4 Germans that started the final 8. Now we've already lost 2 already, 2 still in it, of course. Denny was the oldest one. We were talking about how much experience he had in the game, and he did. 6-4, unfortunately, was the loss here, which shows how great, how high quality matchup that was, Mike.
Yeah, and what happened is later on in the matchup, he kind of had to go for it, opens up additional space, and it allowed Feldman for some counter-attacking opportunities. You got a little more additional time. Of course, you're going to pick out the right options at this level.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that next matchup. Who's had the more difficult route? Umit there had to face Nicholas. Feldman there, I mean, they're very tough all the same, but who do you think is coming out a little bit more motivated after that one?
I would rather be playing after a win. So
Okay.
I would say that Feldman coming off a victory is building in better momentum than coming off a loss.
Well, yeah, I think the same as well. Well, this is your matchup coming next, and we're dropping down to losers round 6, as we're calling it. So it is Umit taking on Feldman there. Obviously, Umit's just dropped down from the winners bracket, and he faces Umit as well. So let's now bring you up to speed on a couple of guys who are facing off right now.
He can be dangerous, doesn't have the 5-star skills that maybe he'd want in that area. This one certainly does. Heel to heel, R9. Simple for Feldman.
If my opponent gives me the option to go forward and I see that his defense is not that strong, I will try to score a lot.
Leroy Feldman, beautiful play in around the box.
My opponent didn't add any constant pressure tactics, and I just thought to myself, okay, if he's not going to press me, I'm not going to give him the ball. I know it's not the prettiest thing to do.
LA, big opportunity, down well to it. The rebound falls nicely. It's ugly, but he will not care one bit.
I don't care. I took the win, and that's the most important thing in esports.
Well, Umit then is doing it for NOM Esports and the whole Israeli community. We've spoken about how they'll get behind him here today, won't they, Mike?
Well, Feldman, but yes, of course,
Sorry.
they're gonna back him heavily. And again, I said this at the beginning of the show. It's somebody that I expect to go through the losers bracket. So I don't know if maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but I just rate him that much in terms of being ready mentally and then being able to adjust, being able to pivot on the fly.
Yeah, for sure. Well, everyone wants to win this big one, of course, and let's hear from Umit on what it would mean to him to win.
I think it's one of the biggest tournaments I ever played, so it's my biggest aim to win the eChampions League. It would be a crazy dream. I think everyone is here to win it all.
I don't know if it's that much of a crazy dream to have. Everyone's got to have a dream, of course. Well, let's bring you back up to speed then on the bracket here. Losers bracket round 6 is where we're at right now. So it's going to be RB Leipzig's Umit taking on NOM Feldman. That's the matchup that we've just been bringing you up to speed on. And then if you cast your eyes down to the bottom of the screen, the next matchup in this losers bracket round 6 will be Predator FIFA, of course. He just lost to Tex in the winners semi-final, and he's taking on Matthias Bonanno there, who was in that really closely contested match against Snakes. And Snakes, we said, was so awesome to get here in the first place. But those are the 2 really important matchups. This is now single elimination, remember. So if you lose in this lower round 6, you are going home. You're looking for a spot, of course, in the winners semi-final. You've still got a long route to that final, Mike LaBelle. It's getting really tough down here now in the lower bracket, isn't it?
I know we say this all the time, but every game really matters when you're facing elimination. We're going to see that adrenaline. We're going to see the pressure. We're going to see the tension. And I'm kind of here for it. It's part of competitive FIFA. I'm glad that I don't have to exchange roles with these players or these competitors, but that's what it's all about. And we've also seen so far now 2 Germans have been eliminated and 2 remain.
And it's also the matches are coming thick and fast. There's no time to kind of get your head around what has just happened and reset, really, Mike.
Especially if you're coming off a loss, you don't get that moment to decompress. You're not going to sit with your coach for a long time period. You're going right back into it. So it's a matter of having that short-term memory and then being able to refresh, recharge into the next game. We're going to have that reset. A lot of R words. Well,
we're ready and recharged and refreshed because the next matchup is coming your way right now. It's Red Bull Leipzig's Umit taking on NOM Feldman. Okay, let's welcome our two competitors to the stage. This, of course, is Nom Feltman. Mike?
And it's the first time that we're seeing him on the main stage today. And I say that because the ambiance is a little bit different. Sits down, he's ready. He's already played a game today and had a success, of course.
And now let's welcome Red Bull Leipzig's Umit to the stage. He's just competed in that winner upper bracket. He just unfortunately got a loss to Nicholas 99 FC. Can he bounce back, Mike?
He can bounce back for sure. He's
Pressed Nicholas a bit more.
Of course, you could say that when you look back at those type of games, and you could look back at missed chances or potential mistakes that led to goals. But when your opponent has 10 men, sometimes it works against you. I'll be honest, I've had situations where you feel as if maybe it would work in your favor, but it didn't end up doing so. But again, for Umit now, he's still only aged 18, despite having all those years and experience behind him. But again, he'll have his coach behind him. He'll know his family and friends are supporting him. And it's the same for Roy Feldman, as we spoke about him being on an upwards trajectory, winning his game against Denny to progress into the next stage of the loser bracket. He knows what he takes.
And look, Germany's chances of winning an Champions League is just halved. They've just lost 2 players in the loser bracket. Snakes is out, and so is FC Heidenheim's Denny 10, one of the oldest players who is left in this Champions League competition, as we are now underway in the round 6 of the lower bracket. Roy Feldman is a player that we need to talk about briefly. He caused a bit of a Twitter storm after his performance in Stockholm just 4 weeks ago, with maybe the way that he closed out that game against London United's Michael Fisher. But regardless, he won the game.
Yeah, you could say caused up a storm is to say at the least. Definitely, of course, winning that game in such fashion. He just kept possession of the ball, which is the most sensible thing to do. I have no qualms about it. I think he done the right thing in order to reach this stage. I think that was a priority. Being in the final game to make this last stage was the most important thing to do, and he done what he needed to do.
And he came out on social media and went, look, I don't care what anyone thinks. I've won the game. I've got $10,000.
Exactly.
And I'm into the Champions League final for the first ever time. The first ever Israelian to make it to a top 8 in the Champions League. He has been the player that has really been flying the flag for Israel in terms of the next gen of talent that's come through, as he looks to defend this first chance of the game, which he does do well defensively between the 2 French League players there, Renato Sanchez and Marquinhos. I asked Gravison the question, I'll ask you the same, Ryan. What 3 players in game do you think are going to stand out with their Champions League variants of their foot items in game?
Oh, I think you'd have to lean towards some of those cards that have had the upgrades throughout the season of the Champions League. Of course, you've got Riyad Mahrez, you've got Kyle Walker, and I would also say Renato Sanchez. I know he potentially might not be on display for either team, or you can see him used by Roy Feldman. I just feel as if he's got the attributes in game, the pace, the power in possession and defensively to help contribute in game. And I think, I wouldn't say he's overlooked, but I'd say at this stage of the game, you wouldn't expect him to be used.
It's had about 5 minutes after that defeat from Nicholas, who sent him down into the lower bracket for the first time across the Champions League. He was a player that had a dominant display in Stockholm for the knockout stages, stayed above that lower bracket side, didn't even need to think about playing elimination games. I think, as you rightly said, has to put that result to the back of his mind and put this one to the front of it. Lovely little extra pass from Riyad Mahrez into R9. Couldn't quite find the extra pass he was looking for.
Couldn't. I think that's a bit unfortunate there. He done really well to build up to find the extra pass, which is, of course, the key in FIFA 22. Building up, trying to find the extra pass across the box for the simple finish. The pass was on, it just didn't find the personnel.
No Ronaldinho in either starting 11, right? It's interesting to see a player that not everyone seems to be using, because maybe that man's in his shoes instead. Sadio Mane, one of the highest rated players in the game through the Champions League promo. It's Roy Feldman's first sniff, first chance at goal. He doesn't care. He's up by 1-0.
This end-to-end action as he makes the cross count with Mane at the back post. I was just speaking about potentially conceding a chance there at the other end, but of course, the cross to the back post. Green time to finish from Sadio Mane. Roy Feldman takes the lead early on in this first leg. For me now, Brandon, of course, when competing for Umit now, he was just coming off of, we spoke about the loss he just come off of, but going 1-0 down, it's tough to bounce back, especially someone against Roy. You know what he's capable of in terms of keeping possession. You know how experienced he is. So you'd be hoping that, of course, easier said than done. You wouldn't want to concede the first goal. But again, the key thing is now, how can he bounce back? How can he respond, especially after missing that potential opportunity to score an easy goal?
And just back off that, the result against Nicholas. You've been in a game and played against many of these players that are even here in the eChampions League. It's not long, is it, to refocus and change? I think you've had about literally 4 minutes to go off the stage, to probably sign a document for the result against Nicholas, have a drink, you're back on the main stage, you're back in another game, but this time it's elimination FIFA. It's not long to reset. No, it's not, and it's not easy. Again, that's the other aspect you have to think about, is the transition period from potentially losing a game, going into a game against somebody that's just won a game. It's not as if you're playing against another opponent that's also lost. You're going against someone that has that boost of confidence, that vote of confidence from the previous victory that they just received. So again, it's tough to bounce back. And Rory Feldman is a player that would probably happily win by a goal to nil. Oh, without doubt. Without doubt. And who can blame him? As we said, this is the way you have to play in order to try and keep the games as close as possible. And you wouldn't be the person that, if you win a game, or if you lose a game, sorry, you want it to be lost to your opponent doing something out of the ordinary, something spectacular, rather than you giving away possession needlessly or forcing errors that didn't need to be forced. Just a word on Rory Feldman. I still remember back in the day, FIFA 19, he was in the playoffs, the only Israeli in there on the PlayStation. I said, just watch out for this player, watch out for him. On a bit of a mad run. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to qualify him for the FIFA E World Cup back then. But regardless, he is a player that has been so good over the last few years. Such an experienced name, and also someone who's had a really good season in the FGS in the qualifiers, Ryan. He's 4th in his European region at the moment. He's already at the playoffs. Yeah. He's a player that, at the moment, is on track probably to be at the FIFA World Cup. He's on a rich vein of form throughout this FIFA 22 season. Of course, ranking at number 3 in Europe East. He's performed spectacularly over the year, not just in individual accolades, but of course representing his nation in the E-Nations Cup as well, trying to reach the finals and the playoff stages. But again, he's someone over the years that has been consistent. So it's great to see him to perform at the highest level, because again, I've played him before. I know how good he is defensively, in possession, in transition, as we see potentially a chance here. Mane finds Mahrez, the danger man. The Algerian winger will strike Gomez back into the tie. And from the first 2 hours or so of today's grand final tournament, it's been that man that's been just a bit of a nuisance, to be honest, Riyad Mahrez. He hasn't really kept to one position. He's just been here, there and ever, a bit of a free roam around the box. And I think half the time, not many people expect him to take the shot. He's the player that normally offloads it into an R9 or a Pele. Yeah, exactly, and it's a fantastic goal there to strike it in at the near post with Riyad. Again, I was speaking about him earlier on as one of the players in game items to watch, because again, he has the attributes in terms of dribbling, the 5-star skill moves. He's got the finesse shot trait, and he's got relatively high shot power. Of course, that wasn't a finesse shot, but the shot at the near post, I wouldn't even say that's a guaranteed goal, because again, there's sometimes you potentially even anticipate maybe a block there from the defender or something, as we see Rory Feldman keeping possession for this last attack in the first half is something that you have to do at this level, just to make sure that if you do give away possession at the end of the half, there's no time for your opponent to react, to respond. And if you do manage to break through, again, unfortunately for him this time it didn't work out, you could potentially score, but Brandon, we're going to half-time. Yeah, we're going to half-time in this one. It is RB Leipzig's 1, Rory Feldman of Nom Esports 1. It was a perfect start, maybe against the run of play, some would argue, for Sadio Mane, who scored a header of all goals at the back post from the Senegalese winger of Liverpool. As we know, this is in the build-up to the Champions League final tomorrow. Just get your thoughts on the winners' final that we're in front of. It's Nicholas against Tex. That game I think you commentate on following this one is one hell of a game that, rightly so, Gravison said, we haven't seen since Barcelona back in FIFA 18, which was the cross-console final, one of the biggest tournaments to date in the FIFA esports landscape. Yep, it was a tournament where Tex made his footprint in the FIFA esports scene. Of course, coming out victorious, winning that competition in Barcelona, defeating Nicholas in the final. Again, Nicholas I would say he wants revenge. I'll be honest, he seems to be now that throughout the years, Nicholas, of course, has performed at the highest level, and he always has been amongst the greats throughout the seasons. But again, nowadays, his personality is coming out a lot more. We know him as the Iceman, but he has that level of, dare I say, arrogance about him? But again, it's the arrogance that's deserved because of what he's accomplished throughout the years. And for him, he's got that job done. Playoffs in the bag. We'll be seeing more of him in a few weeks' time. The start of July. He'll be hoping to do enough to get to the FIFA E World Cup Robbie Feldman to kick off this second half in the best way possible. Happy to back Andy Robertson at full-back. Lovely ball over the top, finds Mane. Can he be the player to find the all-important extra pass into R9? He can't quite find it. A big win from Kimpembe, and chance for Rowie to find that killer pass. Is he onside? Pele, yes he is! Maybe too much time! Golden chance, big save, Van der Sar.
That's a huge chance there from Roy Feldman. I think it was great movement there from Red Bulls to move the goalkeeper, anticipating the ball roll, and he sort of forced Feldman into a decision. But the angle was already narrowed down there from the goalkeeper and defender. So we see a potential through ball here, which couldn't reach Mane for Red Bulls but chances at either end so far in the second half.
Sure, the likes of teammates of Nom Esports, Yuval Belli and Nisat will be sat at home cheering along their fellow countrymen. And Robbie Feldman, our national teammates, and have had a decent E-Nations run in their hunt to get into the FIFA E-Nations Cup. Another tournament takes place later this year in July. Does change things ever so slightly, doesn't it, where it's elimination game of FIFA, Ryan? It does up the stakes a little bit more with the cash that's on the line today. $225,000 prize pool split alongside 3 tournaments. Every game you win, we're talking chunks of cash. Extra 5k, extra 10k, round per round, alongside there's players also, as we said, they're at home, needing these two to get top 3.
Exactly. You can look at it in one way, because for some players, because these 2 players need to advance into the top 3 to give up a spot for the players in the leaderboard. There's a ball into the box here.
It's a brilliant finish from R9. The extra pass finds Ronaldo Nazario. And not once but twice, but Feldman will find himself up by a goal. And it just came from nowhere. Explosive build-up play. Punched in. What a ball that is, by the way, from Mane. The goal scorer of the first becomes the provider of the second. And Feldman, with 21 minutes on the clock, has the narrowest of leads that he can maybe take into this second leg.
Oh, it's an incredible goal. As you said, it sort of stemmed from nothing there. The ball into the box for R9 Ronaldo. Of course, with that foot item, with his incredible finishing in game and shot power, it's almost certainly going to end up in the back of the net, and that is exactly what's happened there for Rory Feldman. Again, takes the lead now. Umit's been behind twice already in this game. Does he have what it takes to bounce back? 20 minutes left to go in this first leg, and we'll see if he can bounce back now, potentially even for Rory Feldman. He could potentially push on and try and get a couple more goals.
Absolutely. One name you saw on the bench that hasn't had any involvement in previous E-Champions League tournaments is Oxlade-Chamberlain, with Liverpool's running the tournament. He's now a 90 rated in-game foot item that is going to be on the benches, and who knows, for the likes of Tex, proud Liverpool fans, might come on in the last 5 or 10 minutes of the game. Yep,
of course, you've got those players from the club that you love. When you're in a position where potentially the result is comfortable, even without that, Oxlade-Chamberlain has that fantastic foot item, as you mentioned, based on the road to the final upgrades throughout the Champions League season. But there's so many cards now that can be used in midfield. It's very difficult to choose, and I think that's why players usually opt for just one icon item in midfield.
This is nice from Umit. As you said, only 18 years of age, but in that time has been a Bundesliga club championship winner. He was the standout name on the PlayStation back at Atlanta all those years ago, losing to Olilito in that FUT Champions Cup final. Look at Gareth Bale just running rampant through the defence of fresh off the bench. Can't quite find the extra pass. Maybe he can now. Pele into R9. Back to Sadio Mane with a quick flash strike at goal. It's a deflection on the way through. Wasn't able to really challenge the goalkeeper. You have just tuned in. This is the Champions League finals, where at the end of play today, we will be crowning a winner. Alongside, they'll be picking up $75,000. We've got icons here in person in the studio as well. The likes of Kaka gracing us here today. Ryan, what was you alluding to there? Sorry.
I was saying that pass there was a run from Gareth Bale for Umit that didn't play, but this could end up leading to a chance. But it was stepped in there from Rory Feldman to intercept that promising attack from Red Bull Leipzig's as we see a pause cued as well. For Roy Feldman now in possession, 8 minutes to go in the first leg. He's done it before. He's happy to keep possession. He knows what's at stake, the prize money, the stature of the tournament, and of course, the chance to progress into the next stage of the loser bracket. He doesn't want to give up possession or give up any easy chances to give any lifelines away for Umut. And I say, roles reversed though, sorry, for Umut, I don't think he needs to press. I wouldn't leave any gaps personally.
Yeah. And how difficult is it? We've all been there, casual to pro, when you've played against someone that, in the nicest way, is looking to just see out possession, see out the game, and just swap the ball from side to side, side to side. It's so difficult to even press, let alone win the ball.
Yep, I think the key word for me, which I always say, is draining. It drains you, because of course, you now think to yourself, all right, despite this being the first leg, you go into the second leg, you might give away possession. You might be scared to give away possession, which also leaves you to be a bit more risk averse and potentially not create any more chances that potentially you would have done if the scenario was different. But again, if the roles were reversed, most people would do the exact same thing as you push towards a last attack for Roy Feldman.
So you're going to get that chance. Back to the goalkeeper, Van der Sar, into Kimpembe. And we may be in loser bracket round 6, but there still is so much up for grabs here in Stockholm, Sweden. If it stays like this, it'll be another German name, that will fall out of the losers bracket round 6. About the halfway point, it is Noms, Robbie Feldman, that leads RB Leipzig's Umut by 2-1. When we get back from this break, we'll have a second leg here, finding out who will be in that losers bracket final. Who will take on Matthias Bernardo and Predator FIFA in the last match of that losers bracket round? Only time will tell. We'll be back in a few minutes. Will be patient!
At the practice games, I was really confident because I won many matches and I played really, really good FIFA.
Big chance here for Umut!
The Vasco was really good for me. I was with Vinicius in the box and he stand there with his Marquinhos and I cancelled the pass.
Look at the cancels, look at the skill moves, The smiles continue in Germany, and RB Leipzig's Umut.
It's a crazy feeling to be in the top 8. It's such an unbelievable tournament.
A game that still has so much more to give us, Ryan, with the scoreline still being so tightly contested.
Absolutely. The first game, of course, Roy Feldman taking the lead twice. Umut needs to respond, and of course, it's going to be interesting to see how he sees out this game tactically, because we saw the possession towards the latter stages of the first leg from Roy Feldman. But for Umut, again, you just don't want to make any mistakes. You want to make sure that if there's going to be a goal early on, it has to fall his way in order for him to get back into it.
And as we said, there is also another game taking place in this loser bracket round 6. It's between Predator FIFA that lost to Tex and Matthias Bernardo. We will give you an update on that after this game is concluded. So do stay with us for all the updates here in the eChampions League as we slowly but surely move towards our grand final. How about that one, as we said in that winners bracket, Nicholas Tex. That comes up later today as well. Some huge matches, Ryan, we've got here, which we're absolutely blessed to see. Not online, but back in person.
Yep. It's amazing being back at in-person events, of course. It feels like it has been a long time, but just seeing the top pros playing at the highest level back in person with such a prestigious tournament with the prize pool up for grabs as well is incredible.
Renato Sanchez, massive win there. It is Feldman from left to right in that white strip. The only Israeli player that's in the top 8 here. He's made history for himself already for getting this far. A player that has made so much history for Israel in terms of FIFA Sports accolades and position that he's been able to take himself to, and likes of the past Astralis, now Nom Esports. He's already picked up his first win today against the fellow German in Denny 10, looking for his third goal. Here he's never had more than a 1-goal lead. Pele into the feet of R9, that's lucky. If I'm being completely honest, it's a very fortunate goal. But he's not going to be He's not going to care at all there. He's up by 3-1. Samoanan missed the ball. It fell on a plate, literally a plate for Mane to tap it in. There's the 2-goal cushion we've been alluding to.
Yeah, you know what? When it's your day, it's your day. I'll be honest, there was a sequence of lucky elements throughout that attack, but the key thing is when luck falls your way, you have to take it, and that is exactly what Roy Feldman done there. The missed kick, or a missed attempted kick there from Arnan Ronaldo, falling right to the back post for an easy finish. 2 goals up now, 3-1 on aggregate for Roy Feldman, and now you could lean towards him keeping a lot more possession, as we saw in the previous stage of the eChampions League to get here. He was very disciplined in possession, kept the ball when he needed to and forced his opponent into mistakes. And now for Umut, potentially some gaps might open up.
This is where the goals could start flying in. It's difficult for Umut now to just get back in that right mindset, Ryan. He's already probably feeling hard done by he had to play against Nicholas in the first game. It's not a nice fixture, but regardless, if you want to win his bracket side, you're going to be playing against fellow winners, and that's what he had to play against. That goal, not really what he was after, as he finds himself now 2 goals down. Yeah, it's going to knock his confidence tenfold, but again, he's somebody that's been in situations where his back's against the wall and he has to perform when it matters most. But again, I was alluding to earlier in terms of giving away possession needlessly or leaving some gaps when trying to attack now for Umut. That could fall perfectly into Roy Feldman's hands here, because personally, Umut has to, I wouldn't say now, it's only a 2-goal deficit. There's still 65 minutes left in this game. You wouldn't need to push out or go all-out attack. However, maybe as the time goes on, a few more bodies going forward, a few more gaps open up, and if he doesn't get the goal to bring it back to a 1-goal deficit, it could potentially go to 3, to 4, to 5. You never know. I see it as simple as this, Ryan. Rowie gets another goal.
Oh,
he's looking after possession. It's a 3-goal cushion. Umut's going to come out and press as high as he can, and then Rowe will say there's a gap there, I'll take that. And next thing you know, as you're right to say, it's 4, 5, 6, and unfortunately, it's another German name that falls out the tournament. Umut's got to now find just another level with him to try and turn this game around.
It's such a difficult play style to play against, because you know that
Look at the space! Pele's in a running race here, Ryan. Sorry to cut you off. Could be a cutback if he can find R9.
Oh.
Still could find Mahrez. He does. Well played, Kimpembe.
That could have been it. Game, set, and match just there with that counter-attack. It wasn't meant to be for Rowie Feldman. But as I was saying for Umut, it's tough because you know that every mistake you make and you get punished for it, it's just that it feels as if the game's just going away from you. There are other opponents where you feel as if you can make a mistake but still get chances. But against Roy Feldman, it just feels as if the game is done when he takes the lead.
This is big, really big from Mahrez. And Umut needs to release it a bit earlier. There just wasn't a body, there wasn't an angle line up there of R9 or even Pele.
There's no space. Of course, you have to look for the extra pass, but there was nothing there for Umut to take advantage of. And again, 7 minutes to go until half-time, Brandon. We know exactly what the game plan is here from Roy Feldman. His coach will be over his shoulder telling him, we've done this before. They've seen us do it before. We know how it's done. Keep the ball for the last stages of this first half.
This is top 4 as well, Ryan. This is top 4 FIFA. You win this, you are guaranteed top 4, which is another $10,000 on top of the cash you've already bagged. So this isn't any game of FIFA. Yeah, yes, you don't get to a final off the back of this, but you double your money. It's the biggest payday for half of these players that have got here.
Yep, it's an incredible sum of money to be battling for, and of course when you have it, you're this close. You're 45 minutes or so away from sealing the extra money, and of course being closer to be crowned the eChampions League 2022 winner. Of course, being in the loser bracket, you have to reset the bracket against either Nicholas or Tex, who we will see compete later on. But every opponent here is at the highest level.
It's last chance for half-time for Umut. He's got numbers forward. He's teed runs from the likes of R9. Nicely done! Yes, for Umut! There is a way back in the tie, and it's come at the best time possible.
It's perfect. He needed that to build up, looking for the extra pass into Ruud Gullit. And of course, when you have him in front of goal, that close out, a few yards away, he's always going to find the back of the net there. But it was calm, it was composed, and of course, coming just before halftime, we were mentioning how important it is to keep possession for Roy Feldman. He ended up giving it away, and he's been punished.
And a player that was actually here in the Champions League final just those years ago was Ruud Gullit in Madrid. He graced us in the studio. comes to save the day. Potentially for Umit there, as you said, the game plan for Feldman would have been, look, let's keep the ball and get us into half-time.
Yep.
That's massive for Umit to even get a goal out of that scenario. I was going to say, at this moment in time, if he was 2-0 down, to cry out for some sort of attacking change, but doesn't really need to change too much, really, now, does he? He's only a goal behind, and a goal in FIFA terms, Ryan, you know better than anyone, it's nothing.
Yeah, genuinely, and as we say, that goal is incredible, incredibly important, I should say, because we know what it means to come back in FIFA. It's very difficult sometimes against players of this level, so when you have the opportunity, you have to take it and make it count. And as we spoke about tactical alterations, as we said, I don't think he needs to make any changes. You can maybe set up another tactical variation of the same formation you're in, maybe press after possession loss, maybe a few more bodies on balanced attack. They could contribute more with your fullbacks, but you don't need to go constant press. You don't need to go team press yet. It's still all to play for.
No, it is indeed. That man on your screen, Umit, has all 45 minutes to find an equaliser if he wishes to send this into extra time. We haven't been there yet so far in the eChampions League. What do you think his coach will be saying on that side of the stage? A player that was 2-0 down on aggregate now is only 1 goal behind. It's a case of, you're going to create chances.
Yep.
On the side for Rowie, bag one more, get into a comfortable position, then look just to see it out.
I think this is the difficult thing for Roy Feldman's perspective, is that you've kept the ball, you've had a game plan when you're a couple goals up. When you concede, do you still stick with that game plan? Because then if you give away another, what happens then? Do you still stick with it, or do you go back to what was working to initially get you into that advantageous position? But as we said, for Umit, if I'm his coach, I'm telling him just keep going. You scored already, there's going to be a chance, you just have to take it.
Remember, elimination FIFA again after this round. We'll go from 6 to 4 in the eChampions League, with half the competition in just a matter of a few hours. And potentially, it could be all German players out. The nation had 4 players in the final 8. They've already lost 2 of them. They could lose another 2 in this round if Matthias Banana was to beat Predator and Roy Feldman was to beat Umit. Anything really can happen here in Stockholm. As we said, Nicholas against Tex is a game that will be happening a bit later in the winners' final. And will plan to be an exciting game. A game we've waited, technically, what? 3 and a bit FIFAs to see, from FIFA 18 to where we are today.
It's been a long time coming. And what better stage to have 2 of the best players in the European scene competing for this tournament. As we see Umit building up here.
Lorente tries his best to punch into the feet of any ongoing runner there. That time it was Sadio Mane.
I think that was a rash ball over the top there from Rory. We never really see that from him. It was sort of a rash moment, but with his build-up play going forward, he's very structured in his formation. I believe he sticks with a 4-4-2. He knows exactly what he's going to do. He has a game plan. Keeps switching the play, trying to get it to one of the wingers, the wide midfielders, and then he plays a driven pass into the striker, and it's very, very effective to score goals and create chances for him. He scored a number of goals to even reach this stage in very similar fashion. But again, he has a game plan going forward, but defensively, a very similar one in the sense that he will stick to it in terms of keeping possession, playing it around the back, holding up the ball. He knows that when you're in a position when leading, maybe I've jinxed it here, you try and keep it. So we see a cynical challenge in midfield.
Into the book, key shout will go. Into a pause menu will go as well, actually, following that from Rowie. Let's be careful of Hullet now. What changes are following here? So he's got coach Andres Torres behind him. A player that has been successful in his own right, was an Austrian Bundesliga winner back with RB Salzburg just a few seasons ago now. Is in the coaching role of NOM Esports. It's been a massive part of their success over the last few years. And we have to give credit to NOM. They've been a bit of a talent factory in Israel. The likes of Yuval Belli, Nisat, players that conquered the online era and also appeared in recent tournaments in the offline era we've had as of late, Ryan.
Yep, they've got an incredible esports roster, and of course, Israeli representatives for the E-Nations Cup as well have done fantastic this year. They've put their name out there to show that they're one of the nations to be feared. They're one of the top nations competing in FIFA esports. And again, no better way to show it than competing here today.
And a nation that isn't just good online.
Yeah.
A nation that can prove themselves offline. It was a big argument for them to say that, you know, we're very good online. We haven't had a chance to show how good we are offline. They've had that this year, and they've been able to put forward some big results. 23 minutes left here in the loser bracket round 6. You join us live in Stockholm, Sweden for the final day of the Champions League. And one of these two players will be knocked out of the competition. And following this, we will join Matthias Bonanno's game against Predator FIFA. Again, another elimination game. Winner of this plays winner of that. And we are left with just 4 players in this tournament. As a pro yourself, what is it about this eChampions League that is just different to a Foot Champs Cup, an E-World Cup, an E-Premier League?
I'd say, of course, all competitions are fantastically important, but just the stature of the Champions League itself in actual football. Coming into this, we know what it takes to reach here. It's a strenuous process throughout the season. It starts off late in, well, it started off late in 2021 to reach here today in May. You know you've had to come a long way. You have to take a lot of names down to reach this stage, and of course the prize money is spectacular. That goes along with it, but just winning that trophy for any player is huge.
And what, it was online qualifiers in December. Come February time, you had the online sort of group stages. Then it was out to Sweden for the final 32 for the knockout just over 4 weeks ago. And now, as you said, it's a 4-step process before you can even think about lifting the trophy. It's another big tackle from Roy Feldman, who's had that side to his game. It's a big tackle into a pause. He's done it once or twice in the game. Just gives him that time to break up the play ever so slightly.
Yep, that's something that sort of goes under the radar a little bit. When players pause in these competitions, it's sort of, when you feel the game getting away from you a little bit, or maybe you're making a few decisions you're not happy with, just pause the game, sit down a little bit, take a sip of water, speak to your coach, just relax and die the clock down a little bit. Make your opponent sort of just sit there waiting. They're idle. They're getting a little bit frustrated, so it builds up the tension for them even more for this momentous occasion. And again, for Roy Feldman, he knows what it takes to kill the clock down at those vital moments. And again, the last 20 minutes now, you'd anticipate Umut potentially having to change formation, to change tactical variants and push forward for another goal.
Umut now pretty much all done with his tactics. We can just see on our screen here in the commentary booth, it's just Roy Feldman looking to make his last couple of changes. In the nicest way, it's 12 minutes, which isn't long, but it's also enough time that there can be a couple of chances.
Yep. He has to change something for him. He has to go forward. He has to leave this game. If he ends up losing it and the scoreline remains the same, or he ends up conceding another, he needs to feel like he's done whatever he could do to try and get the equalizer. And that's not the best way to do it. Giving away possession in midfield now.
He concluded now. He really could. Mohamed Salah off the bench in a running race, finds it to R9. If he could just score this chance for Feldman, he could have really put the game to bed. Probably didn't expect to get that much time.
No. It sort of fell into his place there, but he couldn't get into a position to create a good chance there. But for Umut, 5 minutes to go now. There's more bodies going forward. It looks as if he's thrown everything for it. There could be a chance.
R9, Vinicius! Oh, no! That one will be doing the rounds on social media today. If that is the chance that stops him from staying in this tournament, how on earth is that gone wide? I think it may have been Vinicius Jr. on the replay there. Just, how's that not even hit the target, let alone it's gone wide?
He's done everything he could do to score the goal, and it just, it's rough. As we see the build-up, it's R9 into Vinny, but the extra pass was to Pele on his weaker foot. For me, that has to find the back of the net, Brandon. On Pele's weaker foot, it doesn't matter. 4-star, 5-star, 3-star, it's Pele. Left foot, he has to find the back of the net, but fair play to Umut. No reaction, sip of water, move on. Let's see if we can try and get another. That's it. It's a testament to how mature he is at 18, because, yeah, I'd have turned the stage upside down.
I mean, we can sit and laugh. Luckily enough, we're in a a soundproof glass box, because if Umit heard that, I'm sure he wouldn't be laughing at us.
Yes.
83 minutes, near enough 84 minutes on the clock now. We said there was 12 minutes left to play. We have got just under 7 minutes left here. He will be able to create another chance, and it will give him, I'd like to say, even after missing that, a bit of confidence to say I can create a chance.
Yep.
And he will be able to create a chance if he can get the ball back off Rowie Feldman, who I can promise you is going to hug on to this ball for as long as he can. Why wouldn't he? Could be top 4 guaranteed.
Yep, he has to. Oh,
There's the ball back.
Chance.
Referee plays advantage. Vinicius rushes it, gives it back to Marquinhos. We'll look after possession for Rowie. It's another big win again. RB Leipzig Summit with the last chance of the game. It's Andy Robertson bombing on from left back. Looks to go to Gareth Bale. Oh, off the bar as Ty Green.
You've got to be kidding me. As soon as I saw Bale in the box there, you know what was coming, as he potentially could win it back here, but it's Mo Salah for Rowie Feldman. He gives it away again.
One more roll of the dice. This is the last roll of the dice, the last chance to save your tournament status in the eChampions League for RB Leipzig Summit. It has to be perfect. It has to be magical. Pele intercepted well. Renato Sanchez will kick it out of play, and Rowie Feldman continues to write history for Israel and for Dom Esports. Top 4 guaranteed, and he'll be looking up and praying to the FIFA gods that may have just saved him in that game of FIFA.
Wow, those chances at the end there for Umit, I really do feel for him, I'll be honest. You could have argued there that both of them are sureties. I can't believe it. I thought one of them was going to find the back of the net there for Umit, but of course, commiserations to him. He bows out of the eChampions League, but for Rowie Feldman, his tournament continues.
I mean, I knew Gareth Bale had a leap in him, Ryan, but it didn't expect it to be that sort
As soon as I saw him, we knew what was coming. We knew what was coming, but 3-2 to Rowie Feldman, who, of course, we mentioned will advance into the next stage of the eChampions League. As we see the highlight here, Robertson, you can see Gareth Bale at the back post, marked up against the Robertson counterpart. Off the bar, green timed, bounced down just, it could have been. That could have been the goal to get the equaliser, and I really thought it was going to be.
I mean, forget that chance, that Pele chance, and said, well, we're doing the rounds on social media, I can assure you, a little bit later. But there was 4 German names that arrived in the Champions League. 3 of them are out already. There's only 1 name that remains, and we're going to go to that game very shortly indeed. Predator FIFA against Matías Bonanno in a loser bracket round 6 matchup. Winner of that will play the winner of the game we just saw. Rowie Feldman's in the top 4 guaranteed, $20,000. I mean, it's the best run an Israeli and FIFA player's ever had in this eChampions League tournament.
Yep, incredible prize money up for grabs in this incredible tournament. And of course, for Roman, he'd be delighted. Of course, I don't think he would even be caring about the prize money. He'll just be happy that he's at the next stage, and he's going to try his best now to see if he can win the tournament.
Let's have a look at the highlights then of the game we're going to be joining live right now, I believe. It's between Predator FIFA and Matías Bonanno. It was an action-packed first leg, we believe. I think it finished 1-1 in the end for leg 1. We'll get those highlights for you as soon as we can now. But Matías Bonanno, I mean, there wasn't many Argentines that turned up here in Stockholm a few weeks ago. It's the only 2 that still remain. Let's check into this game then and see what happened in the first leg. Predator FIFA was up by a 1-0 after the 26th minute. It took just 27 minutes for Riyad Mahrez to equalise there. Now, this is the second leg. Predator FIFA's in the white. What's happening here at the back from Matías Bonanno? Oh, no, Van der Sar.
Wow.
Normally Mr. Reliable. May have just cost Matías Bonanno not 1, but 2 goals down. He did bounce back, though. He found a way back in this one. Oxlade-Chamberlain came on, made his first real involvement in this eChampions League format. R9 scored that goal on the 34th minute, making it 3-2. And now we join it live, I believe, just at about half-time. Wow.
That goal, the Van der Sar error there, for me, you're off. Half-time, not even half-time. As soon as that's gone in, pauses cue, Michael, get on, get ready. Start warming up, stretching, because that is an awful mistake to make there for Matías. But again, he's somebody that's very calm and composed. You sort of associate that with Argentinian esport players, with Nicholas, renowned as the Iceman. They don't really tend to react until they've accomplished what they've set out to do, whether it's to win the tournament, qualify for playoffs, qualify for the World Cup. That's when the outpour of emotion tends to come. But for Matías now, down by 1 goal up against Predator. Would you say that's an upset? I would say so, just based on how Matthias has performed throughout the season. Of course, winning the final cup, what was it, a couple of days ago, a week ago now? So he's coming on into this tournament in a rich vein of form. But for Predator FIFA, again, a fantastic player. But he needs to reach top 3 in this tournament to qualify for the playoffs. And he'll be hoping he can bounce back and get that huge boost of confidence to beat Matthias and advance into the next stage of the loser bracket if the scoreline remains the same.
No, absolutely. Again, he came off the back of what? I think it was a 6-1 defeat to Tex Predator FIFA.
Yep.
Again, we're speaking about these players. They're in completely different situations in the tournament. Could have easily felt sorry for himself and felt a little bit sad and down about it. But no, he's bounced back and he's taken this game to Matthias Bonanno, a man that's feared in Europe, let alone the world of FIFA esports. At the moment, more of the same from the German. He'll be the only name left.
Yep. And it will be, for him anyway, he'll be proud to carry that responsibility on his shoulders. He's a great competitor, a champion in his own right, of course, winning in a previous edition, as we see potentially a build-up here. Oxlade-Chamberlain, we were speaking about being a player for some teams here, as we see the chance.
One more heel to heel. It's cheeky from Matthias. But that's what the Argentine does. 4 minutes after the restart, he looks across to Edu with a huge vamos. Game on in the losers bracket round 6. 8 goals, it's 4-4, and it's still all to play for. Sorry, 6 goals, 3-3. Still all to play for here.
Oh, that's a huge goal. Of course, the goal he got initially in this game was shortly after conceding the goal to go 3-1 down. A great time to score, but another great time to score is straight after the break, and that is exactly what he's just done there. The tides have shifted. We spoke about Predator potentially causing an upset, you'd say, but now it's back on level terms, and you can say Matthias, definitely from what we've seen so far, is definitely in the ascendancy and has the momentum.
Well, well, well. One thing that Matthias hasn't done, Ryan, is he hasn't led across these 2 legs. It's a very different thing when you're chasing a game compared to leading it.
You know what? This might be the most susceptible version of Matthias we've seen so far. He ended up winning against Snakes. I believe the score might have been 5-4. He was 3-0 up. He was comfortable, and whenever Matthias, let alone 3 goals, you give Matthias a 1-goal lead. As we see a run trigger there from Kimpembe. Watch out, is he going to play it? He uses it as a decoy. But as I was saying, he's been conceding a lot more goals than he would have expected coming into this tournament. He's always seen as one of the best defenders in the FIFA scene. But he's already conceded 8 goals across, what, 2 games of FIFA, 2 sets of games already, and this one isn't even finished.
I don't know what it is about Matthias, but Atlan, it just... He's a renowned player, regardless of how good he is, but haven't seen that big, do you know what I mean, dominant performance in terms of that winners bracket run. I've been able to watch him a lot in the La Liga, hence why I'm making reference to this across the cups and the leagues, and online he's great, 2v2, cannot fault him there. But I just feel like, I said this before we kicked off today, I want to see that 1v1 trophy lifted for him at LAN. That's what's missing from him. Because yes, he won E-Lib last year. Yes, he won multiple qualifiers, but it was at home. There was no trophy being lifted. It was in front of a studio, and I'm not doubting his ability at all, because he can do it. But I just feel like that's what he's missing, that little part of the puzzle.
Yeah, I agree. And of course, the accolades he has behind him are incredible. But again, for his namesake, he'll be definitely hoping he can do something in this tournament to get his hands on the eChampions League. And again, if there was one trophy he could lift at this stage of the season, there's no better one to do than the eChampions League. But we're seeing his build-up here. Both of these players have sets of avenues to build up. We see the switches associated with Matthias. That one doesn't find its destination, but he manages to keep possession. But for Predator FIFA, he utilizes the player locks basically every pass. Honestly, it's remarkable. He might be one of the best players in the world at it, and again, that's one of the reasons why he's so good at transitioning from defense to attack.
Again, Werder Bremen, a German team that have had a lot of success in competitive FIFA. Obviously, they won the FIFA World Cup those years ago with Moal, but had the likes of Megabit on their book, still do now, and he's had to sort of, again, find his footing in a German scene that's so compact and so difficult to even be spoke about, let alone win trophies. He's done that so well.
Yep, that's the thing. The German scene, the amount of players they have there that are capable to win events is remarkable, let alone even qualifying. They've got so many players at the highest level. They've got the infrastructure through their domestic league as well, which goes on throughout the season. So many top competitors and top teams. So again, being able to put your name down as one of the best German players puts you as one of the best players in the world automatically.
Well, final 10 minutes here, 3-3 is the score. I remember one of these names being knocked out of the tournament. Van der Sar, brave, stopped. Cristiano Ronaldo in his tracks. Bale finds R9, nicely done. Oxlade-Chamberlain towards the back post. Matthias Bernardo! Mahrez may have just scored the goal of all goals, which could be enough to secure top 4 and a match against Romy Feldman in the losers final.
Wow, so much space at the back post there for Riyad Mahrez to find the back of the net. Of course, a great save. He couldn't do enough to stop it going in, but for Predator, he'll be devastated in this position. Being up by 2 goals, whether fortuitous or not, to give it away to Matthias or give it away to anyone is very difficult. But he has to bounce back. He's going to potentially try to just go a little bit more attacking, put a few more bodies forward, change personnel, potentially change the tactical dynamics of this game. Wow.
It's the first time he's led across the two legs as well, Ryan, which is an interesting story to take from Matthias here. Let's have a little look at the side of the Argentine. It's a 5 at the back, as you can expect. Cuadrado comes on alongside João Cancelo. Important changes being made there. He's got 7 minutes to defend if he wishes to go into that game plan.
I think for Matthias as well, next to him, he has this fantastic coach, of course. They've both competed throughout this season by each other's side. They've gone through the struggles and they've, well, of course, reaped the rewards of the success. And they'll be telling him how to see out this game. They've had experience now on seeing out important games and scoring important goals. Again, that's twice now he scored late on today to take the lead. And again, it's going to be tough now for Predator to find a way back, but he'll be hoping he can do it instantly from this kickoff.
Well, he has to now, otherwise it'll be the German fairy tale that comes to an end here in Stockholm. 9 of them arrived at the knockouts. 4 of them did enough to make it into the top 8. Incredible achievement. However, it looks as if Germany's hope of an eChampions League winner might not happen unless, on that occasion, Cuadrado, should say Mohamed Salah, could have got past Kim Pembe there, defended superbly well. He will get another roll of the dice. Pele, nicely done, finds Vinicius Junior, massive tackle again at the back.
Wow, what a challenge there. I thought as if he could have played the extra pass, just a slight cutback for an easier finish, but I felt that would have been the obvious thing, and maybe that's what he was anticipating. But the ball over the top there, it seems to be it, and it will be it, Brandon. That's it, it seals the deal.
Matthias Bernardo, the gift that keeps giving.
Haven't played against each, we don't know.
They've played 1 competitive match against each other. That was in 2018, Barcelona, Cup #1, where Tex broke out. He became the man we know and love today. Nicholas 99 FC was in the grand final against him. He was defeated, but that did not stop the Argentine. And here we go. Winners bracket grand final.
Yep, a huge game. And of course, we speak about the times they played against each other, or the one time. What about the time they played with each other? They've, of course, competed at the E-Club World Cup, coming out victorious as well in FIFA 19, alongside one another in that huge competition. So they've got the experience of playing against each other and with each other. I think that adds a little, an extra element, in my opinion.
Yeah, it certainly does. They've accomplished so much together. First ever sort of Club World Cup duo champion, and here we go against each other to guarantee a top 2 spot, to guarantee $50,000 in the bank account, and a shot at becoming the 2022 eChampions League winner. It's going to be text from left to right in the red strip. And Nicholas from right to left, all in white. Early indications showing Tex he's going to be calm, he's going to be composed, and he's going to try and pick away at this Nicholas defence.
I think for Nicholas as well, as we see at the personnel choice with the foot items, he's using Cruyff as one of his icons, and is of course opting for Cristiano Ronaldo's Champions League item in at the back post. We've seen him with the crosses. He scored one already today as Tex builds up.
Could be a chance actually for Tex. Reversal has to go inside the box. Pele looking for that extra pass. It is synonymous with FIFA esports at the moment, and I don't think a lot of people do it better than Tex.
No, yeah.
At getting that ball into the extra man and then the simple shot away.
Yeah, the thing is, it's such an ordinary thing you would expect someone to do, the extra pass, but an ordinary player would potentially go for the shot that would get blocked or the keeper would save it, but someone that's otherworldly, I'd say, is Tex. He chooses the right option at the right times, and that's a key testament right there with that step across from Marquinhos to retrieve possession.
It's an ordinary move made extraordinary by Tex.
Yeah, genuinely. He makes everything look good though. Like Ronaldinho, no
simple.
one.
Makes it look
it's
easy
very
as well.
simple.
Yeah.
Even with the person, nobody thought of using Ronaldinho. It was either Pele, R9, Hullet, maybe Cruyff, but those were the
Vieira,
four. Vieira, maybe. Ronaldinho
yeah.
was never in anyone's thought process, but he just makes everything look good. And he's a fantastic player who's deserved his success over the years as well. And people have doubted him, which is the craziest thing of all time. Like, I can't believe you could even doubt someone with that stature. We see potential chance from Nicholas here.
Mahrez across goal, Schmeichel with a good save. It's going to be headed away from Marquinhos. So we were talking all about Tex, but Nicholas is right in this game. Little ball slipped down the right-hand side. Shot across goal. Maybe was looking, Tex probably thinking he's going to cut this back. He's going to look for a cutback pass.
Yeah.
Taking the shot. Very confident is Nicholas.
Yep, he does the unexpected, Nicholas, in terms of his build-up play, his personnel, his formations. Even last year, we saw a lot of players opting to use a set formation and set style. He was using the 4-5-1. 4-5-1.
Three centre-mids, make it compact, make it hard to play against. What a save from Edwin van der Sar.
What a save. I thought that went in. I thought that was almost certainly going to be a goal there from Tex to break the deadlock. As we see, he's still got the corner, but it's a great tackle there from Nicholas to retrieve possession, almost giving it away instantly. But he's calm, he's composed, he's assertive, and he switches to play.
And if you're a neutral right now, this is everything that you want from this game. Played at a high tempo, both players going back and forth, creating chances, forcing extraordinary saves from the goalkeeper. On both sides, as Nicholas comes forward again here, Riyad Mahrez seems to be his terquista in that right-hand side of the pitch. Let's get the ball back.
Just watch out for CR7 just wandering there in the box. Just keep an eye out for him throughout this game.
I'll keep my eyes
That's something
peeled.
that he's going to keep watching on for. But speaking about the 4-5-1 though, that is a very obscure choice. Again, he's used it this year as well. He's had success with it. He's used the 4-3-2-1. He's used the 4-1-4-1. He's used so many different formations as Tex breaks through.
Ronaldinho deep inside the box, looking for the cutback. Cuadrado just about does enough to send it home to Edwin van der Sar. 30 minutes gone, and Tex has been in 3 or 4 times already.
Yeah, both of these, there's been good chances for both of these players, but as you said briefly earlier on, we want to see this. We want to see end-to-end between these two players. We know what they're capable of going forward. Defensively as well, defensively astute. I think Gravison mentioned it earlier with Tex. It goes under the radar how good Tex is at defending. For me, that's his key point. He's one of the best defenders to come up against. He makes the pitch feel small. Feels like there's nowhere to go.
It was just sort of during like the FIFA 19 season where it was so good offensively, but
he shut
defensively
the
he got so much better. He learned how to control the game, the tempo of the match, not allowing your opponent to play. When he can press almost better than anybody else.
Exactly, that's the thing, and he's fantastic with it, but also the mentality. He's very, very disciplined. He knows what it takes to win. You can see that from the trophies he's lifted, the accolades he has behind his name as Nicholas builds up here. The run from Ruud Gullit potentially could be on there, but Tex has done his research. I saw a little player change there to try and block it.
João Cancelo coming into the penalty box now. Kyle Walker across, Johan Cruyff moves it onto R9. Great turn, Schmeichel spreads himself so well, covering most of the goal and keeps it 0-0.
Oh, that's a big save. I don't think he anticipated having that much space for the turn. Maybe even the pass was for the player just in front of R9 Ronaldo, but he tried to take it on his right foot, turning out. But maybe if he turned in, he could have found the back of the net. But the last few minutes of this first half, I was going to say there, maybe Tex opts to keep the ball.
I think you jinxed him.
Always. There's
the
no
walking jinx, Ryan Faceoff.
genuinely a walking jinx.
Well, the final chance will fall to the Argentine in Nicholas. CR7 down this left-hand side. He gets dispossessed.
You jinxed it there. There we go.
The referee going to play any extra time? He's not, and that will do us for the first half of play. 0-0 in the Champions League winners bracket final between Fnatic Tex and Guild Nicholas 99 FC, but it's been very, very entertaining for a 0-0 so far.
Yep, it really has. You can see Nicholas getting words of wisdom from his coach over his shoulder. He has a little notepad out as well. I find that remarkable how much FIFA esports has come on. Genuinely, from the days when I came into the scene, back when dinosaurs were roaming about, no one has notepads. No one had coaches behind them.
You had a Triceratops in the corner. Never mind a notepad.
Yeah, the thing is it goes to show how in depth it's come. The scene has come a long way. You have this FIFA, especially variations of formations, of tactics, of ways to nullify your opponent. It's come miles.
Do you think back in sort of when you were playing FIFA 17, FIFA 18, even into FIFA 19, we didn't see that variation in formation? It was very much you either play a 4-2-3-1, 4-4-2 potentially, maybe. But a lot of it was 4-2-3-1.
Yep.
When we saw someone play differently, it was, oh, what are you doing? You're stepping outside the box a little bit. Now, we've seen 3 backs, we've seen 5 backs, we've seen 4-3-2-1, 4-4-2, 4-2-3-1, sort of being phased out. It's old news.
I think that's for me, it's sort of refreshing. I know a lot of pro players in the scene, they might think otherwise, but just being able to, you don't have to play one way. You can play several different ways. You can use several different players to have success, as we were speaking about, even the 4-5-1. Back in the day, you would never see it. Maybe down in Division 7 where you're roaming around, you see a few 4-5-1s, but in the main esports scene, you would never see that. Never.
We're back underway. Nicholas from left to right in that white strip. Looking to open the deadlock here. Johan Cruyff looking to slip it down the left-hand side of the pitch. Juan Cuadrado, but defensively, both players being very astute in their observations so far. I wasn't expecting this to be a blowout.
No.
A tightly contested match is what this had written all over it, and so far it's lived up to estimation.
I've let myself down here. I meant to ask you for your prediction at the start of the game, but it's still 0-0, so I'm going to say it's okay. What is your prediction for this matchup?
Got a chance here for Tex, looking to build. Penalties. I don't know who's going to win. It's going to go to pens.
The thing is, with Nicholas, it's remarkable watching him throughout the years. It seems as if he takes part in games that are 50-50 more often than not. But the craziest thing is,
always comes out on top.
I don't understand. I would love to see a success rate in games that have gone to penalties, have been by 1 goal.
I'd also love to see, I'll have to go back, do some research, all his knockout matches in tournaments, his win percentage.
Oh, yeah.
And Tex as well, for that matter, because they don't lose a lot of knockout games. Chance here for Tex, whipping it into that back post. Ronaldinho gets up. Edwin van der Sar with a great save.
It's a huge save there. I didn't anticipate Ronaldinho winning a header at the back post. He's normally renowned for his flair in possession. Very rarely his aerial opportunities. See, I saw the run from Renato there. That could have been played from Nicholas, but he plays it inwards there, and it was Renato for Tex to intercept it in the middle of the park.
Chances starting to fall here for both players in this winners bracket final. Beautiful feet from Pele, slides it into Ronaldinho, Elastico, ball roll, step overs. Just about does enough defensively.
He's warming up. Tex is warming up. Genuinely, I always say this every time I have the pleasure to commentate over a game where Tex is playing, is that he is petrifying when he slows down and stands still in the, oh my, you don't know what he's doing. Elastico, reverse elastico, sombrero flick, rainbow flick, lateral heels, anything he could pull out of his locker, and he's got the repertoire. He's got it in his skill set to be able to pull out any skill move. So we saw another pass there that could have been played, but...
Slight offside trap.
Yeah.
The player's pushed up. Maybe on another day you might be able to slide that down inside right channel, not on this occasion, as a Nicholas 99 FC right there. I wouldn't say bewildered, maybe just... I mean, both players look relatively composed, I would say, at the moment on the stage.
Yeah, I'd say they're very calm players. They've been in latter stage of tournaments. They've won tournaments before in person. And so they know what it takes. And I think it's just something that becomes natural to them. Playing in front of an audience, in front of cameras, the camera crew around you, you've got your opponent directly in front of you. It may seem foreign to players that have never experienced it before, of course, but for these players...
They prefer playing here rather than backstage?
Oh, 100%.
They prefer being on the main stage
because
with
even
the
behind
lights
the
and the
stage,
cameras.
don't get me wrong, you're in person, but you'd want to see your opponent and know that you're on the biggest stage. Everyone's watching you play.
I feel like a few mind games come out from you, Ryan.
Yeah, without doubt.
You like knowing that you're inflicting.
Yeah, but you just have to... That's what we always speak about. The skill is very important in esports. You have to be at the highest level in terms of your skill to compete for these prizes and tournaments, but the mentality is tremendously important, as we see Tex retrieve possession towards the byline as he turns back now.
High up the pitch there, Tex winning it back, plays it into Renato Sanchez, R9 Ronaldo, into Mahrez! He slots it into the bottom right corner. As he runs away in celebration, it was all about the win of possession in the top right corner. Yeah,
not even a flinch there from Tex as he plays the ball into the box. A few extra passes into Riyad Mahrez on his right foot. Of course, 4-star weak foot on that foot item. Again, that mistake, though, you wouldn't really associate Nicholas with making too many errors, especially in his own half towards his corner. Did that stem from a throw-on?
It's an unforced error.
Yes, an unforced error there, which... He has paid the almighty price in conceding a goal against Tex now, and it remains to be seen, can he bounce back to try and get another, or will Tex sit on this 1-goal lead for the rest of this half?
Or will he look to step on the gas
and
think he's making mistakes? This isn't what you just typically associate with Nicholas. I can get a second here. I can put this game out of reach. Referee does play advantage, and we will carry on here. 12 minutes left of regulation time in this first leg. Sadio Mane brought off the bench. La Croqueta into R9. Extra passes there. Vinny Jr. slots it in.
It's beautiful. It's a little fist bump with his coach there. It's fantastic play. Building up on the byline with Cuadrado was phenomenal there. He took his time. He waited until the pass was perfectly open for him to play it in towards the box, to pass across, and the extra pass to Vinny. It's sublime.
So for everyone watching at home, why the little sort of La Croqueta just before?
The La Croqueta pass, just to potentially prevent an interception, I think it's necessary. There are some occasions where some players overplay it, but you do it just to make sure that if the pass is played initially, it could be blocked. So just to get that extra angle there to play it across goal, and that is exactly what he done. Responded straight away from that kickoff is exactly what he needed to do.
Perfect response from Nicholas here. Truly fabulous game of FIFA we are watching right now on the main stage here, live in Stockholm, the eChampions League. We're in the final stages. 4 players remain. Matthias Bonanno and Roy Feldman down in that losers bracket. We'll be playing the loser of this matchup right now. I know there's a few permutations still floating around for the playoffs for people watching from home. They'll have eagle eyes on all the matchups. Still so much FIFA left to play here to see who guarantees a grand final spot. And that winner's bracket advantage that we can't underestimate at all.
For me, that's the biggest part. Irrespective of the guaranteed prize money, so your player lock here from Nicholas didn't end up leading to anything, but just having that sort of safety blanket, that cushion, that if you do end up losing in the grand final, you have to lose twice. See another corner lock again. Oh my God.
What a corner. He played it onto the edge, he player locked, and then player locked back onto the Vinicius Jr. for the AI to knock the head down to him. Mechanically, how impressive is that?
Oh, it's incredibly difficult, of course. It's something that we've seen him score from earlier today against It was a goal to seal the deal, I would say, to give him that extra lead in that matchup. But it's very difficult to mark because when you have Rudhuller in the box there, aerially, his stature in-game, he's dominant in the air. So you leave it to the AI just to flick it down and an easy finish. But what a block as well there from Cancelo on the line.
Right place, right time for João Cancelo and for Tex as well to clear that off underneath his own crossbar. And we're going to see a variation of it here from Nicholas. He goes for it again. Rudhuller he's flicked it down again. It's a beautiful corner. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Wow.
You can't defend it. Ryan's applauding here in the commentary booth.
Do you know what's the most impressive thing for that is that how has he player locked it that quickly from skipping the play? No, that is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's a corner variation that, again, you'd hate to concede it, but you know you've worked on that.
There used to be sort of a bit of a FIFA joke about having to do sort of low-driven shots and being an octopus.
Yeah, that is seriously.
We'll see from Nicholas right now.
That's very difficult because, again, he changed the corner taker, clicked down the button to play lock, flicked it,
and then
moved him, and crossed. Yeah, you're having a laugh. There is no way. That's unbelievable.
That's the difference between this level and people
at home. Yeah, genuinely, it separates him from one of the best players, again, because it's a variation. Tex can't do anything.
You can't bring the keeper.
You can't win the header, number one. So, like, what Tex done actually sort of a good job to try and stop it, because when the ball was played in, he sort of brought his keeper out to try and close the angle. As we see, you could get a response here.
Still
Gareth
well
Bale at the back post.
Oxlade-Chamberlain.
Rash clearance, though. There's still one more chance here for Tex.
Let's see what he can do with it. Throw inbound to Renato Sanchez. Gareth Bale slides it into Pele. Cuts back to Gareth Bale. Heel to heel inside the box, looking to twist and turn. If it goes out, it's going to be a goal kick, I think, and that will do us for the first half of FIFA. It's must-see FIFA action here.
Chances which you would anticipate on another day. Either of those players could have taken it, but so the second half is where the action came in. 3 goals, of course, Tex taking the lead. But I'm still starstruck over the corner technique there from Nicholas. It's not per se the technique to do it, the player lock-in. It's just the fact he's done it that quickly is incredible.
As we are back underway, Nicholas from left to right in that white strip. And Tex in the Fnatic home kit from right to left. Marcus Llorente in the middle of the park for Tex. First goal is everything in this second leg. I think if Nicholas gets it, 2-goal cushion with how good defending he is. Oh, what's happened there? He's offside.
Just offside. I was going to say, I thought he might have gone behind slightly too quickly there. The cut back into the cross, but watch out. I told you, Cristiano Ronaldo on this pitch.
You warned us all.
Just watch him throughout the whole game. Just keep your eyes on him. He doesn't play the full 90 for Nicholas. He plays about 60 minutes, 7. That's enough. Just one cross. That's all it takes.
Schmeichel's looked a little bit...
Oh, he's been ropey, but again, I don't know
shaky.
Who'd put him in. We saw what Van der Sar done for Matthias earlier. He can't step in either. You might have to step in, I'll be honest. I don't know who goes...
Get Petter in. Petter can come and do a good job. It's Van der Sar for Nicholas, for those curious at home. Kyle Walker into Marcus Llorente. Ronaldinho looking to twist and turn. Can he offload it into Mahrez on his right foot? Marquinhos does well.
It's beautiful dribbling there. They're twisting and turning, but he's just done too much there. But again, I didn't think he anticipated it having that much space to turn into initially.
Is Nicholas defending those extra passes a little bit differently? He's sort of giving the space and
it's
then
weird.
quickly
and then he's snapping on him straight away. Maybe that's something that he's spoke with his coach about again before.
Or can he just not get near him?
Yeah.
He's dribbling
Either one, it's one of the two. But we spoke earlier. You mentioned how he's been reviewing VODs about Tex's game plan, how he builds up with his attacks, and we know Tex throughout the years builds up on the byline, creates those triangles traditionally in his formations, whether it's the right DM to the right attacking mid to the right striker in the 4-2-2. In this sense, he builds up towards the byline, and the moment he gets there, he aims to get the pass across the goal, get the extra pass again, but it's just not worked out in that sense for him.
And he can almost lull his opponents into a pedestrian state, and then he accelerates so quickly in the final third.
And you just don't know what to do. We saw with Predator FIFA earlier, he's a fantastic player, but defensively...
Does he go down the byline, reverse elastico inside? It's so hard to defend, but Nicholas has done well so far.
As we said, it's the easy things he makes look... Do I even call it easy things? It's just a pass. You would think, all right, I'm at home, I just play the extra pass, but it's the dribbling as well, knowing which way to turn, the skill moves to execute.
And the pressure of the situation.
Yeah.
You win this game, you're guaranteed $50,000.
It's unbelievable. See, Nicholas, just still going forward, but dying the clock down. I've actually jinxed it again. I'm not going to say I'm not going to say anything again when it comes to that. But again, this first 25 minutes, he's done well just to recycle possession and not try to trigger too many runs or bomb too many bodies forward.
Could be a chance here for Tex. You talked about those triangles and where he can accelerate and explode into the box. Renato Sanchez.
Yeah, right here.
Sliding it into Pele. Maybe look to offload it. Roulette into the defender. A couple of bodies across there to try and dispossess Pele. Kyle Walker, maybe not the cleanest of dribblers. Nicholas once again defends well. For Nicholas, you talk about a game plan or even sort of a mental game plan. Get into half-time, get to the 60th minute, force the changes from Tex, force the extra bodies up the pitch, and maybe look to counter-attack and kill him on the break.
Yeah, I think that is the key game plan here. His coach should be telling him is that if you can just keep this game with this same scoreline for the next 30 minutes, Tex has to change something. He has to push forward. A few more bodies contributing to the attack, of course, leads to a few more gaps in defence. But that's easier said than done as Tex builds up here.
Ronaldinho offloads to Pele. Oh, the extra pass back to R9.
It was there. The one time you'd expect Tex to play it. There could be a ball over the top as well.
And Ronaldo. One-on-one against Marquinhos. Black shirts running back. Beautiful from Nicholas with R9. Just about does enough defensively, does Tex.
Oh, I thought that would have been one of the great goals in the eChampions League. The shot cancel, the skill moves there. Waiting and biding his time. There was no one up there for support, but he couldn't get it in his stride in his end-to-end FIFA here as Ronaldinho for Tex builds up towards the byline.
It's a very, very good defensive game. I think the first half of the first leg, it was very offensive.
Yeah.
We had shots, we had chance creation, and we had probably a positive XG. Right now, defensively, both players are just standing strong. I say that, and Pele, Elastico's inside the box.
It's good. It's great defending, I'll be honest.
Still on, though. Don't count Tex out yet. Marcus Llorente fires it into Renato Sanchez, and now we can praise the defensive prowess of Nicholas 99 FC.
Do you know what it is? It's as you said, he's not... It's like he's kind of allowing the extra pass there, but then as soon as you think you're going to play, boom, onto you straight away.
Clenches it.
Yep, clenches it, and he doesn't allow you any room to breathe, because once you step in there, and of course, you do potentially run the risk of giving away a penalty. That is another option, having to tackle in the box there. He got a red card earlier on against Umut, but he defended spectacularly in that game. To only come out of that first leg with a 1-goal deficit,
impressive.
It won him the game, genuinely, because that could have gone another player. They could lose that game 2, 3, 4-0, and it's game done based on that red card. But he kept himself in it, and be hoping he can see this last attack out from Tex.
Final chance of this half. Marcus Llorente, cricketer into R9. Just can't quite get away from the defender. That's a mistake at the back for Nicholas. R9 looks to latch onto the pass, and Hullet says, have it. Get that out of play. Get me into half-time.
Yes, we got into half-time, of course. 0-0 in the second leg. 2-1 up for Nicholas against Tex on aggregate. It's been an astute defensive performance from Nicholas, but again, there have been some slight errors, you'd say, defensively, giving away the ball, but he hasn't created not a shot in this second leg. But again, he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to score.
59% possession, I'm hearing, for Tex in that first 45 minutes of play. Nico's defending very well, though, and is that something to do with his formation potentially as well?
Yeah, he's opted to something. He's opted to something he's been comfortable. I always spoke about the variations that Nicholas opts to use throughout the years, but a 4-2-3-1 is sort of the go-to defensive formation. It's structured. You know where your players are going to be. You've got the 2 defensive midfielders just in front of your back 4, and of course, you can set your attacking midfielders to come back and support you defensively. So he'll be hoping, again, if he can just see out 20, 15 more minutes, 20 minutes, he knows Tex is going to pause it, maybe change formation, maybe have someone go forward a little higher up the pitch to leave a gap in behind a fullback potentially, and he can exploit it.
I mean, just look at this. Tex against Nicholas on a main stage, live on LAN.
Yep, years. It's been a long time coming, and a long time coming for Nicholas to try and get his revenge after, of course, losing in Barcelona in FIFA 18 at an event. He would have backed himself to end up becoming victorious, but it wasn't meant to be. And of course, that was the tournament that put Tex on the map. That was the year, not even the year, the tournament where it was his breakthrough tournament where he ended up,
he broke through the stratosphere,
being victorious the skill moves on display, the performance.
And I know you even talk about it to this day. Could have been Ryan Pessoa.
Yeah, I played Tex in that game. It was a close game. Could have gone either way. Maybe I'm biased in it.
You thought you should have got something out of that game.
Yeah, David De Gea again. I've seen robberies in my time. As we see there, that could have been another. But to this day,
It's right up there.
Tex should still be behind bars. He's here today, and that is exactly what matters. And he'll be hoping that the last 40 minutes potentially, that's offside there from. Oh,
He's
maybe
on.
not.
CR7. He's broke the offside trap. And Ronaldo. Oh, cuts it back to Ronaldo. His counterpart. Cristiano offloads it to Ronaldo. What a save from Schmeichel.
Wow. What a save there. You thought you overplayed the first attempt. Builds it back into the box there for another extra pass. Maybe you could say take it first time. Maybe.
What a save.
But, wow. Incredible from Schmeichel. Incredible.
Starfish.
Yeah.
And now, if you talk about a confidence builder, that is exactly it for Tex. You go, look, my keeper's performing like that.
It's a huge confidence booster because, again, it gives you that glimmer of hope. If you can get a goal here from this corner. It's great defending there from Nicholas with Kimpembe to get it out.
Doesn't have too many bodies flying forward, though, the Argentine. Looks for a slightly slower approach here. What a save. We're going to see that in compilations.
Yeah, it's a key moment in this matchup.
It could be where the game swings.
Yep.
We'll have to wait and see. 30 minutes left to play in this pivotal winners bracket matchup.
These are the moments I was speaking about, just dying the clock down at this moment now because I've done it again. I've actually done, okay, genuinely I'm not going to mention it again, but if he gets possession again for Nicholas, he knows that Tex is going to cue a pause. He's going to have to change something. He's going to have to go a little bit more attacking because there won't be too long left now for him to try and get that equaliser.
Marcus Llorente. And now Ronaldo picking up possession.
I've noticed something there. I've been paying attention to the way Nicholas is defending. He's backing off initially when he switches and then stepping in back, jumping in.
For the pass.
For the pass. Just because it looks as if the pass is open, but because he's already controlling the player to move him back just one step, it's not as if he's committed completely. He knows what he wants to do, but he's taken a step back, made Tex think the pass is on, and then he's just bit and just gone in for the tackle. And again, it's worked phenomenally well in this game. There's a fantastic tackle there from Tex there with Kyle Walker to try and push forward and get a goal.
This game is on a knife edge right now. As Fnatic Tex streams forward. Pele, Kimpembe comes across. The ball will fall to Ronaldinho. Elastico looking for that dink into the box. Cancelo defends well. And the black shirts pressing high up the pitch. Will there be space in behind for Nicholas to potentially exploit?
Another
Not on this occasion.
Can he keep that in possession? I think that is going to be, I wonder whose possession that is. That could even be Tex's, but the pause has been cued. So we're going to be fortunate enough to see a replay of that fantastic save there, the build-up. This pass here, I thought as if he overplayed it, but the twisting, the turning, the extra pass hit, maybe first time across goal there, but it's hard to say. But what a save, Richard.
It's a
what
ridiculous
a save
from Schmeichel.
It's unbelievable.
I think the quickness that he's got down, for me, to be able to get himself down so quickly, and it's not a bronze player who's shooting. It's R9 Ronaldo.
It's a big save in a big game. 20 minutes to go, of course, between Fnatic's Tex and Guild's Nicholas 99. You honestly can't really call it. You'd, of course, I was going to say you could expect Nicholas to see out, but you can't expect that. When you're up against Tex, Tex can score 3 goals, bang, 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 just like that. It could be game over, just like that. He's very, very efficient in front of goal, albeit he's behind and he hasn't been in this leg, but he's proven it over the years.
We're in the perfect position to see you through this final 17 minutes. Will it swing Nicholas's way? Will he hold on or will Tex fire back? Nicholas has got runners at the back post. Vinicius Jr. floats it in. Ronaldo wins it. Schmeichel. Got to ask questions. The amazement, I would say, from Nicholas. I think he expected the goalkeeper to collect.
Yeah, you'd expect the goalkeeper to get it in his grasp, but it's a great goal there, or great counter-attack, I should say, from Nicholas. He made the counter-attack count. I'll be honest, I think that pass might have been aimed towards the back post. That's
100%.
where I would have, yeah, that's where I would aim it. That's where you'd think he has aimed it. Mane, we've seen him score a green-timed header earlier on today, but 3 goals to 1 now, 15 minutes to go. You think this could be all ends up unless Tex can respond.
It's going to fall for a goal kick. Another pause coming in here from Tex, and maybe one final roll of the dice for Tex. Let's have a look at that goal, Ryan, and talk me through it, because I want to pick your brains on something. The goalkeeper actual positioning is a little bit weird to me. He sort of moves to the near post and then doesn't get across.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's a movement from Tex. I'm not too sure if he's done that. If he has, I'm not sure why. Maybe he anticipated. It's like trying to be in your opponent's mind too much. He might think, okay, the most obvious thing is to move my keeper across to block the cross. That means that Nicholas might actually shoot near post. We've seen Nicholas score goals like that before, so maybe that's in his head. But I'm
still furious with the goalkeeper.
Yeah, the keeper's got to claim that. As we see, this could still be onside here. Another option for Nicholas to get another. Mane's in at the near post. Schmeichel comes out. Shot cancel.
Just like that.
Yeah.
That's why you can't leave that near post open, because Nicholas will take it if he sees the opportunity. Maybe one chance squandered there.
I think the shot cancel wasn't necessary. I think he overplayed it slightly. He still took the shot almost instantly, but Tex gives away possession here.
He's having to force it.
Yeah, he doesn't have any option. It's just trying to push forward as Nicholas. Can he make it count this time to make it number 4? He does, and it will be Nicholas advancing into the grand final. Johan Cruyff, 4 goals to 1. Tex will be dropping into the lower bracket, of course. Still in the tournament is key to mention, but Nicholas will be advancing into that grand final spot where he is a step closer to be crowned the eChampions League 2022 champion, of course.
What a performance.
It's been incredible. He's turned it around. You have to mention, he was losing.
Yep.
He was 1-0 down from Tex, and to bounce back in that quick fashion is remarkable.
Just and defensively.
Yeah.
It's just been equal. Yes, there could be a couple of opportunities where Tex or another day does score, he gets the cut back, he plays the extra pass, he gets the shot away. But I would say for the lion's share of the game, Nicholas defensively has been nearly perfect.
Yeah, it's been incredible. Like I said, you have to give testament to, of course, Nicholas, but his coach behind him. They've done an incredible job in terms of researching Tex's game style, researching the most effective ways that Tex has been scoring his goals and nullifying it. He's done incredibly well here. But for Tex, again, he has the opportunity to bounce back in the loser bracket, and he's got the ability to do so.
And he'll be facing 2 players. One of 2 players who he's very familiar with.
Yep,
Roy Feldman, who we beat on this stage here, or Mateus Bernardo, who he seems to be battling every other week at the moment.
Yeah, and it was, of course, another fantastic save from Schmeichel in that game against Roy Feldman. That game was really close. It could have gone either way. Some may argue Roy was even the better player as we see the end of this massive game between 2 juggernauts in the scene.
Nicholas 99 FC progresses into your grand final. Not a lot of reaction from the Argentine, a lot of mutual respect on the stage between these 2 behemoths in the FIFA esports landscape. Guild Nicholas 99 FC with a truly remarkable performance. One of the best performances I've seen from the Argentine in a very long time. Defensively perfect, took his chances when he needed to in the final third, and Fnatic Tex drops down to the losers bracket final. Guaranteed top 3 still because of where he's finished in the winners bracket, but it means that if he wants to lift that trophy at the end of the day today, he's got to force a bracket reset.
Yep, and of course it's possible.
Yep.
We know how good Tex is. He's come into tournaments before where his back has been against the wall. He's had to deal with tons of pressure, and this is no different. The biggest stage of all for the eChampions League. Can he do it?
That's the question we're going to find out
very,
very shortly indeed. But one question that has already been answered is one of the names in your eChampions League Grand Final. It's going to be the Iceman. It's going to be the Argentine Nicholas 99 FC with a remarkable performance here in Stockholm, Sweden. If you were just to sum it up in a couple of words, what did he do so well in that winners bracket final?
I'd say tactically, it was tremendous, especially from the corner set piece in the first leg, just to change the dynamics of the game, giving Tex something else to think about, and defensively in the second leg, incredible.
And Tex now down in that losers bracket. What's the reaction going to be?
He has to pick himself back up. The 2 players Roy Feldman or Matthias, either one, they're incredible. They're so good. It goes without saying, they're at this stage for a reason. So it's nervy because they're going to be in the upwards trajectory, whereas Tex is going to be on a low because he's just lost an all-important game. So this is going to come down. It's crunch time. Let's see what Tex is made of, honestly. And I think he can do it.
Yeah, it certainly is crunch time here at the eChampions League. But the man of the moment is Nicholas 99FC, and he's joined with our very own Kyle Walker.
Thank you, Richard and Ryan. Yes, I'm joined by Nicholas. What an incredible performance from yourself there. However, let's go back to that first leg. Wasn't easy as it looked towards the second.
Yeah, it was very, very tough. I think both games, like today against Sumut and against Tex. So I think I played well. So I think that's it. I think I had a good defense, so that's okay.
And you've made your way through to the grand finals now. How much would it mean to you to lift this trophy just here, to be an eChampions League winner?
You know, the trophy and the competition is so special, but I think the match against Sumut was my tournament, because I'm not qualified to playoff. Now I beat Umut, so I'm already qualified now. So I think that was my tournament before this grand final, you know. And now after that round, now against Tex, I think I play with no pressure or something, and I just try to enjoy it. So let's see.
Now, you said that game there against Umut, winning that one, that secured a spot at playoff. So now you're playing with freedom. It means that you're playing your best FIFA. Does that mean going into the grand final, I mean, you're just going to be the Iceman that we've seen over the last few years?
Yeah, in the online qualifiers, I didn't do too good, but I think here in LAN is so different. When I came like in the before top 8, I was really happy with my performance, because Nicholas is one of the best in LAN. So I try to show like every match. So yeah, that's it. I think it's Iceman is back, or never was gone. I don't know, but I'm here.
Well, you're here indeed, and you're going through to the grand finals. Good luck for those. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Let's get across to Mike LaBelle to break down some of the action in the MasterCard moment of the match.
Wow. We always talk about margins at the highest degree and the highest level, and we have to go over how this corner kick is special and why it's such an advanced set piece, and really it separated both of these competitors because it gave you a little more momentum. It changed the dynamic of the game. You heard Ryan talk about it a little bit, and you're going to see something that I rarely ever see, where you have a combination with the corner kick. You're aiming towards a big target man with Ruud Hullet, but you're going to bring in player lock, which allows you to have practicality with new mechanics, and you can basically control 2 players simultaneously as individuals. If you're not used to player lock, it's a functionality that was introduced last year in FIFA, and this is brilliant. You see Hullet knock it down to Kimpembe, and they partnership, they align, and allows them to score that goal, and it's just such a clever way to use this new mechanic. I'm extremely impressed. I think everyone was surprised, online, at home, in the booth, you name it. Another person that's probably been impressed is Rachel, and I think she's joined by Kyle as well, but that was the MasterCard moment of the match.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I'm going to echo your word there as well. Wow. And he said in his own words, didn't he? The Iceman never went away, Carl. That's Nicholas, of course. He's our first grand finalist here in the eChampions League after defeating Tex there 4-1. What a display from him. We just heard from him. Carl got to speak to him. It was great to see how calm and collected he was just going through there. He said as well, you know, I can do it at LAN.
Yeah, and we've seen him do that for so long, and then obviously the last 2 years, everything goes remote. You maybe start questioning yourself, people are looking at your performances, but here we are back on the main stage, eChampions League finals, and he's in those grand finals just now. He can definitely do it at LAN, and I'm worried for whoever meets him because the pressure's off. He's made playoffs, now he can play with all that freedom.
Yeah, he spoke about that as well. Well, he's into the grand finals. Let's see who still wants to make it there. We're going to drop down now to our losers semi-final, and in that we have Feltman and Matthias Bonanno. These 2 great players in the game. Again, you were both saying how well they've been playing. So was Ryan. Let's talk about Feltman first then. 2-time Israeli Cup champion, and again, he's come the hard way. So has Matthias, right through the loser bracket, but we keep talking that the momentum is in their favour at the moment.
Definitely, and I mean, this season so far, we highlighted what he's done at the very beginning of the show. 3rd in Europe East. He's having a great season, and one thing thing I'd like to point out, he's been tweeting about the luck has been with him, and we've seen that, especially in that last game. The luck is definitely with him, and he might need that going up against Matías Bonanno right now. But for Feldman, once again, he has to take on another competitor that is incredible. All 8 that started today are incredible, and any of them could beat the other. So I think Feldman will probably believe in himself, and he'll come into this feeling very confident, especially after looking at Matías's previous performances.
Yeah, and we talk about him. He's already made history just getting to the final 8, the first man from Israel to ever make it this far. And let's hear his thoughts on even being in the final 8.
The eChampions League is really, in my opinion, the best competition of the year. It's like the Champions League in real life. It's a dream for everyone to arrive here, and the fact that I'm the only one from Israel who made it, it really makes me like proud of myself.
Well, yeah, very proud moment for that man indeed. And someone else who's gone a much longer way to get here is the man we're going to talk about next, Matías Bonanno. We know his story. He changed, didn't he, from Crew Esports over in Argentina, over here to Team Heretics to just be able to compete on this European stage. And he's, you know, in the final 4 now. He's trying to get to that losers final. What a year he's had so far, Kyle.
Oh, amazing. I mean, this is someone that we've been talking about since all the remote tournaments when we were working on those in South America. He was someone that dominated that region. He's taken that step across, and look at the achievements he's already done. Team of the Season Cup when we were in London a few weeks ago. He was incredible with Hidalgo as well, and now he wants to keep on progressing. He wants to keep on going. He wants to make his way through to playoffs and to the World Cup as well, and he definitely wants to have many more trophies. And what best to start with than the eChampions League trophy? He's doing it the hard way. He maybe has to look at some things to improve. He'll probably be doing that right now, but if someone can do it, we've seen that Matías can.
And you can see he's trying to improve as well. He was sitting in here in this arena watching as well, and maybe just soaking up the atmosphere, because he'll be on that big stage next. And what better way to kind of feel the tension than to sit in the seats here and watch firsthand. But let's just kind of bring you guys at home up to speed on this man as well, Matías Bonanno.
Oh, this could be into the box. What a chance! Oh!
Mi plan es ir a partido. Cuando vas ganando una ronda te podés cegar con pensar en la próxima, por así decirlo. Vamos. Partido a partido, concentración en cada eso y, bueno, analizando rival a rival.
Matías! Well, it was one of the many names that came from the online era. Optole against Matías Bonanno.
Cuando marqué el 4-1 contra Optole sabía que lo iba a lograr.
Comes back inside into R9!
¡Vamos! ¡Vamos! Aunque él se haya puesto 4-3, yo en ningún momento empecé a dudar. Sabía que el partido lo tenía yo, que lo manejaba yo y que lo iba a conseguir.
Well, we'll be hoping for celebrations like that from either of these two. Nom Feldman taking on Matías Bonanno, and it is the man from Spain via Argentina who walks onto the stage first, representing Team Heretics, of course, Kyle.
Yes, he will be feeling so confident. He may not have had the start to the day that he will have wanted, but he can capitalise on all the experience he's got over the last year.
And now let's welcome his opponent, Nom Feldman, of course. Again, what a season he has had so far. He's going the hard way through the losers bracket, but this is the...
Still rocking the same playstyle, and it fits him well, and he's been doing well. But Matías, I think he can adjust to it. He can play the 3-5-2, he can play the 5-2-1-2, 4-3-2-1. So I think he's gonna play with 3 midfielders, any formation with 3 midfielders, and I think obviously Matías is the favorite in this tournament, but I just kind of see Feldman reaching the final of the losers bracket because, I don't know, first of all, he's rocking the Real Madrid badge, so that he gives him like a boost in the ECL, but I think he has what it takes to reach the losers bracket final.
It's the first time they've actually met in this eChampions League format so far this year. I found it quite interesting that he actually leaned into his teammate of Nom Esports, Yuval Belli, because back in Stockholm 4 weeks ago, Gravison, he did play Matías Bonanno, and he did lose to Matías Bonanno, did Yuval Belli. There was a bit of a conversation there in the break between the two games, I'm sure, of he just saying to Yuval, What can I expect from Matthias? What can I expect in his play style? How was he going to probably approach this game? And there would have been some good insight there.
Yeah, I remember last year when I played with Nid and Nadriman at Doxy's house. We were talking pretty much every single day about opponents, play styles, and obviously Nom doing this work they're doing and having so much talented players. They can speak. Ooh, bad offside trap now. They can speak pretty much about every single game style, opponent. So having like a good, solid team, it's obviously better for yourself because you're gonna have so much knowledge of FIFA.
Matthias Bonanno has had to come through the loser bracket here, Gravison. It's not been an easy road for him. He actually went 3-2 in the Swiss rounds. Back in February, he was not through with the cleanest of qualifications, but regardless of that, came into knockout play. Did fall down to the lower bracket in the knockout stages here in Stockholm, losing to Nicholas, then came back today and has had 2 big wins back-to-back.
I was speaking with Matthias right now, watching the Tex-Nicolas final, and he told me something which I found kind of interesting. He told me his build-up, Feldman's build-up is really good, which I agree, but he told me his manual press is also really good, which I didn't notice. And right now, watching it, it's true. His manual press is really good. So Matthias was thinking of using the 3-5-2, but because of Feldman's manual press, he took like another route, and I find that quite interesting because obviously Edu and Matthias are really good at analyzing opponents. So that was kind of a good insight I wanted to tell you guys.
And what else did he say at the break in terms of that conversation, Gravison? Because he's had 2 very tight matches. They haven't been easy wins for him in the loser bracket, have they?
Yeah, I think he has the right attitude and the right momentum right now with him. I think he's in the best form you could be, and you can wish to be, because you know he's been playing really good 2v2. He's been playing really good both online and offline events, and I think he just carries this momentum of I don't know and I don't care which opponents I'm gonna face. Like, I'm better than them and I'm gonna beat them. So it doesn't matter if it's 0-0, if it's 1-3 at the scorecards. He just thinks at every single moment that he can beat anyone, and that's a really good attribute to have, you know. He's really confident.
As you said, you may have been sort of bored of hearing this story, but it's as good as it sounds. He came from South America over to Europe for more opportunities. He came over to play in this tournament, a tournament where he wouldn't usually be able to play, and just because of it being sort of European-based only, made a huge sacrifice moving over to Madrid with Team Heretics. He's paid their price back already by winning the Team of the Season Cup, a tournament just a few weeks ago. Alongside that was the #1 ranked player in South America. He's now currently the #1 ranked player in the European West side of things here. He's at the playoffs in 4 weeks' time. He's just had an unbelievable debut season in Europe, and it could be even better with what is still yet to come, potentially today, potentially at the playoffs, the E-World Cup, the E-Club World Cup, the E-Nations Cup. There's so many tournaments.
So many.
And so much silverware that he could still get his hands on, which is a massive priority for him, no doubt.
It's interesting to see Alex Telles. I think we saw Cancelo, and we also saw Andy Robertson a lot. I think it's the first time I'm seeing Alex Telles on the starting field, which is interesting because he's also using Oxlade-Chamberlain as the other fullback. So
Oxlade-Chamberlain was one of those players that we never saw before today's tournament, Gravison. Obviously, if you don't understand the restrictions here in the eChampions League, it does follow a handful of icons that you are allowed in the team. Not all icons, or you're allowed a goalkeeper of any, aka an icon or a Champions League special promo item. With Liverpool making the Champions League final, it's allowed players like Oxlade-Chamberlain to actually come into the thoughts of pro players, and if he's not on the bench, as we're seeing here from Matthias Bonanno, he's starting in the 11.
I think we got to talk about esports clubs, both NOM and Team Heretics, who are doing a really good job on the coaching side of it, because both Andres and Edu are doing a fantastic job with their players. And I think we talked about it last month, the importance of having a right coach, and I think it adds up, because Nicolas obviously has Fernando, who's an awesome coach as well, I think it's just compulsory to have a good one at the moment.
Mahrez towards the back post, could be a chance. Pele over the bar, it goes for a goal kick in the end. But just back on that point, I was in the La Liga finals in Madrid a few weeks ago, and I just sort of fell into a conversation between Edu, coach of Team Heretics, and the coach of Ducks Game in Oman, you know, Tuol in Javier, obviously coach of NEAT at that tournament, and just the conversations they're having about play styles of FIFA players and fullbacks and crossing, and I've never heard such an in-depth conversation from two coaches that, as we said earlier, just live and breathe the game. And it's so good to see that there's that level of detail here in competitive FIFA where players are, and coaches and staff in between these teams, are just breaking down games and analysing them so well.
Yeah, it's a big help if you are last chance of the game.
Could be a chance for R9. Superb tackle from Kimpembe, and that's going to do us for 45 minutes here. It's not been the most action-packed 45 minutes, as you can expect to see in this losers semi-final. Another elimination game here at the eChampions League. But back to that point, it just goes to show how serious this esport is getting now. And no doubt, I mean, Nicholas just won $50,000 by beating Tex in that last game.
Yeah, obviously. I think if you go back to the FIFA 18-19 days, you could just call whoever player there was available to coach you in a tournament, and that was okay. But right now, if you have the right structure as an esports team and you work with a coach for a whole year, the results are just there. Matthias, Nicolas, obviously Feldman and all the NOM guys, Team Hulit producing loads of talent. Dogs as well with Carlos and Javier. I think it just talks about the growth of our esport for the last couple of years.
No, absolutely, Gravison. It's great to see, and also great to see this tournament back in person. We had 2 years of online eChampions League with an invitational, and one last year that obviously was won by the Danish semi-pro footballer Oliver P.N. It's back in person now. The last time the eChampions League trophy was lifted in person was back in Madrid in 2019. It was New York City, Dini Chris Lito at that time, that picked up that all-important trophy. Now, by the end of play today, we will see a new name lift it here in Stockholm and pick up $75,000. It will be one of 4 names that are left in this tournament. 2 of them on the screen now. Nicholas 99, or potentially Fnatic Tex, who waits in the next round for whoever wins this game.
Yeah, nothing happened so far, as you said before in the first half. I think they are just kind of analyzing each other because they are 2 players who are not as gifted mechanically, but really intelligent players. So I think
on R9 there, just making that run, Gravison. Sorry, didn't come to anything in the end. Recycled well, defended well by Kimpembe.
But yeah, as I was saying, like, they're not as gifted mechanically speaking, but they are really intelligent players. So I think the first half was like the first touches, first couple of chances, see how your opponent moves and reacts to your game style. And I think we're going to see goals now in the second half.
It's such a common phrase, isn't it? And we say it as commentators maybe too often, that this first 45 minutes is a feeling out process. But what does that actually mean as a pro yourself, Grav? So what is that 45-minute so-called process all about?
Obviously, you have like your own game style and your own mechanics. So every time you reach like a certain position with your strikers, with your midfielders building up the game, the play. But when it comes to playing different players, obviously you're not gonna do the same twice, or maybe your opponent player switches away, or maybe your opponent reads your, I don't know, your reverse elasticos. So that first half, you're gonna analyze how your opponent is reading your plays. And once you do that, you can see, like Matthias did there. Like, obviously it was an easy pass to the striker, but he knew Feldman was gonna pass the ball back to the midfielder. So he covered the pass to the midfielder. And that, Matthias wouldn't have done that in the first 5 minutes of the game. But you have been playing for 60 minutes, you know how your opponent thinks, and you get inside his mind. So that's the big difference between the first 10 minutes of the game and when the leg progresses.
Still goalless here. Just under a third left of this first leg. Could be a chance for Bale, who we know in the air is deadly. Back to R9, it could fall kindly to Matthias Banana, who's building nicely with R9, looking for reverse elastico, and the one more pass can't quite link it into the Welsh forward of Real Madrid.
That's weird from Matthias because we saw his previous matches. He was getting clinical inside the box. I think he scored like 5 goals in the previous match and 6 goals in the match before. And now we're seeing 0-0, and not only 0-0. The 2 or 3 times he got inside the box, he wasn't as clinical as he was before. So I think they need to turn it up a bit because they're just like a bit too passive, I think.
Do you think we're looking at 2 very possession-style players here, though, as well, Gravison?
Sure. I agree with you, 100%. I think Feldman is more comfortable with the possession.
We know how Robbie likes to play, don't we? He's not a player that needs to score plenty of goals. He can sit on a 1-0 lead. I think he was speaking to Denny 10 earlier, who did knock out and said at one point in the game, Robbie had the ball for 25 minutes. I couldn't do anything. I had to go out on constant press, and that's the style that both have, being very flexible, especially a player like Matthias Bonanno who can offer that style to his game.
I think he's just comfortable defending with the 2 lines at the back, Matthias. So Feldman is also comfortable with the possession. So this gives you the type of match where nothing happens. But I think if you want to reach the losers final, you got to turn things up a bit, because you're gonna, if not, you're gonna reach extra time and then penalties, and it's gonna be a 50-50 situation, and you don't want to be in a 50-50 situation. Maybe you do if you have Edu on your side, but I think they should take some risks, because if not, the game is gonna be as passive as it has been for the last 80 minutes.
Mahrez. Good chance for Matthias Bonanno. It's Cuadrado just offside there. We'll go into a pause with just over 10 minutes left to play. Not been the most exciting first leg for those that have just tuned in to the Champions League final, but do keep in mind that this is a game that will take you into a top 3 scenario and will guarantee you some serious cash alongside that. And the game against Tex, it is no surprise that it has been as narrow and tightly contested as it has been here so far, Gravison.
And we have 2 different stories, 2 different narratives. Obviously, you have Matthias Bonanno, who has played against Tex twice in online qualifiers, beat him twice in PKs, and on the other side you have Feldman, who lost against Tex on the upper bracket. So 2 different narratives, completely different narratives. I don't know. I think Tex, like knowing how Tex is and the kind of player he is, I think he would prefer to play against Matthias. You know, just revenge-wise. But I don't know. Both of them are really good.
Regardless of who he plays, he wants to play Nicholas again and get revenge there. It will be via a difficult run, though, through that loser bracket if he wants to try and turn that game around. Nicholas 99 FC, though, of Guild, didn't just book a spot in the playoffs today, he booked a spot in the eChampions League Grand Final. $50,000 richer, and potentially 2 legs of FIFA away from crowning himself as the eChampions League winner. And some would argue coming into the best patch of form at the perfect time, Gravison. Playoffs around the corner, a tournament that, I mean, it's set up for him to win again. He always wins the playoffs, so it seems.
Every single time. I mean,
Amsterdam, Berlin, back-to-back PlayStation playoff winner.
Are we going to see team press from Matthias Bonanno?
Well, we're going to see a 0-0 here in the first leg. It's been our only game, sorry, where there hasn't been any goals. It will come in this one, as added time will follow any second now.
Last chance of the game from Matthias. Let's see how he builds up. He doesn't have much more time.
Added time of a minute. We've pretty much played it now. Intercepted well. The referee looked to play this last chance. He will for Rowie Feldman of Nom Esports. Gareth Bale driving forward, the Welsh forward. This could be a chance! It will be! The biggest of chances! Rowie turns around to his coach, just says, calm down, calm down. There's still a long time left to play in this game, but Pele strikes the Israelian into a 1-goal lead and then says, come on then, game on, second leg, you've got to bring the game to me.
I mean, we needed this, we needed a goal, we needed...
Anyone, what do you think Edu would have been saying to Matthias at that halfway point?
I think Edu obviously gave him like the right attitude, because I think they know each other so well. Like, they've been working together for just 8-9 months, something like that. But Matias Bonanno has been in the situation for a long time, and not a long time, but loads of times. And I think he knows what to do from a tactical standpoint to change something up and equalize the game, because I think against Predator he was at one point 1-3 and he scored 2 easy goals in like 10 to 15 minutes. So I don't think Matias is afraid to be in this situation, but obviously you gotta change something up, because if not, you're gonna be out of the competition and nobody wants to finish in a top 4 situation.
Well, what's going to interest me about this one now, Gravison, is how Robbie Feldman will approach this game. He is up by a 1-0. How will he look to manage this match, as Matias Bonanno, no doubt, is going to be all guns blazing, trying to find a way back into the tie. Could be on for a first real chance here from the get-go. Tried the double-tap pass from Renato Sanchez. Can't quite find Pele. But he's a player that we know who can frustrate his opponent, look after the ball, and really force you into a difficult way of playing, and a way of playing where you have to come out and attack. You have to adjust your own custom tactics that you'd like to start in any game.
Yeah, I think Feldman is doing the right thing to do. He's just keeping the ball, being patient, and waiting for Matias Bonanno to just risk something, because if the match stays like this, obviously Feldman is going to win the game. So it's on Matias' side to risk something, to go and pressure him. And I think Feldman is just in a comfortable position. But you should always look for the second or at least third goal, because you know how FIFA is, and you know at any time you can concede a goal from a set piece, from a bad offside trap, whatever. So Feldman should always be like with an offensive mentality to score a goal like this.
So close from Ronaldo Lazaro from absolutely nothing. Lovely build-up play from Non-Feldman. Looks to strike again from the corner. It's going to be a gift, an absolute gift.
Penalty.
Referee penalty. Alex Telles will go from hero to zero ever so quickly. For a split second, I thought it was brilliant defending, then I saw it again. Referee pointing to the spot, said that is a penalty as R9 goes down to ground. What an opportunity this is.
R9?
For Non-Feldman, the only Israeli player that turned up here in Stockholm in the top 8. No! Misses! You will not see a better opportunity than that.
You cannot afford to miss a penalty like that. And when you're in a 1-0 situation, even less. Oh, man, I wouldn't like to be in Feldman's shoes.
How was that not on target, Gravison?
I don't know. I think it's just the nerves, probably, because he tried to adjust it like as much as he could, but he forced it too much. Oh man, that's awful to see.
That is a lifeline for Matias Bonanno, who could have went 2-0 down, and in the kindest way, he wouldn't have been getting that ball back. Now, game is still so well and truly open. Matias Bonanno building, looking for that equaliser. Minutes is all it's taken. Pele down one end, misses a penalty, and Pele down the other equalises for that man on your screen, Team Heretics.
I wouldn't like to be in Rob Feldman's shoes right now. This is mentally so tough. The chance of getting a 2-0 advantage, and obviously the chance of calming the game up. You miss a penalty, taking it outside, and then in the next chance, Matias Bonanno scores a goal. This has got to be so tough mentally for Roy Feldman. Oh man, it hurts to see, right? Like as a player.
As soon as he can, but we'll talk more about that penalty miss as this game does unfold. It has to give him confidence that he was able to create a chance in these sort of moments, though. Non-Feldman back to the drawing board after just conceding that goal to Pele. Look at the numbers back. Team Heretic shirts, they're just in line, making it so difficult for anyone in the attacking sense of Feldman to get a number forward, to get that Final pass, that clinical pass he's looking for. And suddenly, for Matthias, I think it's just like, breathe, we're back in the game. Or maybe, back in front, Pele can't squeeze that ball into Sadio Mane on that occasion.
We talked about tactics changes, and Matthias is using the 3-5-2, 3 defenders at the back, and he's been playing much better than in the first leg. I don't think we're going to see any adjustments from Feldman, because he likes to keep a classic 4-4-2 formation, but I think he maybe needs to mirror, because the 3-5-2 against like a 4-4-2, like non-offensive 4-4-2, Matthias is going to be really comfortable with 5 defenders at the back and just offside trapping. So I think Feldman should change something up, but I don't think he's gonna do it.
Keeping on that player switching from Matthias Bonano, it's so in tune, it's so in sync with how he's able to defend. He stops Feldman in his tracks again. Looks to actually come down this right-hand side this time with Sadio Mane, one of the highest-rated players that has gone through the foot promos of the Champions League road to the final. Of his team, Liverpool, 96 overall he stands at. A player that is a must-have in any of these eChampions League teams. What a ball that could have been. Alex Telles back to being a hero. He was the only player back there, had to win that header.
Yeah. Maybe last chance from Matthias right now. I think he's going to be maintaining the possession until the 45th minute and then attack. But yeah. Last time he did this, it was Feldman's goal, so is that at the back of his head? I think it is. So if Feldman presses as he did before, he might get a chance.
Good time to follow here in the second leg. Scoreline currently sits at 1-1 between these two. Winner plays Fnatic Tex in the losers final.
Not again.
Great ball, it could be deja vu in the worst possible kind. It's Riyad Mahrez. The angle's too tight for a shot, but he'll try his best to work it into the box. Unfortunately, that isn't going to happen. We'll clear it out of play, and it is half-time. I mean, what a 45 minutes that was. A penalty miss that I'm sure Feldman will not want to think about again. And then minutes later, Matthias Bonano finding his equaliser in this game from Pele. The time green finish. 45 minutes left, all to play for still.
Yeah, you saw Feldman at the end of the first match, the first leg. He was happy, he was laughing but it's just impossible not to think about that penalty miss. And obviously you see the change in Feldman's emotion from the last match to this one, because he knows that was like such a great chance. As you said before, you couldn't ask for a better chance. And not only missing it, but consider the goal in the next play. It's so tough mentally, but yeah, let's see what Matthias does, because as you see, there was some changes in the formation side of it. Obviously, we cannot talk about it because they will hear us. But
I think you've seen Alex Telles get pulled off the pitch on a yellow card. Doesn't want to take that risk at all and wants to bring on some fresh legs, so it seems, for Matthias.
But yeah, let's see what Feldman can bring to the table, because right now is like I think the player who's willing to risk the most is gonna win this match. It's kind of a chess match, but yeah. Should we talk about Argentinian players? Because I mean, they come to Europe, 4 players in the top 4, 2 of them Argentinian. It's crazy. I mean, it talks about the level of confidence they have. Like, first time arriving at a different continent, maybe the toughest one, obviously Europe, in terms of FIFA. And man, aren't they good? Wow.
For so long, it was just Nicholas, wasn't it? The only Argentine we're looking at since then. The likes of Iago and Valen and Matthias Bonano have come onto the scene and have made headlines of just how good they have been. So back underway here for the second half in our losers semi-final. Win this, you're guaranteed top 3 of the Champions League in the FIFA 22 season. Alongside that, a date against Tex in a loser final. Winner of that will play Nicholas of Guild in the grand final here in Stockholm, Sweden. Still plenty more to come today. Do stay with us. So look to unfold this storyline of this year's winner. Interesting you said at the halfway point, the player that wants to risk the most. What do you mean by that?
The player who is prepared to do some changes in his tactics, the player who's willing to risk a pass when they are building up from the back, the player who's risking to team press when you see your opponent passing the ball with his keeper. That's some risk you gotta take.
Here's Matthias now, he's onside, it's R9, building nicely, reversal, has to go, goes on his own, it was time green if it was not blocked by one or two defenders, no doubt. That could have been flying to the back of the net.
I think when you're in these kind of chess battles and you're being extremely passive, I think just the player who's willing to take the risk, maybe it doesn't pay off, but I don't know. I don't want to, if I get eliminated in PKs, knowing I was passive for 180 minutes, like it would be in a mental torture flying back to my home. But knowing I had the chance to take a risk and willingly took it, and then I get a win or a loss, I don't know, but that sits well with myself. So I think they should take that risk if they could, if they can.
Seen so much from Nom Feldman after missing that penalty earlier in the first half, and no surprise, look at how many shirts are back for Matthias. There is literally no room at all to manoeuvre in, let alone create a chance. Just sets up so well, doesn't it, that 3-5-2 that sits back into a 5 at the back when you need it to, then offensively offers you a wing-back scenario where you can bomb on players forward. Sanchez finds Mahrez. It's a flat 4-4-2 from Feldman. He just lacks that extra attacking player, or maybe that slightly narrow formation. To allow him to get into these sort of gaps here. Pele does well. A couple of ball rolls. We'll look to interchange with R9. It's going to be R9 still with it. Pele. Interchange is fine for that right pass. Where's Riyad Mahrez going to end up? You've got Hullet queuing up. You've got R9 in the box waiting for the killer pass. Is it there? Hullet. Sanchez stands strong in the way.
Nice composure defensively from Matias Mondano. The right offside traps, and when he needed to cover the extra pass, he did. And the composure he had defended, he's lacking it offensively because he's not keeping the ball. He's randomly doing through balls when he shouldn't. I think we're seeing Matias not play his best offensive FIFA this tournament. But I remember Nicolas told me this like 3 years ago. When you're not good, when you're not attacking good enough, you should always focus on your defense. And I think that's what Matias is doing. And I think that Nicolas told me that 3 years ago, and it just, I remember till this day. And I think it's such a great quote. Like, if you're not good offensively, you cannot afford to like give your opponent easy goals, you know?
This is which a player there finds Sadio Mane. Looking for a few too long balls is Matthias Bonanno, driving forward now with R9. It does find Sadio Mane. This could be a chance. Pele is in the box. This is Nom Feldman with just 10 minutes to go. Remember, loser of this is out of the Champions League. Are we going to see this game start to come alive now with this sort of counter-attack-esque style of play? It all gets a bit frantic. What a ball that could be. Oxlade-Chamberlain. Mahrez, is there a one more pass? Can't quite find Pele.
He's not been composed enough in this kind of situations. The play lock was incredible. The first couple of passes, they were incredible, but he just needed that bit of composure to keep the ball, look at the runs, and then go for a through ball. But yeah, we're seeing definitely much more from Matias in this second half of the second leg. But it doesn't matter if you concede a goal in these last 5 minutes of the game.
Well, I'll be honest, it looks like we're off to extra time. It hasn't been the most exciting of games, but this has been a tactical battle from start to finish. But not just any tactical battle, one that's got a serious lump of cash on the line, a $30,000 match of FIFA, where neither player obviously wants to slip up There's one chance that will be on Feldman's mind. It's that penalty that will still be looming. He doesn't come out this game with a win. Added time of a minute. Surely he has to go forward and wants to go forward. There it is now. Could it be the final chance? No. 30 more minutes needed here, Gravison.
Yeah. If I was at this situation he just had, if I was Matthias, I would team press like risking my life and everything. And maybe that's the reason why I'm here commentating and they're playing. But you know, if you have that chance to team press and get the ball and play for your last chance, I would take it. I would definitely take it if I could. But yeah, extra time. Matthias, I think, is comfortable in these kind of situations. We saw it like in the last online events, offline events, team of the season cup, everything. And I think Feldman is comfortable as well in the extra time. And if it goes to PKs, I don't know what's going to happen because...
What changes now, Gravison, in this little break before extra time? Because no doubt if it stays like this, I wouldn't be surprised if we are in penalties in 30 minutes' time.
We didn't see any PKs today, right? Which is weird, because I don't know if you remember last time when we commentated, every single match went to PKs.
I mean, Team of the Season Cup, even 2v2 FIFA was going to penalties after penalties. It hasn't been the same sort of scenario here. And to be honest, there's been a lot of goals across the games you've had in the Champions League. But this one, no doubt, has been super narrow and competitive as we need 30 more minutes of extra time here in the end of the second leg. Between Matthias and Roy Feldman. Winner of this, as we said, plays Tex in the losers final. It's going to be as simple as this. A famous commentary line I always say again, it's one bit of magic or a mistake. That will separate this game.
Yeah. I don't know if it was willingly, but I think I saw overload ball side from, I don't know if it was Feldman or Matthias Bonanno.
Mo Salah finds R9, Van der Sar.
I gotta concentrate when they, overload ball side from who? I think it's Feldman. Oh, if he doesn't notice, that stamina is gonna run out quick, I'm telling you.
Look at the stamina already of the two players. It is.
I don't think he did that willingly. Yeah, it's still on, and the stamina is going down quick.
Mahrez building nicely, little double tap pass, can't quite find Pele on that time of asking.
And if I was in Matthias Bonanno's shoes and I see that, I will keep the ball like for, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes because the stamina is going to go to 0.
Well, you can just see it. Keep an eye on that stamina on the right-hand side of your screen. Look how quickly he's going down for some of those defensive players like Robertson and Walker.
Maybe he did that on purpose, you know, just for...
And to be fair, on the flip side for Matthias, it's pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Still was in that 5-back, though, when he needs to be. Everyone back defending in sync. We are pretty much there, half-time and extra time. It's a dodgy pass at the back. Marquinhos able just about to get 2 feet on that. Hello over the top, can't quite find his way through. Added time of 1 minute. Always the way, 15 minutes, the first 15 just flow past.
I might be too repetitive, but if I could, I would team press in that situation. But yeah, they just don't want to risk everything in a single chance, you know, because I mean, it's been a long journey. How many months competing? Since December, I think it was the first online event. So they don't want to risk everything in a single play. But I don't know. Is it gonna go to PKs? Are we gonna see Edu's magic again? I could see Prieto, Heretics manager. He's losing his life out there. He's suffering for his life.
That's the most stressful season, isn't he? Every time I see him at a tournament, he looks at me and just says, I can't do this again.
Every single time. I mean, do you remember at the Tots Cup?
Yeah, I remember.
It was crazy.
Well, here we go. It's as simple as this. 15 minutes left to play here. This is your losers semi-final. $30,000 on the line. The chance to be in the top 3 of this tournament. And for a handful of these players, a chance to get a rematch against Tex, who waits patiently after losing to Nicholas 4-1. in the upper brackets. The first time he's had to drop down into the loser bracket in this eChampions League tournament. Are we going to see a goal here? Or is it going to be decided by PKs? But after Feldman missed early today, he might not want penalties after Pele put that one wide.
I think that gives you, like, I don't know if I would be risking, if I go to PKs after missing that one, I don't know if I would be risking it as much as he did trying to adjust it to the post. But I think if you go to PKs, Matias has to be the favorite.
In this moment here, what do you think Rowie is looking for? Where's that space he's looking for? Is it a big switch into a cross? Is it?
Yeah, I think he's just...
Bear in mind, it's a 5 at the back he's up against here.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get that gap between the midfielders and the defenders. But if you keep the ball like this, you won't find it. Because your players are eventually gonna stop moving, as you can see. And I think just you're not gonna be able to create any chance.
It's the same passage of play from left to right from them. Feldman, he's trying to shift as many Heretic shirts over to this left-hand side of the screen. You can see now there's a little bit more space for the likes of Mohamed Salah if he can find it. But again, he doesn't bite into that left-hand side, or maybe he will now. Building.
Oh.
Maybe, just maybe, Matias Bonanno will get one last chance.
That was a great tackle. But yeah, last chance. Could you imagine the scenes? Last minute goal.
Well, could fall on the opposite side of Mohamed Salah, could be through on that left-hand side of your screen. It's all she wrote. Penalty shootout, but a $30,000 penalty shootout. Winner plays Tex in the losers final. It felt like it was going to penalties, and it is going to penalties here. Who has got nerves? The nerve, sorry, from the spot. And who's got ice in their veins? Up steps Matias Bonanno first with Pele, who does go down the middle and scores. Now, can Robbie Feldman put that wrong right with Mohamed Salah from the spot? Yes, he can. 1 from 1.
Yeah, he didn't risk it that much. Now we see R9, and we see a pattern from Matias. Oh! Green time. That was it. That was the reason why Van der Sar did not save it this time. Down the right side of it.
Perfect pens so far. It's Mahrez now for Matias Bonanno. He stares down at his controller, does score, left bottom corner, 3 from 3. How can Rowie equal it with Hullet? No! Save by Matias!
What are we going to see from Matias? He went for the left side, right? He's going to go down the middle. Yes, he will. Now, Roy against the ropes. If he misses, he's out of the competition. Are we going to see for CR7? Score.
This is it.
One
you
more
score.
life.
It's job done for Matias Bonanno. Is he on his way to a loser final? Cheeky Panenka! This man does not do it the easy way. He does it the hard way. Matias Bonanno is in the losers final of the eChampions League. Speak about nerves, speak about confidence. A Panenka to send yourself into that last 3, a top 3 for that man on your screen.
What character does that show of Mr. Bonanno?
I think that's the key. I always speak about how you can separate the good players from the great players. This is another key example here. Of course, I'm sure he wouldn't mind us saying, we've already mentioned how he hasn't performed at the levels he associates or holds himself accountable to. But he's won 3. He's here in the final.
Top 3.
He's top 3 after playing nowhere near his level.
He should have lost probably against Snakes.
Yep.
Robbie Feldman had some great chances.
Mr. Penn?
Mr. Penn probably looks back on that game and thinks, could have done more.
Yep.
Could have done something there.
Even against Predator, he was 2 goals down going
Absolutely,
into
and then had to force the comeback. But the Argentine is still strong here at the eChampions League. People filing in to this beautiful studio we have in the heart of Stockholm. Who will be coming out on top? Seconds away from your losers bracket final. Fnatic Tex against Heretics Matias Bonanno. These two have been top of the tree here in Europe, and we need to find out who's going to be our grand finalist alongside Nicholas 99 FC.
It's key to mention, of course, both Fnatic's Tex and Team Heretics' Matias Bonanno. They've played already in the season, in qualifiers, most recently this week, just gone by on Tuesday, where Matthias was victorious on penalties up against Fnatic's Tex, and he's also won prior to that as well. So he technically has a 2-0 record against Tex. But again, going into this,
so even.
It's very even. The games have been really close. It's almost impossible to separate them, and it has often resorted to a penalty shootout.
As we get underway here, it's going to be Tex from left to right in that red Liverpool strip, and in the white from right to left, it's going to be Matthias Banano. Early pressure there from Tex, putting the fullbacks high up the pitch and trying to force the issue from Matthias.
You can see with the player selection as well, he's opted with Oxlade-Chamberlain, who occupies that right wing-back position there. See the runs that he puts forward as well. The switch of play is something that you associate very, very often with Matthias. As he breaks forward here.
Oh no, it's scooped around the defender and slots it into the bottom left corner. Matthias 1-0 up. What a start for the Argentine.
Wow, it seems as if space just opened up for him to play that pass into R9 Ronaldo. When you leave him with that much space, that much time, and that much goal to aim at, there's always going to be one destination for that ball, and it is in the back of the net. Tex there defensively looked a little bit open there. There was a lot of on-rushing runners there from Matthias with his setup offensively, and it led to just many, many options, but he chose the right one.
Green timed as well.
Yeah.
In previous tournaments, we typically associate Matthias in a 1-0 predicament being a favourite to go on and win, but he's sort of been the opposite today. He's gave leads away, he's been trying to fight back into games. He's not being himself, especially in the defensive attributes. And across that back five, back six, whatever you want to call it, with the players dropping in, there's been vulnerabilities there. It looks like a different formation from that five that you were talking about as well, with Teles coming over to left back here. We'll get into that very shortly indeed. Ronaldinho, reverse elastico. Couple of times inside the box. Offloads to Kyle Walker, and Ronaldinho will come again. Goes out for a goal kick.
Something you have to watch out there with Tex. Building up on the byline with Ronaldinho. He's phenomenal when he gets in those situations where he can just stop, utilize the skill move, whether it's an elastico, reverse elastico, or any other skill move he chooses at the right time, at the right moment. Of course, it didn't work out for him in that situation, but it's a positive sign. But for Matthias now, he'll be hoping that he can start as he means to go on. We're going to see a lot of this as well, the switches which I mentioned there, but it wasn't meant to be for Riyad Mahrez, I believe it is, up against Joao Cancelo in the air.
I expect to see this battle time and time again. Ronaldinho against Alex Teles on this far-hand side of the pitch. I think Tex will probably favour his chances against the Manchester United fullback with a player of Ronaldinho's capabilities, and especially when you put Tex's thumbsticks on the analog sticks as well. It's Matthias who looks the more likely here. Pele down the left-hand side. Fake shot straight back into the path of Texas defender. So a few birthday celebrations. They're going to be celebrated at the end of play today. We will wait and find out. It's a lovely ball over the top for Ronaldinho. He's onside. As he gets to the byline, Kimpembe just in the way. But that's where we're already starting to see a lot of these attacks forming down the near-hand touchline on the camera side of the pitch. But Matthias could be in over the top again. Lateral heel to heel on the finesse shot. Schmeichel at full stretch.
No, it's always dangerous there when you have the likes of Riyad Mahrez. Of course, his Champions League player item with a finesse shot trait as well. So once you line up the angle for the finesse, if you green time it, you challenge the goalkeeper more often than not. And as we see, possession one high up the pitch here.
So it's a bad loss of possession there for Tex. Matthias playing it slow. Renato Sanchez offloads to R9. Sadio Mane looking for the little back heel. Just about got enough red shirts behind the ball there.
Oh, it was a great sequence of small twists and turns there with Renato Sanchez for Matthias. He'd done what he needed to do to make the angle, make the space for that pass across, but he gave it to Mane. You would have hoped for somebody a little bit better in that situation in terms of skill moves, just for the reverse elastico potentially, but it didn't work out in that attack. You see a triggered run there. I thought it could have been played over the top from Tex.
So potentially R9 to try and get away from his marker. Pele now, the recipient. Inside the box, forcing players onto him. Reverse elastico into Marcus Llorente, looking for the patient build-up. Pele wins it back with a great tackle. High up the pitch, reverse elastico. He's trying to find the extra pass, but Matias is just putting a white shirt in the way.
You know what, fair enough. The defending there, of course, he allowed Tex their possession to twist and turn with Pele and just dropped off a little bit, switched to the other centre-back just to prioritise marking that extra pass, what Tex was looking for. You can tell he's done his research. You can tell that he knows that Tex is always going to try and look for the extra pass, but potentially now Tex might switch it up a little bit. You never know, just to try and counteract that preparation. Oh, I thought the pass could have been in.
Quickly approaching half-time here. Will the referee let this attack play? Not to be. And that will do us for the first 45 minutes of 4 segments of FIFA that you're going to be watching over these 2 legs. Possession very dominant in the favour of Fnatic Tex, but the opening goal and the only goal in this losers bracket final has gone the way of Matias.
Yeah, and just to look back at that goal as well, it sort of stemmed from nothing. I felt as if this space just opened up for him to play it into R9, Ronaldo, in on goal. But we don't usually associate that with Tex. He's usually very structured in defence. Of course, he presses high up the pitch, higher than some other players. But again, very rarely you'd associate him giving away cheap opportunities like that. But Tex is an unbelievable player. He knows how good he is. A 1-goal deficit is nothing for Tex. He can score a numerous amount of goals at any given time. And he's got the ability and backing himself to do so.
Well, the stage is set. We're about to get back underway for the second half here inside the first leg. I'm hearing the Tannoy announcement. Substitution, Cristiano Ronaldo on for Riyad Mahrez, I think that was.
It's another option. Of course, the aerial dominance of that's of Cristiano Ronaldo. He has that item in-game with the large aerial dominance, with his jumping.
He was toying with the idea before kickoff as well.
Yeah.
Took him 45 minutes. He said, you know what, let's make the change. Let's try something. Let's try a slight variation of it. Ronaldinho looking to get the better of Alex Telles. He does get the better of the fullback. Pele. You're looking at CR7 potentially. It goes to the Portuguese man, but his header over the top of the crossbar.
That's something we might see a little more now, but it'd be interesting to see if Matias does something about that, just to try and get somebody to monitor the movement of Cristiano Ronaldo. Of course, in at that back post, you know he's dangerous.
Look, it was Oxlade-Chamberlain playing right back.
Yeah.
If memory serves me correctly. You've probably got someone on the bench. Maybe Kyle Walker, Andy Robertson, João Cancelo. One of those 3, you would think, with the Champions League player pool available that the players have at their disposal, would come on and plug that hole that CR7 has seemingly opened up here.
Yeah, you've got your coach alongside you in Edu, who's coveted throughout the scene this season. He's had a fantastic year coaching Team Heretics to extreme levels of success, especially recently. They've come on leaps and bounds in the FIFA scene. So we'll be telling him, just keep an eye out here. You can see the sub was actually made there. It was
Walker.
Kyle Walker brought on at right back to try and nullify the aerial threat.
I remember a few FIFAs ago, FIFA 19, we used to see pauses every 3 minutes to then swap the fullbacks.
Yeah.
You stick Ronaldo on the other side.
Yeah. The good old days.
Don't think I've seen the Hell Tornado done.
Not since
the turn of the 2020s.
Got the buttons.
Kyle Walker driving forward. Sadio Mane picks it up. R9 Ronaldo. He's pressured by Marquinhos, and Tex will walk away with possession here.
There's really not much to separate either of these players. The scoreline tells the story. Of course, it is a 1-goal deficit, an advantage for Matias, but there honestly hasn't been many clear-cut chances. There was only that one within the first 10 minutes, and it was taken.
It's a chess match right now here in Stockholm. Just the sort of the fakes as well. The fake run being made from the centre mid, forcing a player backwards, opening up a little bit of space. Ronaldinho, he's probably been the most active player here for Tex in the 60 minutes gone so far. Left stick dribbling, accurate, precise, perfect so far. Renato Sanchez, right place, right time. Edwin van der Sar just shuffles it away to Kyle Walker.
It's calm and it's composed there from Matias just to play the ball out there. A lot of players could have made a mistake there and gifted possession away, but it was great defending. He nullified it, but I think Tex was just waiting for CR7 to go into a position that he could receive the cross in there. We saw a little creative run there with Matias to get R9 into space behind as he builds up again.
Ball roll, scoop turn, double it up. Sadio Mane into Pele. Back to Sadio Mane on the edge of the box. This is dangerous. Turns into Renato Sanchez, and the ball possession will turn over with red shirt streaming forward. Patience, the word to describe both of these two combatants' performance at the moment. There's no panic. Whipped into the back post, Ronaldo's up.
Oh, I thought that would have been it. It is dangerous. It's something that Tis has to watch out for. A ball over the top could have been played, and it has been. Famara is in behind. He's
Kimpembe.
Yeah, didn't take it in his stride well enough, but he still retrieves or manages to keep possession with the throw on there. He can build it up to see if he can get one more attack.
A 2-goal advantage for Matias would be beautiful if you're a fan of the Argentine or Team Heretic. João Cancelo's on the floor. We asked some questions if this results in a goal.
Wow.
Yeah, that's got to be a driven pass.
Yeah, it was, but could you imagine if that had found the back of the net as we see a slight mishap, but he still retained possession?
Mahrez, inside the box, somehow, near post, Schmeichel's equal to it. He's just getting a little bit nervy all of a sudden.
I think that was a pause cued by Tex, just to take a little breather, slow the tempo down of the game. He has no need to keep rushing through the game. 15 minutes left of this first leg. You say the tide is starting to slowly slip towards in Matias' favour. He's created a couple chances there, but again, they haven't been necessarily clear-cut.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's just something just to have an attempt at goal.
The driven pass at the near post. If you count that as a chance.
I don't count that, no. I wouldn't count that as a chance. But there's space opening up there for Matias to potentially exploit. We've seen Tex concede it from a corner early on. Is he going to use a similar technique?
Yes, he is. Kimpembe, maybe not the player you want to take the chance. Turns over possession. Oh, a little bit of a risky pass out the back, but Schmeichel keeps his head. So does Tex. And with 12 minutes left to play on the clock, that ball over the top looks money. Pele, Edwin van der Sar clattering through him.
That is a huge headed clearance there from van der Sar on rushing to stop that through ball reaching the required destination. But that's sort of what Tex has been resorted to, playing balls over the top or trying to go towards or lean towards crosses because of the way Matias has defended so far in this first leg. I would say maybe Tex would be sort of okay if this first leg ends with just a 1-goal deficit. I know it hasn't been an onslaught from Matias as we see him push forward here potentially to get another goal.
Rude Hullet firing it into R9. It's Mane! Sadio Mane at the near post with an emphatic finish. It was zinged about the box. Any of the attacking players could have been the recipients of it. Mane it fell to, and the Senegalese forward didn't half strike it well.
It's a great goal there. It's quick, snappy passing into the box for the extra pass to Sadio Mane with a finish in at the near post. An offside trap there maybe could have helped Tex push his line up a little bit higher. I felt as if there was a lot of bodies in the box there to make it easier to find the pass, but it's easy to say that from where we are rather than playing because, again, the stakes are so high. But Tex finds himself down 2-0 now. It's his first time today, in fact, that he's taken a loss. Well, he took a loss against Nicholas, but I mean, he hasn't gone down without scoring first today until now. But again, now he needs to respond. Can he get a goal late on to try and get a goal back into this game?
If anyone's good enough offensively to respond in the entire global landscape of FIFA esports, it is the man with the controller at his hands right now in Fnatic Tex. He's playing for the final chance of the game. They'll be hoping for this chance to turn to gold. As we go into the second leg, it doesn't. And Matias Bonanno leads 2-0 in this losers bracket final. Ryan Pessoa, what a first leg of action.
Yep, very, very, dare I say, exciting first leg in terms of how the game has gone for Matias. But again, there haven't been too many chances between either of these players. But of course,
lead it through so far. We'll welcome them to the stage now. Team Morientes, Shauna Games, our content creator, and Ali G, our Fan Cup winner. Then we have Team Cole as well. They will be joining in a moment's time. They are the opponents, of course, to Team Morientes.
And I'm not going to lie, Rachel, I'm intrigued. I don't know what to expect in this matchup. I want to believe that Morientes is going to score goals. And I also want to believe that Ashley Cole is going to have a lot of chit-chat. There's going to be some back and forth. As you see, Tony coming out, of course, Ashley Cole.
And Romeo, as well as our FIFA Fan Cup winner. So welcome both these teams to the stage here, and I'm really intrigued to see if Shauna and Tony can maybe add something as well to these teams, because this is going to be something special. The icon face of Team Cole and Team Morientes. Ashley Cole, they're looking like he's enjoying this moment. He's sat in the middle, as is Fernando Morientes there. I mean, more than occasion for everybody who is involved in this one. And welcome to the stage our two commentators as well, Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And yes, what an opportunity we have here in Stockholm, Sweden. An icon face-off like no other. Content creator, you could say the next pro player, and then icons of the game who will be playing with themselves in-game. We're here, Richard, across this one-legged game of FIFA.
Yeah, this is going to be, honestly, I've watched a lot of FIFA esports. I don't know what to expect over the next 20 minutes. Hopefully we see some end-to-end FIFA, we see some unbelievable stuff, but anything could happen. Genuinely, anything could happen in this game.
Well, I'm going to have a little chat with Tony MC first and foremost. Tony, you just come off the back of a 4-1 win. You took down Team Kaka. What was your overall thoughts from the game?
I think Ashley Cole played the fake humbleness. Like, oh, I don't play much, yada, 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 and then he was so good. And that was the key of the game, like, you know, to make them feel comfortable, to get confident, and then smash them.
Richard, over there?
Yeah, Shauna, you oversaw a masterful performance. What were some of the keys to victory for you?
Probably the way he can pass, like, switch the play. Like, Morientes is great up, like, yes. The way he can just see, like, the play is incredible.
He's got some FIFA skills. I look forward to seeing it then.
Well, come on, let's get this game underway then. And it is going to be Team Cole against Team Morientes, two Champions League winners in their own right, going head-to-head on this pitch. I just want to say as well, Richard, to the two Fan Cup winners here as well, Romeo and Ali G, they came out of top of thousands of people that signed up via the PlayStation Tournaments tab online. They won a PlayStation 5, some of them. They won cash, and they won this all-paid trip to Sweden to meet some of the best players on the virtual pitch and some of the icons of the game. It's not a bad weekend, is it?
Just let you know, I'm seeing some custom tactics and instructions being changed here. It's a serious game, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. Just having a quick look at the squads. Pele involved. Alex Telles, Renato Sanchez, Ruud Gullit. It's a remarkable squad, it really is.
Nice to see Tony MC just getting rid of any excuses for Ashley Cole down here in terms of controller issues.
We're ready to go. We are ready to go.
I think we're ready to go over here, though. Done? Tony says we're good to go, and I think we are good to go. We are underway in this Icon Face-Off presented by PlayStation Tournaments. It will be Team Cole from left to right in that Liverpool strip, and Team Morientes from right to left. As expected, Richard, both icons or foot heroes are starting themselves in-game.
As you would expect. It's a truly unbelievable achievement being selected as a hero, as an icon in the game, and all the legends that we've got here today truly deserve the accolade.
Who's going to have first blood here? They both came off the back of very impressive results in the semi-finals. Could be an early chance. It's hoofed away.
Could have gone anywhere.
Telles. No nonsense defended there from Team Morientes. Whipped in by R9 towards that front post. Carl Walker this time to save the day. And in the end, Renato Sanchez. They are following the squad restrictions here in the eChampions League on this
Ooh.
Fan Cup matchup. What a tackle that is from Marquinhos. Oh, that one a little bit more harsh. Pele, interesting switch to play.
Keep it calm, keep it ticking over. No reason to rush.
Shot from distance. Ooh. That might have been Fernando Morientes fancying that one from 30 yards out. Does add an element to it, doesn't it, Richard? 2v2 FIFA. There's just such a different style of play. Here's Pele now. And that's Ali G in control there. With that blue icon above his head. Morientes with the green. Just switches that play. Ashley Cole does win it back. Not for so long. Here's Ali G. A couple of skill moves out. Combining the best as he can. Looking for that ball across the box. Goes on his own. It's a great effort. Still could be on.
If you're enjoying the action, make sure to tune into the PlayStation Twitch tomorrow. 2 o'clock Central Eastern Time. Watch some of the best players on PlayStation tournaments around the world play on the UEFA Champions League final on FIFA 22. And you'll actually see me and Brandon commentating it if you enjoy a bit of that as well. Yeah. 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Chance to play for some extra cash there. Some of the best FIFA 22 players from around the world. So far, Richard, 15 minutes played here. Who's had the better start?
I would probably say Team Morientes. And that's not just because I'm stood over here behind him.
And I'll get a chance just to get the ball and slow it down a little bit. Tim Cole in possession. Following this, we have the eChampions League final. What a ball that could be. Pele
is in.
Running through. Ashley Cole, lovely ball into the box. We'll look for R9. It's and the Sar on it. Headers and volleys were just cleared away by Renato Sanchez eventually, but better signs from Team Cole.
Lots of crosses into the box. I've just had a little look across there as well. Tony getting some coaching in there. He's the gaffer.
That's what you're there to do, Tony. You can do that.
I'm just playing some Matias over here.
Teles. This is Morientes in control of that light green icon. Look for that cross into the box. It falls back to Ali G. Nice build-up this could be. Cut back, one more pass. Play it, surely, Ali G. Where's the pass? Penalty!
Just give it. The question is, who's going to be taking it?
Pepe, Tony MC's on his seat. Tony, was that a red card?
Caught it. VAR. Come on.
It's a shocking tackle. It's a horrific tackle. Who made the tackle? It's all Ashley Cole.
I mean, who's taking the penalty?
That's the question. We're in a pause at the moment. I don't know who's going to be over it.
Tony, what are you going to do? You've got 10 players on the pitch. What are we changing?
We changing the fact that we are drawing and we want to win. That's what we're doing.
Where are you sacrificing? What position on the pitch?
What?
Who's being sacrificed on the pitch? You keeping a hole at the back, or?
Yeah, of course. You try to back first, then offense. We're gonna lose. We're gonna lose some offensive power, but defensively we're gonna be great.
And Ashley, can I ask you, was that you?
Yeah, I think it was me. It was me, yes.
Well, hopefully you're on the penalty to save it.
I think we're trying to decipher who's going to be on the penalty.
It's got to be Morientes that takes it with Morientes.
We'll wait and see. I mean, there's a lot of tactical changes being made on that side of the stage at the moment.
No, they've kept the hole at the back. I can tell you that.
Here we go. Who's on the penalty?
Is it Fernando Morientes? No, it's not. It's Ali G over it. The Fan Cup winner of the PlayStation eChampions League Fan Cup steps up, scores. It's the first goal.
I mean, what a moment. He just scored at the eChampions League. Sadio Mane slotting it home. How does that feel?
It's feeling great.
What a moment.
That was Ali G, the German Fan Cup winner. As he said, he's travelled out here to Stockholm for a day that he won't forget anytime soon. 10 men. It's looking difficult over here.
It's a big ask. It's a very big ask. It's a nice bit of FIFA, though, that.
Well, actually looks like there is been a bit of coverage. It's Alex Telles that's now in centre-back. Big tackle from Tellez. Nicely done. Building nicely. There's R9, reverse elastico. Nice skills again. This is Romeo building up the perfect chance. Defended well.
He deserved a goal. It was incredible dribbling in and around the box. For a second, it looked like it opened up.
This could be too rich. Mahrez! Oh. Well, there's plenty of action still underway here, but let's take a moment to join Carl Walker, who's joined by another special guest and an icon of the game.
Thank you, Brandon. I am indeed. I'm stood here with Kaka, the man, the myth, the legend. However, we've seen what you've been able to do on the pitch at times. Oh, a goal goes in just there. Brandon, Rich, I'll throw it back to you very quickly, all right? You go.
We'll come back in a second, Carl. Tony, that's the reaction you want?
Yes, because we have one. We just 10 men and we draw the game, bro.
Who scored the goal? Romeo, did you score?
It's a great finish, I've got to say. R9 at the near post, level pegging, 10 men. The underdog story may be coming true.
Right, Carl, pick up from where you were. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Brandon. I mean, incredible 1-1 in that game. But Kaka, I need to ask you, what happened backstage? I thought I was going to see you out here on the main stage. How did you lose that one?
Yeah, I lost against Team Cole, but we played very well. We started the game winning 1-0, and then we conceded a few goals. But it doesn't reflect what was the game.
Okay, oh wow, okay, all right, great answer just there then. I mean, does that mean that you're supporting Morientes then, Team Morientes in this final?
No, actually I'm supporting the Team Cole because at least I would have lost against the champion, so Team Cole.
I mean, you played on the biggest of stages, you've managed to play in the Champions League. What is it like though? How does it compare to playing in the eChampions League? Surely this is better, right?
Yeah, much better. So. But we have a great game to watch tomorrow as well.
We do indeed, Kaka. Incredible to talk to you. Let's get back to the action though. We're getting closer to half time. Brandon, Richard, any update on the score?
Still 1-1 here, Carl. Thank you for that. Little chat there with Kaka, who did play in the semi-final. This could be an unbelievable chance. Ashley Cole recycles it well. Back to Mane. Oh, it was tiny feet from Romeo. The fan can't win at half-time. It's 1-1 here and still all to play for.
I'm coming in with a word from the coach, the gaffer, Shauna Games. 1-0 up, goes to 1-1. You're 11 men. Surely the win is there to be taken.
Yeah, just got to stay calm and, the defence will open up and we'll win. Easy.
Still confident?
So confident.
You heard it here, Brandon.
Still confident. Romeo, just a quick word. Romeo, just a quick word for yourself. It seems like you play better when you have 10 players on the pitch.
Yeah, it's, I don't know what to say. We're playing good since the 20 minutes and we're having some chances, so yes.
And just in a few words, what's this experience been like for you coming out here to Stockholm?
Insane. I mean, I qualified through a fan cup, so it's an insane feeling, insane emotions here.
Amazing stuff. Well, good luck in the second half. It is still all to play for.
It just goes to show the power of the PlayStation tournaments as well. You get yourself signed up, compete.playstation.com. So many opportunities on there, and you can be here playing with legends of the game.
I have to say, these two have played in pro tournaments before, but by their own right, they wouldn't call themselves as standout pros. It's for the next generation of FIFA talent to come through. As you said, there's so many opportunities to play for cash or even to come out to an event such as this. Enough of us talking. Back underway. It is 1-1 between Team Cole, that might only have 10 players on the pitch, and Team Morientes, that are all square here.
I love the switch to play. Say that just knocks out a play, but certainly seems like a opportunity to pull that 10 players, get the extra man involved, and hopefully for Team Morientes find an opening.
Alex Tellez had all the job to do. Left back,
well.
centre back. That's a big win there by Hullet. Plays through Fernando Morientes. Could he be the man to be the provider? The idea was there, just couldn't get the conviction of the pass. Ashley Cole being controlled by Ashley Cole there. Made a Great little run through. It's Ashley Cole again, being controlled by Ashley Cole. Is there a cutback available? There it is. Did so well, Renato Sanchez. Good feet from the Fan Cup winner, Romeo. Wins a corner, pressure building.
Out of the two sides, probably the more likely at the moment, you would say, Team Cole.
Sort of just felt their way into the game, haven't they? What can we see here off the training ground? It's R9 that's over it. Whipped out wide. It was read by Morientes, who was controlling Marquinhos.
Counter-attack potential? Yes. Not today.
Building nicely again. And Riyad Mahrez, who's been causing all sorts of problems throughout today in the Champions League.
What a player he is as well. Off that right-hand side. Probably the only go-to standard right mid, right winger in this sort of eChampions League format. The five-star skills. This game at the moment, middle of the park.
It's a midfield battle, isn't it?
Just dominate it, pick up the ball, take the game by the scruff of the neck.
At the moment, it seems like it's been Renato Sanchez for both teams doing that job. Is he onside? No, he's just off. 61 minutes with 29 left to play here in this Fan Cup Icon Face-Off matchup. Let's join Carl Walker, who's joined by another icon of the game and a special guest here in Stockholm.
Thank you, Brandon. I am indeed. Henrik Larsson, thank you for joining us on the main stage. But we need to talk about what happened in the back of the arena. How did you lose that game? You didn't even score a goal.
No, we didn't even score. That was all due to me as well. I'm really poor at this game. But we lost against a very good team. So, yeah, I don't think that we had that much of a chance anyhow.
I mean, you're taking all the blame, you're shouldering it like a true leader does just now. It would have been nice, though, for you to be out here, to be on this main stage. But does that mean your team, Ashley Cole, then you don't want Morientes to win?
No, I'd rather that Morientes is winning, as Kaká said. I mean, then we lost against the winner, so that's all right.
We're here for the eChampions League. You know lots about the actual Champions League as well. What a weekend it is. It starts here in Stockholm, then it's Paris tomorrow. This is an incredible, incredible weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, it's the first time for me at this kind of event, and I really enjoy it. Watch the skillful players playing, and then going tomorrow to the Champions League final in Paris. It's fantastic.
It's going to be a very, very special weekend. Good luck. You've got another year. I'll see you next year. Work on those FIFA skills, all right? Brandon, Richard, back to you.
I will be practicing.
Thank you very much, Carl. Yes. Luckily, I haven't missed too much here. There's still just under 20 minutes to play. Great to hear from the likes of Kaká and Henrik Larsson that are in the building here in Stockholm for the Champions League final, which does follow this one between the two Argentines, Nicolas and Matías Banana. But before that, we could be going to extra time or maybe straight penalties. I'm not sure on the rules.
I still think there could potentially be a winner here. The 10 men of Team Cole starting to get a little bit leggy. Space opening up for Team Morientes. Just need to find that killer pass.
Tony, I've got to come to you. Time for some subs or not?
I believe we have Bale on the bench, so for some crossing will be a nice time to do it.
Let's get him on.
We've seen how good Gareth Bale can be as well at the back post, and even in Champions League finals himself, scoring one of the best goals ever in the history of the competition.
Massive tackle there from Renato Sanchez, who's been here, there and everywhere in this Icon Face-Off presented by PlayStation. Pele, nicely done. It could be a chance. Ashley Cole with R9. He went for a cheeky chip, but if it wasn't for a great save from Van der Sar, that could have been the match winner.
Oh, what a chance. He's done very, very well, Van der Sar, to spread himself. Little dink. It was the right option. Just an equally fantastic save.
Sort of feel like they're built into this game, haven't they?
They've got better and better. Their chemistry starting to flow. But I'll allude back to it. 10 men.
Mane on a little bit of a solo run. Ali G in control, the PlayStation Fan Cup winner. Still will be hustling for the ball. It's Schmeichel off his line. Let's get two hands on it eventually. A chance for Ashley Cole in game to play out on this left-hand side. Intercepted by Hullet. One back. Well, for a throw-in.
What we got left? 5 minutes. Time to be a hero.
Late drama. Maybe, just maybe.
It's what we've come to associate with the eChampions League.
Tell you what, Morente's just driving with R9 there. Does get dispossessed. Cole wins it back with Pele. Thiago into R9. It's Ashley Cole. Oh, what a chance. R9's done so well for him. Kimpembe back to save the day again. Will there be one more chance? Yes, there will. Has to be perfect. Added time to follow, probably nothing more than a minute. There it is, a minute of added time. Playing for the final chance of the game.
It's a little bit risky.
They might not get it. We've played it. And there we have it.
All square. What a piece.
Well, let's see what the plan is here. Is it ends a draw?
While we're deciding, we'll get a little word from Shauna. 1-1. Disappointed not to have picked up the result in the 90 minutes, going to extra time?
A little bit, considering, you know, we had a one-man advantage, but I think them having a red card made their chemistry, like, go up. I don't know.
They often say you play better when you're down to 10 men. Brandon, what's Tony think to that?
Well, can confirm extra time.
1-0.
Tony, give us your thoughts of the overall 90. Bear in mind you had 10 players on the field. I think you bounced back well.
Yes, we had many chances. They just scored a penalty and they didn't approach even our goal. They didn't know our goalie. They didn't know him. So, I mean, we playing very good football here.
Extra time now. You mentioned Gareth Bale. Are we going to make some subs?
Yeah, it's like they call the Real Madrid time, right? The last part of the game. You know that. You're going to see tomorrow.
If you didn't already, Tony's a massive Real Madrid fan. Predictions for tomorrow?
I'm a fan. I mean, I like Real Madrid. I can say that. Yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow.
Predictions?
We're going to be, at some point of the match, going to be losing for sure, but then we're going to come back.
Okay. Well, they're winning regardless. He's going to be in Paris tomorrow enjoying that one, Tony. But regardless, he's got to win a game first, Richard, before he gets there. And I'm just going to wait to rejoin it.
Yeah, the lobby's being made at the moment. If you're enjoying any of the action, make sure you stick with us. It's the eChampions League Grand Final coming up very shortly indeed. Mateus Banano, Nicholas 99 FC, the two Argentines battling it out. The winner will not only take home the eChampions League trophy, but also $75,000 as well. A truly remarkable moment. And also, the first time we've seen that trophy in particular being lifted in, 3 years? We were remote for a couple of years, Oliver PN lifting it, and the last time it was lifted, New York City Chris, all the way back in 2019, now known as Diddy Chris Lito.
Yeah, 2019, back in Madrid, last time we saw that trophy lifted, and $75,000 on the line, Richard. It's not a bad lump of cash. As we said before that, we've got this icon face-off to conclude between these two players here. Actually, if I can ask you, I've always wanted to know this. What's it like playing with yourself in-game?
I don't tend to do it too often, to be honest. But no, it's amazing to see yourself on a computer game. But if I had a choice, I wouldn't play or put myself in the team that I use.
What do you think's lacking about your player in-game? If you had to be harsh.
Maybe my shooting. I think I should be marked up a little bit more on my shooting.
Well, I think he's done a great job in there, Rich. He's been making some great runs on the left-hand side.
I feel like the in-game Ashley Cole item plays better when Ashley Cole's also controlling him in real life. We're getting underway very shortly indeed. Extra time is where we're going to kick off. And hopefully we can find a winning goal.
Hopefully indeed. Extra time is upon us here in this Icon Face-Off presented by PlayStation. Incredible opportunity for two FIFA players to come out here to Sweden to meet icons of the game, alongside FIFA creators from around the world. 30 minutes is needed. Who knows? Penalties might even be needed as well, Richard.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always the potential of the dreaded spot kicks. So we're about to get underway in extra time. 30 additional minutes. Will it be Team Morientes? Will it be Team Cole coming out victorious?
What makes this interesting, though, Richard, because we've rejoined the game on the esports build, there's no need for a change. There's no need for a sub. Same starting 11. Team Cole in that Liverpool strip from right to left in this first half of extra time. The red player icons being controlled by Romeo, the Fan Cup winner in the yellow. Is Ashley Cole. So on the flip side, it is Ali G, the Fan Cup winner, with the blue icon above his head. And the light green is the foot hero, introduced to FIFA 22 this year, Fernando Morientes. Team Cole building up nicely with a player who has been so influential in this game, Renato Sanchez. This is nice from Romeo, the Fan Cup winner, building with Pele. A couple of skill moves combined as he looks to the line, that killer pass into Mane.
Since the extra time periods got underway, Team Cole certainly looked the more likely out of the two sides.
What a touch that is. Mane, what a ball that could be. Ashley Cole scores with Pele! The moment we've been waiting for one of these icons to step up and score. It's come at the best of times in extra time with Pele.
It's a really nice finisher as well, sweeping the ball past the goalkeeper first time. A lot of the work done before it's fallen to Pele, but still got to put the ball in the back of the net, and he did exactly that.
Well, this is where we got to see a reaction, haven't we? 7 minutes left in his first 15, or is it going to be onslaught?
Well, extra time's be one-way traffic.
Oh, wow, look at the red shirts running forward. It's Ashley Cole looking to be the provider this time. It's a great idea with a cross. 2 hands on it from Edwin van der Sar. Team Morientes trying to do their best to have the last chance of the half. They will get it again.
Oh, a little bit cynical. Sadio Mane goes into the book.
I think they'll call it a tactical foul.
If you look up tactical foul in the dictionary, you've just got a picture of that right there. 105th minute.
Big switch of play. Finds Alex Telles. Whips it into the box. It's headed away by Renato Sanchez. Added time of just a minute. Will be enough time to get one more chance if they can look after possession. Defended well, and that should do us for half-time and extra time. Tony, I've got to come to you again. It's all going to plan.
So we figured out which one is Morientes. So when Morientes has the ball, we pressure him. So he lose possession. So it's good, you know, to have a friendly show match like this. You can do cheeky stuff like that.
Tactical, Richard.
It's just not very nice, is it? Shauna, what's gone wrong?
They're pressuring Morientes, that's what's gone wrong. I don't know. I feel like we need to be more attacking. We need to hold it more in the final third, shoot more. I don't know how many shots we've had in the second half, but it's not been enough. So yeah, hopefully.
I think we're going to throw caution to the wind. Constant pressure has just been applied. So there's got to be bodies flying forward.
It could go either one of two ways, that, Richard. Well. Is that goal from Pele that Ashley Cole scored going to be the match winner? That came in the 98th minute in this icon face-off presented by PlayStation. A 2v2 game of FIFA 22. A Fan Cup winner and an icon. Here is Riyad Mahrez. Good feet from Ashley Cole, controlling Mahrez still. It's a good idea again. It just... I mean, finesse?
You can call it that.
Take a finesse.
Yeah. More of a back pass.
Morientes now of Pele.
Big
Nicely
chance.
done. Ali G in control. Fan Cup winner tries his best to ball roll, scoop, turn his way into the box. But there's the gaps that are now going to start appearing.
Might get 1 or 2 more chances for Team Morientes to potentially force a penalty shootout. But the gaps are opening at the back.
Just got us downside, he will. Pele still just about with it, offloads it. Into Mane, this could be the goal that seals the deal. Brave from Van der Sar. Into the pause we go again. It looks to be changes on your side of the field, Richard.
Yeah, we're seeing subs being brought on. Vinicius Junior potentially. Tony spoke about Gareth Bale. He's entering the pitch right now as well.
Can I ask you, Ashley, is it all about game management now?
Yes. Yeah, we'll put Gareth Bale on for the long diagonal balls because he's good in the air, Romy said. So.
And how did it feel bagging that goal as well?
It's not too bad. Not too bad. Get the winner.
Decent finish. There you go. Watch out for Gareth Bale. Long ball forward. We're playing long ball here. 7 minutes left to play.
Didn't realise Tony resembled Big Sam, but 7 minutes left to play. A little bit long, the message for Team Ashley Cole.
This could be it. They can seal it now. Still could be alive. Not once but twice. 2 massive saves. Look at the chance now. So running race. Valley G can just get around that player, Kimpembe.
Team Morientes are not out of this yet. 5 minutes on the clock and ball possession. Maybe I spoke a second too soon.
Has to be perfect though, Richard. It's a bit frantic there in the midfield. Constant press has been implied. This is it. To seal the deal, it's Mane through to Ashley Cole. Plays the one more. It was either a great tackle from Kimpembe with Morientes, or was it just a bad touch?
I think it's an outstanding tackle. Ricocheted it off the attacker. Last chance saloon.
Perfect. Perfect in the build-up. A chance for Romeo, the Fan Cup winner, to seal the deal with Pele. Tries to play the one more pass, as selfish as he is. We go back for a free kick. That should do it. Your icon face-off, presented by PlayStation, has had extra time in an end-to-end game. There will be one winner. Team Cole and the Fan Cup winner of Romeo, coached by Tony MC, will come out as deserved winners in this matchup. What a game it was, Richard. Extra time needed.
It's just what we wanted, really. End-to-end FIFA, chances, opportunities, red cards. I think the only thing we missed for a few penalties.
Well, amazing stuff. Thank you so much to the icons, the Fan Cup winners, the coaches. But for now, it's over to Rachel to give us her thoughts about that game. What an exciting game of FIFA that was.
Well, that was pretty entertaining, wasn't it, to say the least? And Tony MC, he can be on a coach on any of our teams because he was pretty cheeky, I'm going to say there, making great observations to win that match. But if you enjoyed that, we have some more FIFA as well coming tomorrow. Join into PlayStation's Twitch, which is twitch.tv/PlayStation. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central Eastern Time, and watch some of the best players on PlayStation tournaments around the world play the UEFA Champions League final on FIFA 22. Can they predict the big winner from this season? Tune in to find out tomorrow. That's going to be great fun as well. Well, that was great fun, wasn't it? I hope you guys enjoyed our Icons Face-Off presented by PlayStation.
Had the opportunity to play against some of these players who, I actually play with on the computer. So, yeah, I've been up against them in real life, but to see their top qualities on a computer game is fantastic.
We have to speak about Rich, someone who's got an icon in game, and recently was a player that the community was talking about for a while. He was an SBC, I think, that dropped into the game not long ago. That your item in game of Ashley Cole was being used by people in the FIFA scene and was a very decent fullback.
Yeah, absolutely. That prime icon moments, the resounding moments at fullback, and I think one of the top 3, top 4, 5 rated fullbacks on the game. So you got to take it.
I'll take that. Yeah.
He was asking for more shooting though, which
I can see it. You got decent left leg, yeah. Well, here we go. Incredible season in the eChampions League, and we're about to get it underway.
Yeah, unbelievable scenes here in Stockholm. It's so nice to be back. The last time we were in person for an eChampions League final was Madrid in 2019, where it was New York City Chris of the United States of America that lifted the trophy, and now we are officially underway. It's Nicholas in the white, kicking from left to right in that Real Madrid strip, of Matías Bonano from right to left here. So much on the line. Still so much to play for.
I think the opening sort of 10-15 minutes is going to be so important. We saw Matías Bonano go 1-0 up really quickly in his losers bracket final, and then just settled into the game. He maintained possession, knocked the ball about, and just sort of played the game at his own pace. Nicholas can't let that happen. And what was that save? Cracking save from Van der Sar.
Unbelievable scenes. Matías Bonano still knocking on the door, looking for Chamberlain towards that back post. It's a frantic start as Mahrez will do his best to find his way through. How important is it to have an early start in any final?
Yeah, you know, you got to keep that momentum going, you know, keep that confidence flowing and making sure you keep possession of that ball, because turnovers in this game could be so dangerous, as we just seen there.
And so quick.
Yeah, it turns so quickly. The pace of the game is played, it is very understated, and you might be watching this at home thinking, I could do that, or I can play at that pace, but it's so zippy. 3-4 passes and the ball's in behind you, you're 1-0 down.
I bet you felt that when you were playing that icon Faceoff, just how quick this game is. You've got to think so quickly.
It is. You have to play the game very strategically in terms of course, you know, you can't tire your players out. So, you know, that game management will come into it. But again, you just got to make sure you keep good possession in your half. You can't lose balls in your own half there.
Another corner to Matías Bonano, who's been knocking on the door of Nicholas since this game kicked off. This is the grand final of the Champions League, headed away, bouncing around the box, Sadio Mane!
To save.
Van der Sar is ridiculous!
It was a great volley, great technique there, but end up with another corner.
Headers and volleys in the box, you may as well call it. Kimpembe, back to goal, he's going to be a player that takes a shot, happy to recycle it all the way across from left to right. Ridiculous start this from Matías Bonano of Team Heretics, who did beat Tex on the build-up to this one.
No, he did, and he dispatched Tech 6-0. It was that early goal, 2-0 up inside sort of 30 minutes, and then you can defend, you can sit a little bit deeper, you can force your opponent to make mistakes and just pick at the bones. It's a strategic strategy, but for it to be successful, you've got to get that early goal.
80 minutes to play. It's a frantic start. I think it's more how important it is, Richard, for Matías to go up by a goal to 0 to unsettle Nicholas, because he's a player that normally likes to take the lead, and yeah, he hasn't lost the game. Mahrez back to Cuadrado, will look to whip that ball in all the way across, finds Hullet. Sanchez trying to do what he can. Cuadrado on the overlap. One of the only players that actually looks to start Juan Cuadrado, the Colombian fullback.
We've seen everybody used at fullback over the years. Ruud Hullit's had a spell there when back post crosses were a thing. I mean, it's almost a position that you stick in there to sometimes offensively, sometimes defensively.
Cuadrado back to Mahrez, looking to build up superbly well. Alex Telles does get pickpocketed. It's the Colombian fullback trying to strump forward. It could be ridiculous for Ronaldo. No, he just can't get enough on it. Van der Sar has been so good for Matías Bonano, but he just can't save it.
Yeah, when you hang balls up like that, back post, you know, that's Ronaldo's bread and butter. So got to defend the wide areas a little bit better for me.
And how dangerous is Ronaldo in real life?
His leap and timing is phenomenal. So you know how many goals he scored over the years, good quality headers, great timing, bicycle kicks. He had everything in the locker.
I'll be honest, I'm asking questions of the goalkeeper.
Me too. Yeah, if you get a hand on it, you got to stop it.
It's almost down the middle as well.
How does Van der Sar do that down one end?
And then at the other end, hands made of plastic bags. Like, you have to do better in a grand final as well. You have to do better.
How many times is it such a common phrase that you feel 1-0 down, it's not really justified? Chamberlain to try and equalise it, finds Pallad. Marquinhos. Tries his best to drive this forward into Marquinhos here. How many times have you been in a game, Ashley, in your time where you've been so dominant, you go 1-0 down still, and you're standing there questioning yourself, we deserve to be in this game a bit more, but it just hasn't gone that way.
Yeah, you have them frustrating moments, but you know he's got to overcome that. He's finding it very difficult to regain their possession there, but again, he's still got time. Don't panic yet.
We've seen a very early pause. What, we got 34 minutes on the clock, and changes being made tactical between these two players. It's never too early to make a tactical change, Ashley?
I would say
disagree?
No. I disagree. I think, of course, you're losing another sub. So you know, later on in the game, could you use someone with a little bit more speed or pace, power? So yeah, I think he's could have made a little boo-boo there, making a sub.
Cruyff gets the start, which hasn't happened for many players throughout this Champions League process. And not many pros have backed the Dutch forward. He certainly is, I mean, capable of the job.
Yeah, he's one of the best players on the game, Johan Cruyff, but with only 3 icons to choose from that you can select, he's typically not the player picked.
Nice. This could be an equaliser.
Oh, what
there
a
it
finish.
is.
Another one. Balls in the
9.
box.
Ronaldo, superb finish.
Yeah, balls in the box seem to be, you know, the theme of the day. It's a great touch, great finish, great technique again. 1-1, deserved.
And R9, you give him a sniff. He's sticking it in the back of the net. Beautiful knockdown as well. You can't understate the assist for Matias Benano. Level pegging just before half-time. Perfect time to score.
Some would say it's deserved after that start that Matias Benano had. 2 players that know each other so well, Richard. 2 Argentines that were national teammates. Both were playing in Argentina last year before moved over to London to play in tournaments like this. To be involved in days like this too, as live fans are in the building here in Stockholm. The game of all games, a $75,000 game, the Champions League Grand Final. Remember, this is a 2-legged game, so still there's technically 3 halves of FIFA left to be played. Only time of just 1 minute. Sanchez will do well, and at half-time it is 1-1. Nicholas 1, Matias 1. Ashley, thoughts at the break. Fair to say that it should be 1-1, or do you think Matias maybe should be leading after that dominant start?
No, I think it's a fair result so far. 1-1. You know, both enjoyed good spells of possession. Not too many chances at goal, but when they did get in front of the goal, they took their chance. 1-1.
I've just seen the XG. Matias 1.4. Nicholas 0. 0 XG at the halfway point. So maybe us saying that Adrian van der Sar should have done better reflected in the in-game statistics as well.
Yeah, Van der Sar playing out his skin for Nicholas. Quite literally, as we said, we're very lucky to be joined in the commentary booth by someone who has won the Champions League. Just a quick word on the Champions League. We're lucky enough to be involved in the eChampions League. What is it about this tournament, this footballing tournament, that is just so special?
I think so many, you know, to me, massive icons have had the privilege to, you know, step on the stage, win the trophy, hold the trophy up. So as a young kid, seeing, you know, players that I looked up to growing up lift this famous trophy, you know, that's what makes it special to me.
I think as well, when you think of footballers and their sort of standout moments, they all typically fall in the Champions League. Zidane, the volley, Drogba, the incredible performance. I'm sure you've got good memories of that as well.
I've watched that a few times, yeah.
But it's just where the best players play seemingly their best football, and very similar to what FIFA as well.
And what was that night like?
Unbelievable. Very difficult to describe, you know, in words to you right now. The feeling, going into the game and then actually lifting the trophy.
Amazing stuff. And great to have 4 Champions League winners with us here in Stockholm. We are looking at potentially the next Champions League winner. As we're back on the way for the second half. Nicholas 1, Matias Benano 1 in the opening leg. It was an early goal from Cristiano Ronaldo before it was the icon of Ronaldo Nazario. Squared things up. Nicholas trying his best to outsmart Kyle Walker at the back. What's that run that's just being teased forward by Riyad Mahrez? Cancelo comes across. It's just do enough. It's difficult for these two, Richard, because as you said, they just know each other so well.
Yeah, sparring partners, played probably hundreds of games against each other. They also played so much last year when we were playing remote, obviously with the global situation. In South America, it seemed like every other tournament they were matching each other, whether it was in semi-finals or grand finals. They know each other's game inside and out. And when they matched a month ago, in this exact arena, on that exact stage, it was a 3-1 victory for Nicholas. So if history is going to repeat himself, it'll be Nicholas lifting the eChampions League trophy.
No doubt, that's just a little bit of extra motivation. For Matthias to come and get that result. "30 minutes left to play off this first leg. So far, so good." Question I have to ask you, Ashley, in terms of the newest sort of fullbacks coming through the ranks in world football, we get to sit here and mostly commentate the likes of João Cancelo, Kyle Walker. For you, who's been the sort of standout talent over the last 12 months in world football?
I've enjoyed watching Theo Hernandez, AC Milan fullback. I think he's, obviously just won the Serie A Scudetto, and I just feel he's, the next one. He has everything about talking about Theo, and then he just does that. What a finish!
Bonanno. Incredible scenes from Pele. Was building up so nicely. We're seeing it on the replay. R9 into Pele. It was time green. He was not messing around there. And from 1-0 down, that pressure, Richard, and the XG now starting to come off in his favour.
Yeah, and you talk about fullbacks. It built up from the wide area, moving the ball inside. First time finish past the goalkeeper into the far post. While we're in this pause, I just want to pick your brains, Ashley. I mentioned these two played so much against each other. They almost know each other's game plan inside and out. How hard is it when you've been playing and you know the winger, or your teammates internationally with the winger, or you've played against him a lot, knowing sort of what they're going to do, having to change up your game a little bit, or knowing what they're going to do and they're changing up their game? Is there a battle there?
Yeah, mentally the battle will start pre-game, before the game, but again, it's just keeping your wits about you, because as you mentioned, you could change as these players do in game, so you just got to be aware of that.
Having that plan B, C, D.
It's sort of like not giving all your gems away.
Yeah, but yeah, for sure. I've played against a lot of my best friends, and I know them, they know me, but of course it's who strongest weapon works.
Well, there still is plenty of time left in this one. Nicholas looking to equalise off the back of conceding. Mane will do his best to find Vinicius Junior. It's been an action-packed day here in Sweden. We kicked off the day with 8 players, 4 Germans that I sit here and think, how is there not a German player in at least the top 3?
Crashed out the tournament early doors. First 2 rounds of action. All 4 of the German players did fall out. We're left with 2 Argentines.
Mahrez, couple of ball rolls. This is Matthias Bonanno looking to build up for a 3rd goal in this game. Quadrado. Antonato Sanchez, who's been the ultimate box-to-box midfielder, might not be in icon form, but regardless of that, lost Lille still does. A brilliant job in the midfield. Moving from side to side. Still between the 2 midfielders. Sanchez, Hullet. Finds Mane now, looking for the equaliser. Nicholas, maybe a bit too tight, wins a corner.
He's very good in those areas, though, down the byline, just looking to probe, try and get that extra opportunity, that cutback. We see a lot of goals, the extra pass. It's what we've been known for this year in FIFA esports, and it's a really, really tactical game, sort of a chess match at the moment we're seeing unfold.
Yeah, and obviously forget away goals for a split second, but in Champions League across so many 2-legged matches that you would have played in your career, how important is it to take a goal at least to that second leg?
Yeah, you always want to take a goal, give yourself an opportunity to obviously go back home and kind of finish the job off. So it's very important to score away from home.
Will Matthias get that? Or Nicholas have other ideas? He's coming together in the box very nearly. It's Kimpembe of all people that was on his way to equalise it.
It's very, very scrappy all of a sudden.
Yeah, I would like to see some more shots from outside the box. Test the goalies. Test the goalies.
I mean, we've seen Van der Sar on one end.
Exactly.
It's not been great so far.
Gareth Bale off the bench into Telles. Matthias looking for goal number 3. Nicely done, Pele. Still, he's patient, is Matthias, so patient. Pele, one more pass, you'd like to think he might fall kindly. It was Bale for a second, then it was R9, it just couldn't bounce or Falls to the feet of the forward as he would have wanted.
And Gareth Bale's synonymous with scoring Champions League goals. It was only been right to get one in the final here of the eChampions League.
Final 4 minutes of leg one. Nicholas will get a chance. Maybe that was it there. Defended well superbly by Carl Walker. As we approach the 90th minute, would you say deserved winner coming out of this first leg, Ashley, or is it too hard to call?
Yeah, no, I think so far he's deserved to be 2-1 up. I think he's looked a better player in this matchup, and I still think there's more to come from him.
Yeah, third goal would be really nice going into the half-time break after this first leg of action, but Matías Bonanno with a certainly stronger XG, maybe the stats going in his favour, but only one goal to sort of take into that second leg.
Yeah, amazing stuff. And I have to ask you, Ashley, what would you join us for the second leg? Do you think Matías takes the result? Do you think he's the Champions League winner?
Yeah, I see a little bit more, I felt, from Matías, so I think he's going to go on and win it.
Amazing stuff. Well, thank you so much for joining us here in Sweden. It's been an absolute pleasure having you in the commentary booth. We're off for a quick break now. When we get back to Buckley for the call of the grand finals here live from Stockholm, a game that certainly is swinging towards a bracket reset.
It is at the moment 2-1. Matías Bonanno does lead. However, if anyone is capable of turning this around, it's that man in the yellow guild hoodie on the screen, Nicholas 99 FC.
Well then, leg two underway here in the eChampions League final. $75,000 on the line and the all-important trophy. After a 2-year wait, he's back to be lifted in person. It's a moment that we've been waiting a long time for, Richard.
It certainly is. What, 3 years?
If it wasn't for Van der Sar being so heroic in the first game for Nicholas, it could have been 3 or 4 goals to 1. There was something about the last time these two played in Stockholm in the knockouts. There was a little bit of fire to this game, wasn't there?
Bit of spice added into...
Don't always see emotion from Nicholas. We saw it certainly last time here in Sweden. Building nicely, Nicholas with our 9 just offside.
I think there's that sort of extra edge on it, just for the simple fact that there is always that pride of being the best, especially sort of from your country or from your region. You want to be the best, and Nicholas has had that mantle for a very long time.
Cheeky reversal has to go, fires through the legs, back to R9, one more pass, Mane makes it 3-1. And we're edging towards a bracket reset, which if you don't know what that means, we play this game again over 2 legs.
Goal for the hosts, number 7,
Wow. Matías Bonanno is strapping in for a long ride on that stage. Because as it stands, this game will conclude. That will mean that Nicholas has suffered a defeat here in the eChampions League. And we will play again. We'll start fresh. A brand new 2-legged match of FIFA to see who lifts the trophy.
Always seems to be the way in a grand final. There's always a potential bracket reset that often seems to happen. Sanchez, Mane wanting to make it certain it will be going to another game. Cruyff. Nicholas. Well, is there one more pass? Cruyff off the post. It was bouncing. Just couldn't bounce in towards the goal.
Just didn't make a strong enough contact on the ball. It was beautiful play. The double tap pass into the path of Johan Cruyff, but just couldn't quite squeeze it into the near post.
Interesting that he does play for Nicholas, Richard. Cruyff, he hasn't been backed by
anyone else.
Anyone.
Other than Nicholas.
It's the same argument you can have in a different regard to Thiago starting for all the German players. Everyone's got their own favourites in amongst this Champions League format. Pele to make it 4-1 while playing Kimpembe.
Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain for Matias Benano.
Cristiano Ronaldo for Nicholas.
I think the pool of players available to utilise in your squads, especially at the Champions League, given it only Champions League for items and icons who have played in the competition, sort of just gives it that little bit more. I should say icons, any icons we see Pele use, but it just gives it that little bit more added interest, I would say, in the squad selection department, because not all the same sort of players and same squads are utilised.
Walker from fullback. This could be 4 goals to 1. Pele, Mane can't rush it through. It's a difficult one. There has to be credit given, if Matias Benano was to pull this off today, to his coach and Edu, who has been remarkable on the journey. The success that Team Heretics have had this year in the Global Series.
Also, just the effort, the sort of heroic effort that it's required to overturn from the losers bracket as well. He's been in there since the start of play today. He's played more games than anybody else, and he finds himself in a grand final, arguably looking fresher than ever.
Well, who knocked him down to the loser bracket? Nicholas. And it may have taken a long road and an extra few games to get to this stage now, but if anything, it's like, yes, you knocked me down to the loser bracket, but I'm not done yet. There may be 4 weeks and a bit on, but I'm back for more. And I'm back to force this into a bracket reset. If he can hold on to this result. Currently leads by 3 goals to 1. Does Matias Benano against Nicholas. Again, this would not conclude the match and would not make Matias as the Champions League winner. It would be a bracket reset, which means we have to play again. That because Nicholas is on the winner's bracket side and Matias is on the loser bracket side. Half time between these two. Maybe time for a change for Nicholas, because at the moment can't seem to break down Matias Benano. Great to see a crowd back in here as well in Stockholm that
absolutely
join us for the final day.
Yeah, it's great to see so many people in here supporting and witnessing potential history being made. eChampions League 2022 will be lifted potentially in 45 minutes time, potentially in about 45 minutes in real life time.
Well, literally. What a setup it's been there. You see the trophy in sight of one of these two will be lifted. Here in Stockholm, headset back on from Nicholas. Love from Nicholas's coach. Notepad and pen. Back to basics, writing down every single small intricacy or interesting point he may have to bring forward to Nicholas of how Matias is approaching this game. And so far on paper for Matias Benano, every single final he's been to, Richard, other than the La Liga Cup, he has won.
So far so good, isn't it? In finals for Matias Benano. Nicholas looking a little bit stronger though, coming out with the second half.
Put it on Hull. It's Matias that comes out on top, maybe not. Oh, he did so well.
Oh, he deserved it. The cancel is magnificent. Sit the goalkeeper down. Just can't quite squeeze it in the near post.
Cancel there of the shot was immaculate. Just too tight on the angle of the finish. Matthias can take the pressure off him. That would be in the form of scoring another goal. Nicely done. Pele finds R9.
If Matthias does score next, it's probably game over, you would say. 4-1 lead, 30 minutes left to play.
But look, that second leg can be, or second match can be so different.
It can, yeah. Game over for this in particular series. We then reset the bracket and we go again.
Well, he has spoken about pressure being a privilege this weekend, has Nicholas. That would certainly be the perfect time to use that quote. If he was to lose this game, it would force the bracket reset. And would mean that he'd have to come out and really bring the best performance he has, potentially of the season. His main job here was to get into the playoffs, the Global Series playoffs, which give him a chance of being at the FIFA E-World Cup. That's what he did in his first game, beating Umit. And he said after that the pressure was off in some regards. But still, the opportunity was there to lift this trophy. Nice scoop turn from Ronaldo. How many Team Heretic shirts are back, forming the most difficult of midfield and defensive lines to break down. Sanchez finds Hullet again. Is there a crack in this back line? No, there isn't. It's an offside trap played, and maybe this is Nicholas's sort of final roll of the dice with 22 minutes left to play. He needs 2 goals. I mean, there's not really much to lose. If he loses, it's a bracket reset. If he gets a goal back, it's game on.
Yeah, both coaches deep inside the tactics and instructional changes being made right now, personnel changes as well, I would imagine being brought on. We've seen Gareth Bale be influential off the bench with his height, power and pace that the Welshman does provide. You can see the changes being made there as well. It is Gareth Bale looking like potentially as a left fullback. Maybe going to find his way higher up the pitch for Nicholas on the right-hand side of your screen. Mateus Benano's point of view. João Cancelo looks like he'll be entering the pitch for this final 20 minutes.
If you had to describe in a few words, Richard, what has been so impressive about this performance from Matthias across the 2 legs?
It's almost a continuation of his game against Tex in the way that he's just sort of not shut up shop, but he's looked really, really calm. Just as I say that, he gives possession away and potentially opens up a counter-attacking opportunity. It's just the calmness of his play, but also when he is defending, there's always seemingly a black shirt in the way. Whether that's on the block, whether that's on the passing lane, or the last-ditch tackle.
Nicholas running out of time and running out of luck, unfortunately. So that one goes out for a goal kick.
Press is there.
Well, Nicholas has done crazy things in his time in FIFA esports. One of those coming all those years back at the FIFA World Cup. This would require one hell of a turnaround, though. Here's Bale to seal the deal.
Must score, really. It's a golden opportunity. You one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Maybe there was a pass even across the box to another shirt running in.
Look at the gaps where Nicholas is naturally just pressing them, running bodies forward. Last 10 minutes. Bale wins it back. 2 goals needed without really any time left in this. Cruyff. The one guy running there was R9. It was a bit too obvious to play that pass. But it stopped in his tracks again, once but twice. Nicely won back, Cuadrado. It's just a heretic shirt in the way, alternatively.
What
a flying goalkeeper in Van der Sar that time parries it around for a corner kick. 7.5 minutes left to play. It's 2 goals needed.
Cracking save from Edwin van der Sar, you have to say. Outstretched, full frame. A wingspan of an albatross across his goal right there, tipping it out for a corner kick. Time is dwindling.
I think it is. I'm happy to be proven wrong. Six minutes. And Matthias on the ball, less than that now. Well, it's half the job done for Heretics. Matthias Bonanno. 9-9 to conclude it. Doesn't really need to. He's already got a 2-goal cushion. Mathematically, I don't think it's possible. It's a performance to be proud of from Matthias. Finesse from distance into the hands of Van der Sar. It's happening, people. A bracket reset in the eChampions League final is upon us.
Job half done for Matthias Bonanno. He's seen the mission objective and he's ticked it off. Force a bracket reset.
If anything, it's 1 for 1. I beat you in the knockouts, I've beaten you in the final. May as well call it the ultimate best of 3. That's full time here in the eChampions League final. A bracket reset will happen here in Stockholm. Nicholas will have to take on Matthias Bonanno again. He's done the hard part, Matthias, and now he has to go and beat him again over 2 legs to lift the trophy in Sweden and to be called the eChampions League winner. Can he do it? It is a huge task, a mammoth task. It's a wake-up call for Nicholas 99 when we get back from this break. It is grand final, take 2, part 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes. We're hoping to lift that, but so will Nicholas, who today bagged himself a spot at the FIFA playoffs, hoping that he could do enough to book a spot in the World Cup. We're back on the way here for the bracket reset. Matthias Bonanno from left to right in that team, Heretic Strip, who lifted the trophy just a few weeks ago in London, not for a 1v1 tournament, that was the 2v2 Team of the Season Cup. Is he wanting to do it in person in any 1v1 tournament that he can? He was the FGS4 winner as of late. He is the #1 ranked player in Europe West. Nicholas said that, all right, yeah, my online results might not have been as good this year, but regardless of that, in person it's so different, and I'm a player that can prove that.
Almost saying that's where I play my best FIFA, that's where I perform. It's hard to get motivated online, but when I'm online, when I'm in person, that's where the real Iceman comes to play.
As we've seen throughout the last few years, Ronaldo. There's Cristiano Ronaldo involved alongside Ronaldo Nazzaro. 2 of the players that Nicholas does back in this team. Alongside that, Cruyff, Hullet. Riyad Mahrez on the right-hand side. It's an action-packed attacking 4 players for Guild Esports is Nicholas. You'd probably argue he's coming into the best form at the right time. It's playoffs just around the corner, Richard. You'd probably put your money on your house on him making the World Cup.
We didn't last year. Matthias Bonanno.
Ronaldo, Elastico, timed it red, that was the difference.
Big opportunity for Matthias to open up the scoring here. The red time shot. Sort of fumbled into the goalkeeper.
Regardless, it's the first warning shot fired. Nicholas What's key this time is that Nicholas does start this game with the first goal. Something he wasn't able to do.
Great tackle from Hullet.
So long. In leg one, Hullet has been everywhere, but I just feel like Renato Sanchez is such a compliment alongside him.
Almost, he can do everything that Hullet can do. Equally as good, maybe just not as physical, you would say. A little bit more mobile as well.
Ronaldo, a little fake shot into the box, won't be enough. He was hoping that, if anything, he was in the box. That's what he's there for, just to offer that extra question mark on the right back of Kyle Walker when the ball does go in the air. And he finds himself in the midfield too. With Hullet, not for that long. Sanchez drops into a back five. It's the prime example of how you can use a 3-5-2. Here's Bernardo. It's been part of his formula to success of the recent FGS tournaments.
Well, I think some of his success as well is the fact that, yes, he can play a three-back. He can also play really comfortably in the 4-3-2-1. And also the formation that we've seen probably the most this weekend from him, the 5-2-1-2. 3 different formations, all offer you different elements of gameplay, all offer you different tactics and instructions and sort of the way that they play. So having 3 formations that you can go into is so important.
Cruyff, Hullet! I mean, he timed it green, he didn't even hit the target. I don't think there was a save. We'll have to see it again on the replay, but the chance that Nicholas was able to create there, it was a perfect one-more pass from Cruyff into the midfielder. Got to be crying out for that to be on target.
Have to be. Have to be. We're going to see it again here. Ruud Hullet was the maker of the move. He carried on his run. Johan Cruyff played it into him, and it's a goal kick. It's a miss from Ruud Hullet after being timed green on a 5-star weak foot as well, you have to say.
Have to be asking for more from the prime icon midfielder. That does go out for a goal kick. There was no hand on it from Van der Sar, which just plays wide. Regardless of it, he will give Nicholas confidence, Richard, that he's able to create chances. As we said, they both had results on each other. Nicholas beat Matthias back in the knockout stage of this tournament. And here today in the grand final, the best time to pick up a result. Matthias was able to win 3-1, forcing this bracket reset that you see now. Hullet, nicely done. It's good hustle from the Dutch midfielder, Sanchez. Couple of ball rolls, does what he can. It's still Renato Sanchez now, the Portuguese box-to-box midfielder of Lille, still with it somehow. One more pass. Oh, it's just offside, but regardless of it, what build-up that was.
No, it was great build-up. It was a really good win-back of possession as well. He's pressed very quickly, has Nicholas, when the ball's been sort of played into quite a fragile area on the edge of Matthias's box. Nicholas has gone quickly, he's won the ball back and then looked to play it into that extra pass territory. Even though it was offside, it's a very good save as well from Van der Sar, getting across his goal.
Yeah, it was a guessing game when you get into that area. Fortunate enough for Matthias, he was just offside. It's R9, it's Kyle Walker! Of all people, that could have been the hero.
He's not the man you want the ball to fall to.
He's happy to take the shot regardless. Both have been able to create a chance. And it's opening 45. If you have just joined us, it's grand final time for the eChampions League. Live from Stockholm, Sweden. The best 2 players that have made it through online qualifiers, group stages, knockouts. How about that for a seat? Some of the been missing for such a long time, being back in person with fans in the building. Tactics and words from both coaches just being implemented. It's been pretty even first 45.
Yeah, it certainly has. I think the 4-3-2-1 that Matthias is using, when you sort of look at the tactics, the formations, it's what you expect of him. It's typically what he starts the game in. Both players have the opportunity, and coaches, to look now in the match facts and see what my opponent is using, how they're lining up, what formation is it. But yeah, not too much to really shout about at the halfway break here. Leg number 1. Still plenty of FIFA left to play to find out who's going to be lifting that eChampions League trophy.
Game of all games for these two. They've played on this stage many times over the last 2 months, but no game such as this. Nicholas trying to find a way through. Little Lacriqueta finds R9. It's still Cruyff now. Gets in game. Elastico or two. It's a combination of all combinations in the box when you're trying to guess which way he's going to go.
Again, it's very good defending from Matthias. You saw his player selection, where he wanted to pull a player into. It was Ruud Gullit first, sort of shepherding the passing lane, and then as soon as he knew the extra pass wasn't coming, quickly collapsing almost on the ball, making sure that any skill move didn't result in a clean strike at goal.
This is nice. Matthias, scoop turn. Oh, 9! Dangerous as ever in the box for Matthias. His breakthrough in the first leg. And surprise, surprise, it's time green. It's always perfection when it's that man causing problems in the box.
And again, he loves that scoop turn. The scoop turn just to create the space. Such a useful skill move that you don't really see too much used on its own. It's usually combined with the ball roll beforehand, but just using the acceleration and the sprint boost that you get out of the exit of the skill move to rifle it into that near post.
It's the worst position you want to be in. I mean, for either player, you don't want to go 1-0 down for just the style of play that you're up against. You know they're going to control the game.
How do you combat that now?
Matthias wants 2. He might just be on his way for 2. So ball roll scoop turn. Nicely done, Mane, Gullit. Sanchez all in the conversation, all in this build-up. Heretics Matthias. Stopped in his tracks that time by Cuadrado. Bundled off. Mane for a split second and said, that's our ball. Who would have thought as well, the only 2 Argentines that qualified in the 32 will stand here. They've both been in very different bracket runs, Richard, across knockout play in these finals.
It is incredible, isn't it, when you look at the numbers and you probably look at the percentages of these two making it to the grand final.
Nicholas, scoop turn, Lacriqueta of Cruyff. The idea was there, just couldn't find the one more pass. Slowly but surely, Matthias is edging his way to a 1-goal cushion at the halfway point.
At the moment, you just can't get near the ball, Nicholas. The possession is being paramount.
Mahrez, Pele, nicely done. Oh, 9 for 2! Magical start from a very, very special FIFA player.
The possession, just pinging the ball around. He played it out wide, and then as soon as He saw the gap. The foot stepped on the accelerator and he went for the kill. Double tap pass into the path of R9 Ronaldo, who is always going to be deadly in front of goal.
No, it's just gone from a hill to a mountain to climb for Nicholas. You might be saying it's only 2-0, but against a player that doesn't ship that many goals and concede, especially in these types of games, a goal before halfway point would be the best possible way to respond. But look at that manual player switch in there again from Matthias. He's making it so difficult. Player that's really mastered his craft, as you said, against what? 3 different formations, 3 different ways of playing.
I mean, just think about this. In 2 back-to-back games, he will have beaten Tex and Nicholas on his road to potentially lifting the eChampions League trophy.
And every game he's played today has been elimination FIFA. There's not been a second chance. Scoop turn, R9. Can't find his way past João Cancelo then. If it was 3-0, that would have been the worst possible situation. 5 minutes away from the halfway point. It's going to be the breaks and the team talk of all team talks for Nicholas.
He found himself in not a desperate situation, but a down sort of a poor situation against Ummet. Earlier today, he lost the first leg 1-0, but he was down to 10 men as well, sort of consolidated and took that result and said, you know what, I've got out of that game with a 1-0 loss. I know I can score. I know I'm capable of turning this defeat around. Can he do the same again? Can he bounce back again? This will be sort of 3 legs of FIFA now where Matthias has sort of had his number when you look at them as individual games.
This is nice. One more pass, Hullet. Tried his best to just look for an angle of R9. It just wasn't falling. Added time per minute, 25 in-game seconds. Win the ball clear. Matthias Bernardo, you are in to a second leg with it all to play for.
And what's so impressive about that as well, just before we go to the break, Brandon, Nicholas scored an exact corner just like that earlier today. Mike Lobel broke it down. He played out Solox and then switched it to the edge of the box of Ruud Gullit. What Matthias did, he recognised that, switched to his own defensive Ruud Gullit and put him on him. So as soon as that ball got walked in, it was Gullit against Gullit, 50-50.
Yeah, really nice call there, Richard, of just how analytical Edu and Matthias are here at the break. The notepad and pen are out for Guild Esports as Nicholas needs 2 goals if there is any way back in this tie. But you're right, he has been in difficult positions before. He has been in worse situations, and he's a player that often can turn results around like this. He needs to bring his A game now.
Yeah, it needs to be his A game. We need to see the best Nicholas that we've seen all day long if he wants to turn this game around against a tough, durable Matthias Bernardo.
How do you find a way through this player, though, Richard, who has been just so regimented in all angles of his game? Defensively, his player switching, you're rightly to call out any sort of tactical set piece. He's on that. He knows, you're right to say, he knows his number. He knows everything that's coming his way.
No, he certainly does. How do you combat that? How do you play against that? It's a really tough question, and not many people have figured it out. Matthias Bernardo, when you look at his record, what you say in grand finals, he's lost once, was it? And that was at the Liga Santander. When you look at his final resume, when his final record, when push comes to shove, typically he finds himself lifting a trophy.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, obviously that's been a shorter career than Nicholas. Nicholas has only lost 4 finals in his time, but he's been to a lot more finals. He's been to, we can't forget, the likes of
E-World Cup?
Yeah, E-World Cup, playoffs where he was a 2-time champion. He could go and do that again in July. But has he met his match? That is the question here. As there's a small break in play as we reset up the lobby for the second leg in this one. 2-0 down in the Champions League Grand Final. There will be part of him that would have felt that defeat because he was unstoppable in the winner's bracket. A bracket reset happened. It's the worst time to lose a game.
No, it certainly is. And look, a lot of the time we see people lose that first game and then sort of get downtrodden, find it hard to get back into the game, find it hard to go again. What went wrong? Why am I losing now? Out of all the times to lose, these are all the questions that will fly about in your mind. Matías Bonanno has got better and better and better throughout the tournament. If he was going to lose, Matías, it was in the first 2 rounds of today. Because earlier on today, he was not playing good at all. It was a penalty shootout win against Roy Feldman that got him through. And that was sort of the shackles are off now. I've got a top 3 finish. Let's just go and enjoy yourself. And that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Well, first goal here is everything. A line I say too many times, but literally this is the time that it really does count. First goal is huge in terms of how this game will play out. Nicholas will kick from left to right again in that white strip. Matías Bonanno in the heretic strip from right to left will be Colour will play it in this game. As we said, he's 2-0 up. This is the final match of the 2022 eChampions League season. The first time he's been back at LAN over 2 years. We've had to wait. Someone will be lifting this trophy. Potentially in under just 20 minutes' time. A moment that the FIFA seed has been waiting a long, long, long time for. $75,000 alongside getting your name engraved into the trophy. And heading into the playoffs in just under 4 weeks, being feared by pretty much everybody.
Message to Jay Cheatham. Hello, Jay. Celebrating your birthday. Happy birthday, Jay, for all of your friends.
What's more impressive for me is just how the level keeps going up of these two. They've had a long day here in Stockholm. They've had to play their A game. For Matías, what, round 5, round 6, semi-final, losers final, grand final, bracket reset.
6 games if he's successful.
It's a lot of FIFA.
2 legs, yeah. Nicholas, it's been knockout, sort of winners bracket FIFA. The opportunity to give yourself the advantage in the grand final. The advantage has been wiped away, though.
He really could make this final into something, Nicholas. He's done it before. Cast your mind back to London in the last FIFA E-World Cup we saw on paper. A grand final against Mo Albert.
2 goals in 3 minutes to force extra time.
Ridiculous. Whatever it was, Modric scoring the equaliser from a corner.
Shortest man on the pitch.
Correct. He's a player that can turn these games around. Tia scores again. I think it would wipe away any chance or hope. Here's R9. Watch that run of Cruyff. He'll look to just gamble on the back line. Ronaldo linking up well. Just the goal to ignite that spark of belief and confidence. Back inside, Nicholas. He'll cry for that free kick. We'll get it. Into the pause we go. The first one of the game.
Tactical changes. Personnel, probably not. With only 24 minutes left. 24 minutes gone, I should say, on the clock at the moment. You see the 2 POVs from both competitors on your screen right there. Not going to call out exactly what is being changed, as our voice is being bellowed into the arena, and don't want to give away priceless pieces of information. There was just a couple of minuscule changes.
Yeah, player instructions potentially being involved, and formation changes. It's Cruyff, space, time, green! Nicholas! We said he just needed a goal to get him going, to get that belief back within. He's the only player that's back, the Dutch icon, and that's why, for moments like that.
And what goal it was, all from that short free kick. Played a variation of the free kick. Johan Cruyff, I think, was the extra man who ran over the ball firstly, slid it into his path, green timed across the goalkeeper, game on.
Game on indeed. 2-1, Matthias leads. We said the first goal was huge. And if Nicholas wanted to make this a game to remember, he had to score first. Maybe didn't expect the shot to come directly from him, did Matthias? But what a strike it was, as you said, from a quick free kick. Is there an instant reply from Matthias? Pele down this byline, getting into those difficult areas, which is hard to defend. Cuadrado, nicely done. Keep an eye on the mini-map where there is ongoing runners. Little red dots, that is Nicholas's players. It's got the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo that are just lurking on that far left-hand side. If there was a deep cross to be played, he would be the first man there on the scene. R9, far-hand side of your screen, is past. The defender can't do it there. You can just feel like Nicholas is in a feel for this game again.
Looks rejuvenated, re-energised, does Nicholas. I think the possession and the sort of period of play that we've seen from him here is reflecting that.
Cancelo towards the back post. Cruyff is there, and so is Van der Sar. He's creating though. Final 3 minutes before half-time. Whatever small tactical and instruction changes that were made have made an all-important difference.
I'll be very intrigued to see how Matthias and Edu sort of manage the 45 minutes that we got coming up here. What's the game plan? Are we looking to keep possession? Are we looking to tire the clock down? Or maybe get that third goal and potentially push the game out of reach from Nicholas? So many questions left to be unanswered with 45 minutes left to play.
Well, it would be his biggest individual payday that he's had ever for Matthias Bonano. He won 100k at the Team of the Season Cup, but that was split between him and his teammate Hidalgo. I'm sure we'll be watching somewhere around the world. To play for though, 45 minutes left. Nicholas able to grab a goal back through Johan Cruyff. An all-star audience here in the Champions League that watch on this final. Live here in Stockholm. Just got a feeling about this one, Rich, that maybe could be on for a bit of extra time.
Feel it in your bones? Feel it in your toes? Extra time looming? I think it's very hard to call. Both players have got the quality for this game to be over in a flash. Get 2 or 3 goals and just seal the tie. Very similar to what both players did in their winners bracket and losers bracket final versus Tex, where it was sort of a blitz. Few goals in a quick succession.
This is from Mahrez there on the edge of the box. Had a flash shot, didn't work out exactly. Would have wanted it to. You're right, what you said before half-time. How does Matthias want to play this one out? Potentially 38 minutes away from eChampions League glory, or not. Here's R9, Matthias on the back foot. Nicholas looking for the equaliser. Game on! Not 1 but 2. It's Cruyff who will be the hero. From a 2-goal deficit to a 2-2 scoreline. I said I fancied this game maybe to go that extra mile, and maybe we could be on for it.
Nicholas, take a bow. What a goal. The shot cancel inside the box. The recycling of the possession into a Really dangerous area, and Johan Cruyff, the man of the moment for Nicholas at the moment. Incredible performance.
Honestly, just a minute, as South American fans watch on from all around the world here, this is an opportunity just to celebrate the talent that is coming out from South America in particular. Argentina have done everything in the last few years just to stand up and to be accounted for. These two players want to be involved in the conversation in European FIFA tournaments. They made sacrifices, they moved to the opposite side of the world to be involved in this. And they came for finals and they came for tournaments such as the eChampions League. This is the perfect display of what they can offer.
What a game.
Said he's been in worse positions before, Richard. Nicholas, I call him an Iceman for a reason, does not show any emotion.
He looks like he's going to go on and get another here. Winning the ball back instantly from the kickoff.
I always said it about Matthias, he's been so good online, he's been good in person. We've seen in such as the Team of the Season Cup, he's had late runs in the La Liga, but just been lacking that trophy in a 1v1 tournament. This is his best ever chance. Whipped into the box. Well, it's there! Kimpembe! May just be the hero that we will talk about for years to come.
That corner right there that Nicholas has pulled out on three different occasions, I've seen it. Twice resulting in a goal. Once resulting in a clearance off the line. That corner...
You couldn't stop it.
Remarkable. The way that he does it so quickly, player looks onto Hully, edge of the box, wins the header. We talk about players having to have maybe something up the sleeve, a set piece, a free kick, a skill move, just something different. Nicholas has this and can pull it out at the drop of a hat so quickly. You don't give him corners.
I mean, we credited Matthias, didn't we, in the first leg of this second game of just how well he dealt with it. But I think you're right to say it was just so quick. We have to give him credit. He was 2-0 down. A bracket reset's happened. He's been 2-0 down. How does that man react now?
You just have to try and recompose yourself. Keep possession. He gave possession straight up. And it's from that possession loss that Nicholas has gone on to find this third goal. As soon as the kickoff, he went to go out wide, lost possession, and then a goal has resulted in it. Just, by the way, we'll see that corner now used for the rest of the game. And guarantee you, people will be doing that.
The Nicholas corner, we'll call it. I tell you right now, Matthias Bonanno will not be getting a sniff of this ball for the last, 32 minutes left to play here. And I said to Nicholas at the start of today, will we see emotion from you? He said, maybe. And if he wins this game now, I can assure you there'll be emotion from the Iceman, who was 2-0 down, a bracket reset. People would have questioned him and questioned his resilience. Look no further. But there still could be another twist or two to this matchup. So 3-5-2 locked in from Matthias. Will there be a third goal and an equaliser? It's R9. Drops back, R9 still. Matthias looking for the ball across, runs it out of play. Possession given back to Guild Nicholas.
And every minute will feel like an eternity here for Nicholas, as just looking to keep possession, keep it ticking over. If an opportunity arises, yes, try and get a fourth. He's called the Iceman for a reason. He keeps his cool in these scenarios. He could be in again with CR7. The ball bounces all the way through to Edwin van der Sar.
Well, it was back in FIFA 19 where he picked up $75,000. Did Nicholas. A few FIFAs on. He might be on to match that payday in the eChampions League, but it'll be his first ever eChampions League victory. It was back in FIFA 19. He had a go at Glory. Unfortunately, didn't do enough to get out the group stage. Back in Manchester, you can cast your mind back to the first ever eChampions League. He wasn't part of the final 8 that would travel to Madrid. It's interesting. So we've had a good couple of conversations with Nicholas, haven't you, Richard, about how he views himself in this FIFA scene and what a trophy like this could mean to him.
Yeah, I mean, everything. He sees himself as sort of maybe an elderly statesman in the game. Being at the top level for 5 years now, and this will be a crowning achievement. But Matthias is not done yet.
Oh, it's nice. But not nice enough. Into the pause we go again. 15 minutes away from potentially seeing the comeback of all comebacks from Nicholas of Guild Esports. He just has to play the best defensive 15 he's ever played.
And again, this is why going through the winners bracket is so important. If the roles are reversed, we're off the air. Because Matthias has won. But because he's come through that winners bracket, it allows him to have an off game, it allows him to have a bad game. He suffered a defeat, and then he gets to go again. He gets to pick up from a blank slate.
Number 13, Alex Telles. And number 7, Sadio Mane. To be replaced by number 21, Gareth Bale. And number 14, Alex Oxlade.
Where would this stack up alongside his achievements as a FIFA player? As Matthias got other ideas to send us into extra time as he looks to pile that constant press forward. Look at the numbers, look at the number of heretic shirts that are just pressing and pressing and pressing, making it difficult. But this is an Iceman you're up against who will not feel the pressure there.
He's done so well to get out of that predicament.
He can seal the deal. Sadio Mane into Cruyff! Is that the goal that seals the Champions League for Nicholas 99?
Elite level composure. He's got 3 men on his back in his own defensive third. He ball rolls out of it with Juan Cuadrado and then just pings it over the top. Little downwards header into the path of Johan Cruyff. He'll run away with a hat-trick.
I think you're right on that. You've got to look back on that moment with Cuadrado there. Players around it, but still, someone had the composure just to get out of that.
It's a goal. If he loses the ball, he's conceded. It's very simple. Now Nicholas, 10 minutes away from lifting the eChampions League trophy.
I don't mean to say it, but the amount of times we've seen Matthias get into these moments and then just fall the tiniest a bit short in terms of land 1v1s. He was 2-0 up in the game, but we played 2 legs of FIFA for a reason.
Oh, he's also reset the bracket. It's such an advantage going through the winners bracket and having that opportunity to have a loss. I think it's understated of how important it is, because fatigue does play a factor as well. He's played double the amount of games that Nicholas has played. Nicholas looks fresh in this second leg.
Looks like he's playing a group game of how focused he's been. Get that man's name on the trophy. 2022 eChampions League winner Nicholas 99, the Iceman, strikes here in Stockholm.
Head in hands for Matthias Bernardo. He knows that this game has slipped out of his fingertips. And Nicholas, 99 FC, Guild Nicholas, with a 5-goal flurry in this second leg, is minutes away, seconds, even that.
C3 Club World Cup winner, FIFA playoff PlayStation champion. He's got a list of accolades. This one surely has to go to the very top. He moved to London. He moved to Europe to be involved in the conversation, to be involved in tournaments such as this, to be amongst the best in the world in Europe. He may have made us second guess throughout this final, but he's not playing games. And still,
he's not cracked a smile.
Even at 5-2 up, he doesn't even want to celebrate yet.
We'll see an outpour of emotion when he gets his hands on that trophy. I can guarantee you that. Nicholas is a fan favourite amongst pro players.
6-0.
Pro players love him. Fans love him. He is the Iceman. He's been doing this for 5 long years. And finally,
He has his moment.
Incredible.
After a long 2-year online period, he's back on LAN, he's back at his best. And he's back winning trophies. He's not done yet. Honestly, stop him. 7-0. eChampions League winner in Stockholm, Sweden. The Argentine, the Iceman, Guild Esports' Nicholas will lift the trophy and $75,000. This year on FIFA 22, you have to give the man credit. Mentally, he's so strong. He points to the brain. He is mentally so strong. He's the Iceman. He went for a bracket reset. He was 2-0 down, and now he is a champion.
An enormous amount of respect on the stage right there. Nicholas and Matthias Bonanno, two of the world's very best. But the eChampions League will be going to Guild Esports and Nicholas 99FC. What a player.
I mean, what a guy. What a guy outside of the game as well. Loved by many in this scene. Loved by those that are watching from all around the world. He has his moment. He has his time. Massive congratulations to Guild as well that picked him up at the beginning of the season this year. He's a player that guarantees you one thing, finals, and often trophies if he's feeling it on his day. Today he does feel it. He is your eChampions League winner. And I mean, there's not many players that remain calm, composed, 2-0 down in a bracket reset.
I can't think of a FIFA player who deserves a trophy like this one as much as him as well. He's so close sort of the E-World Cup, those real crowning moments. Yes, the playoffs, incredible sort of prize earnings and performances on your individual console, but this, he's the best of Europe, arguably the best in the world as well. Nicholas, eChampions League winner.
Yeah,
wow.
Well, thousands came and competed from all around Europe. This man flew in from Argentina with one job, to win European trophies. And he's down now, joined by a very special guest and our very own Rachel Stringer.
Thank you, boys, for a wonderful call of that grand final here for the eChampions League Final 2022. This man, Nicholas 99FC of Guild Esports, is your champion for 2022. Kaka, please, can you present the trophy to our champion? This is a moment we've been waiting for since December 2021. Nicholas, please lift the trophy. What a moment for the man who now calls himself a Londoner via Argentina, of course. Thousands tried to qualify for this moment, all starting back in December 2021. We went to online qualifiers in February. Then we came here only a month ago as well, before the grand finals this weekend. Nicholas 99FC has gone and done it. The most coveted trophy on the continent in Europe. He is your eChampions League winner for 2022. This is a moment you're gonna saviour forever. We're gonna come back and chat to you about this awesome moment after the break in our Pepsi Max post show. Guys, please come back and join us. You get to hear from our champion.